Hello, and welcome to another wonderful, fun evening of Mahjong with the American Mahjong League. I am also known as Ennui, and I am joined tonight by Blake. How you doing, Blake?
Good, just hanging out. Got back from vacation. About to commentate some mahjong. Really excited.
Nothing like right after having a long, restful time, just jumping right into the insanity of Mahjong to remind you what stress is like. This game we are watching tonight, we're starting with B36. There's a lot scheduled, so we're going to be hopping kind of all around the league. But we're going to be starting watching four people who are kind of on opposite ends of B3, which it only really looks like that because they're the only people who have really played any games in B3. You still
Yeah, that
never like to see your name low, though.
yeah that'll happen when you only have 2 games into the session. But just gonna wait on the timer now. I believe that's should be about any second. Oh, there we are.
And it looks like our first dealer is going to be Zin Long. That
All right.
6-0 came out of hand worry fast.
Yeah. Not too sure about that.
I
Could just
think
commit.
No, I think the 6-0 is probably just a
Yeah.
connection issue. Is that hand
Home.
Yeah. So we already have 2 Yakuhais called for already. Chun on the left by Aaron, and then Hatsu on the right by William. Just gonna settle for like Yakuhai Nomi hands. Uh, Across the way we got just a regular Pinfu hand, nothing too speedy, but gonna really struggle with that 8-9 Penshan. Uh, and then dealer also a Tanyao Pinfu type hand, probably just gonna be Mangan Pin with Dora for an easy Mangan, but would have to race everyone at the table, which is gonna be a little bit of a struggle.
I mean, dealer has a pretty nice Ishanten at this point.
Yeah,
Is thinking really hard about this decision though after the 7-mon came into hand.
yeah. Wants to. Oh,
Oh.
disconnects. Okay. Okay.
Well, hopefully they are able to get back in before any damage is done.
Yeah, it looks like it's just gonna settle for playing this game, the rest of this game, without the first dealership, unfortunately.
All is not totally lost yet, at least. It does look like Will on our right giving up the possibility of all triples, of giving up Toy, and immediately is reward there, gets the pawn of Tumon and is now waiting 6-0, 9-0.
6-0s are all dead. 9-0s are also like all locked up in the hand. It seems like. Maybe if Emily ends up finding an 8-0, but wouldn't necessarily need to throw the 9-0 out from that position just yet.
Yeah, now especially that Demon has become an Anko in hand. It looks like that 9-0 is going to be the pair. Ishanten for Aaron on the left as well. Would really like to be able to pawn the east. I think only one's been discarded so far, so is still a chance for another Han there.
Yeah. If not, then I believe that's no. That wouldn't be enough to go over Fu. Yeah, that would just be 8.
Kang.
But, oh, a
Ooh.
Cosmic comes out. Dora 2 for William right off the bat. Oh.
Oh, and immediately Aaron draws the third east.
Yeah, that actually will go and put him over Fu at 40. Oh, okay.
Ooh, and Adora coming in, and be a great. Well, I mean, this is 258, so this is Furiton for Zin Long. waiting 258 so, but because of that con, this is Ricci, Pinfu, Tanyao, 2 Dora,
Yeah,
with shots at Ura.
on Sumo, I believe that's Hanuman, right? Yeah, Sumo, that's Hanuman, and you have to Sumo to win, so.
相撲
And that's Sumo, Ricci, Sumo, Pinfu, Tanya, Dora 2, Aura 1. That extra Aura doesn't matter too much, but it's Hanuman nonetheless. 6,000 all. Great, great start up to the great start to Xin Long after disconnecting for a quick second. Did miss out on at least one of the discards. Now, this high pie for dealer, not looking too great, but you can't really complain after winning a dealer Hanuman on Sumo. On the right, we got okay shapes, a couple of awkward shapes in the Manzu, but us is able to accept Dora, can just call for Yaku highs. Across the way. A couple of blocks filled up already, just looking to find a pair and maybe figure out that 7-5 pin. But otherwise, just, yeah, looking like a normal Pinfu type hand. On the left, okay shapes. Like, would have to figure out a Penchon and 2 Conchons. But other than that, like, 2 Shanten's not too bad. And we already have William calling for his Yaku high. Would just be Yaku high as it stands right now, but as I mentioned earlier, that hand can accept the Dora. Ooh. And Emily having decides to cut the 7 pin, understandable. Your 5-7 is technically your worst shape, and you are trying to find a pair, and the 7 pin would be the most difficult to pair up as you already have another one in hand that you're using for another block.
It is a little awkward though, just because you would like to get the 5-6-7 Sanshoku, though with two complete box already, that is highly unlikely.
And now with William calling 3 times, you can't be too picky in what your hand value is going to be if you're trying to win. Ooh, there's your pair, Ricci, Pinfu, Dora. Waiting on 6-9 so.
There's still 5 of those left in the wall. So a fantastic wait. Oh, and it's coming into Will's hand.
Unfortunate. Ricci, Pinfu, Dora, 39 makes 42. Yeah. And then, let's see, William getting his dealership after dealing in to 42. Not a great hand, to be honest. A bunch of floaters, 2 penchons, and 1 Ryanman. Can't accept Dora, but you also kind of can.
Yeah, I mean the way you accept just into another Pinchon, which is never a happy way to go. So I try and force this hand outside a little bit to get some more value, but I imagine it's going to play somewhere between efficiency and keeping safe tiles in hand to be good to bounce and ever. Around the table, though, it looks like there's some other pretty close to across the way. Aaron is already headless Ishanten.
Yeah, did awkwardly discarded the Dora for some reason. Probably just didn't recognize it was Dora, which happens. On the right, I assume you're locking in the Dora 1 so as your pair, but would need to figure out that 889 or 899 pin shape if that's the case.
Well, there is 4 pairs in hand currently, so that hand could always become Cheetoy.
True. On the right, yeah, discards the Dora for maximizing efficiency. Oh,
Ooh.
and I'm
So we're
guessing,
gonna force a toy toy, eh?
yeah, understandable. These are pretty pawnable tiles, except for the 5-pin, which just got pawned. But
Yeah, I was gonna say the only issue, and then she pawned it before that could even come up. And this 9 is probably gonna get pawned as well.
yep.
The only we are very quickly heading towards a Harakatanki situation here for Emily, which is when you've made 4 calls and you have one tile left in that you have a pair weight. Of course, would have a Yaku, obviously all triples. Harakatanki is a very vulnerable situation to be in.
Honestly, I wouldn't even mind it if I was in her position to just be on the single tile way, because you already show Dora 3 plus Toy Toy, right? Like, you if you want to push against my 8,000, then you better make sure you win the hand.
That is the one problem, is that it can be it's very easy to beat a Tonki weight.
Yeah.
And you can play some amount of defense. Obviously Suji would be used, so you'd have to be a little careful.
Yeah. But
I do feel like dealer at least push if he was forced to, but William just can't to Tempai here, or even really a decent Ishan 10.
yeah, I mean, he technically is Ishan 10, but you're only really waiting on the 2-pin for that. And as we can see, like 2 of the 2-pins are already locked up for a very similar shape. Dama for Ipeiko, Nomi.
There's one 3-pin left in the wall. The others are left in Will's hand. Now we have the Ricci for 4-pin Tonki.
Ooh.
For Aaron. And actually, we only see 2 4-pins. There's still 2 4-pins left in the wall. Oh my god!
Unfortunate, pairs up the Haku just to deal in on Ipatsu.
And that's particularly tragic because pairing up the Haku gave I don't Haku had been discarded yet, but that gave Emily a shot at Hanuman because you could have gotten the one more Yakuhai. At the very least here, though, this is not a horrible hand. I mean, it's not brilliant, but this is definitely a hand you could do something with as dealer. Especially starting with a single Dora 1-mon.
Ooh. Might end up on the Shabo, but would you really complain on this Shabo? The Sanzo for the occult enjoyers, and then the off-win.
Yeah, off-win's always nasty. We'll see if Will not willing to open the hand for Nomi quite yet.
Yeah, interesting decision there. Because I'm not really sure where else you'd find value in this kind of hand.
Could force a Honitsu, but that's a pretty far away. That'd be a lot of discards. And if you're gonna force the Honitsu, you'd probably want to take that call. The value's probably gonna come from being closed. Might take the second Hatsu if such an opportunity comes.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's just gonna be a bit of a struggle to finish this.
Especially now that you're waiting to fill that 2-4 shape, and all of the three in hand. We see on the right, Aaron has a beautiful Tushanten. Has had two concealets and a couple of pairs. Called one of them, and so is going to push for just the toy here. Although, of course, if she draws...
Oh wait, that's not 10-5 for dealer yet. Never mind.
Yep, Ishanten though just got to choose a shape to throw away. And chooses the 3-so. That's for Aaron on the right. Although it is Yakuless currently.
Well, just shift your 10-pi so you now have a Yaku.
There you go.
Under the Tonki weight on a 6-pin, easily changeable, but would have to would have to figure out how to deal against that Ricci, unfortunately. In the meanwhile, looks. Yeah, looks like Emily is still trying to somewhat push this hand a little bit. Just full pushing it, yeah. Which honestly at Ishan 10 isn't too bad, but you do have to wade through a dangerous 5-pin. Ooh, a common coming out for Dora.
Oh, and then the 6-pin.
That's on and on. Ooh.
An absolutely brutal con there.
Yeah.
Home.
Yeah, con into for Dora into having the defenseless player in Ricci deal in.
Home.
Feels good. Feels good. Here already after like 2 discards, we already have William calling for 2 wins, one of which is Yakuhai for oh yeah, that's definitely a Honitsu play. Very fast Honitsu actually, already Ishan 10. And that's Tenpai, Ricci, Dora, possibly an additional Dora and a Ipeko. We also already have Tenpai for William waiting on 2-5 Mon. 2s are locked up in Emily's hand, but
Don't.
ooh. Yeah, and Aaron with the deal in. Unfortunate. 3,900.
As we go into South Round, we're also going to have a little bit of a commentator switch. Unfortunately, Tucker was a victim of Discord weirdness from what we've gathered, as I'm sure Stream's been hearing with the audio skips. But, you know, I'm primed, I'm ready. I'm ready to talk about some good Mahjong, and we've seen quite a lot of it in this first East round. And it looks like Xinlong is ready to come out swinging in the South, much like East.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good starting high pie. You got your Yaku high call, you got nice shape in the Manzu, you got some good floaters in both Pinzu and Sozu. A very quick hand, but the rest of the board also, coincidentally, is looking very fast as well.
Yeah, on the right we already have like, I believe that's
It
Shan 10 or 2 away.
Yeah, it looks like Ryan Shan 10 after that 3 month. Ishan 10 now, actually.
Yeah.
Or no, not quite Ishan 10.
Not
Still Ryan
2
Shan
Shan
10.
Yeah.
But very, very close. I mean, across to Emily has great shape, really just trying to fill in that Kanchan. Has an interesting decision if they hit 4P or 8 so on whether they want to take the Shabo with the East or not. Better win rate, but obviously not Yakuai this round, so it's not as much value. Might just opt for like a Toy route.
Oh, I think that's a Honitsu commitment.
That's a good point actually on 7-8. At least that keep Toy option, or if you get that like 4P East nasty Shabo, maybe doing that. If you're gonna commit to Honitsu, this is what you take. Chi on the 4-6 is made too, so yeah, that looks like Honitsu.
We'll be struggling a little to finding a 3-pin, or a 3-so, sorry.
Yeah, but I mean, you get a ton of other options when you commit to opening up. Like you can always Tonki on like a 2-so. If you draw another 4-so, you get like proto run options. It's a lot more flexible this way, so you have options to draw out from it.
Yeah, definitely.
Home.
Ooh, pawn? I believe Ishan 10, yeah.
No, it's still round Shan 10.
2 Shan 10, sorry.
Not even quite there yet. Yeah, that's everyone's story. William just got Ishan 10, but is gonna have a pretty terrible wait either way. Ooh, and has a sneaky con in the back. The hard part about this becomes if someone drops 2 mon or 8-so before William cons, then the hand you have to drop 3-so, and that might be dangerous. And I think William realizing it. Yeah, I mean that's the correct way to play it. Only problem is you just gave Emily to Dora. So now all of a sudden that is a Mangan threat. That is very, very scary. 5's going to be a little
Yeah.
bit harder to use because you can't use 3-so on it. But
And
there's the
that is
pair.
Tenpai.
Yep,
Hard
Tenpai.
waiting on the
Home.
6-0.
William
And
counters,
yeah,
4-7 on way.
G.
a significantly better way with the on-con of the 3-0 being already being gone from Emily.
Yeah, I
But-
mean, there's still 2 6s in the wall, though. And I mean, 4-7's even worse. There's only one Formon.
Oh,
It's all being held. Aaron just happened to draw into everything.
ooh. Yeah, crazy hand this round.
Yeah, everyone's just been fighting back and forth. No one closed, too, trying to take advantage of that double Uradora. A very, very aggressive table.
Oh, and there's a sumo.
Wow, on the last Formon. Get out of here. Criminal. I can't stand these Mahjong streamers. There's something about their flow. And while we
Well,
were switching hands, Aaron's already opened up with Yakuai West. Ooh, with interesting options too. Maybe as a Toy route, maybe a Honitsu if you decide. A little bit of flexibility there. And William with a pretty good opener high pie.
Home.
Gets to play Dora, has some good shape, and Aaron, after taking that east, is still going to hedge her options, not commit one way or the other.
oh, on the right.
Emily's
Some
got
pretty.
nothing going on.
Yeah.
Check,
She
see ya
ain't
halfway
cooking.
through second row, yeah.
She ain't cooking.
Only 5 perfect pairs away from being Tenpai.
Does fill up her best shape, which is a step forward, but
I mean, yeah, but it's your best shape.
yeah. Uh, on the left. Okay, it looks okay.
I mean, Zinlong's got a pretty decent hand, is able to accept Dora, has a
Yeah.
Tanya route. It's not the quickest, but you have like 1 or 2 really good hits that can benefit you.
Home.
Yeah. Ooh, and that's Tenpai waiting on 4-7. Just Yakuhai Nomi.
That's
On
decent foo, though. If you...
it's only 10 on Ron. Would be
Yeah.
12 on Sumo, but
Yeah, which will help it a little bit, but not exactly what you want. That's Dora too, Blake. We both missed it. That hand's got
never
some
mind.
substance.
That
What I'm
was
wondering is,
cooking.
do you go Hadaka Tonki if 3-mon comes out? Oh,
No.
well, don't have to answer that.
Yup.
William paying dues, getting hit with Dora too.
Uh-uh.
Luckily though, Mangan wasn't found, so it's just
Yeah.
39. It's not too big.
I definitely would have went Hadaka Tongi though.
I love the Tonki game. I'll say it all day
Yeah.
long. I am totally fine with switching what my single tile weight is, and I will try and play mind games and find it, even though there's at most 3 tiles to win. Emily, not the worst dealer high pie, but definitely some struggle shapes. Got that penchant, got that other penchant that you might be able to play as like a Shabo pair. But some good floaters to go with it. Ooh, that's a big Anko. That's going to help a lot.
Yeah.
Aaron on the right, just kind of fixing up shape, looking Ryan Shanten, I believe. Really needs to build out that Manzu or hit that Kanchan and the Pinzu. Jinlong across is Yi Shanten. Would just be Richinomi though. Probably might Dama trying to look for like an 8-pin, drop 9-pin Pinfu approach. That's not a terrible option to try to get more value. And then William on the left, not really doing too much. Just hanging out, playing the hand. Hezadora.
Yeah.
Gonna try to shape it up, business as usual.
Ooh. Yeah, William really wants a 7-pin here, but we can see all of the 7-pins across the way.
There's still one left in the wall, and we did just see him pull one.
The last 7-pin is in the dead wall.
Oh, yeah. I should probably think about things like that. Yeah, so that's actually anybody waiting on 5-6. Like, this could go really bad for Emily, even. Unless Emily has spidey senses, she might fall into the trap of the fact that she's waiting on this 4-7. Yeah, that's actually huge info for Zinlong here.
Yeah, it's really difficult for anyone to actually use the Dora, and you already see one tossed out, so
You
would
know,
be
yeah, it's
a
pair
little
or
bit more
Tongi.
difficult.
As long as you wall off with
Yeah.
these 7s, you're actually like in a pretty decent spot. And if you do push against it, odds are it's very cheap.
Yeah.
Oh, but Emily might dig out.
Oh.
I think she has to draw it though. I think if she takes the reach,
リーチ
she's gonna take the Rhiannon. Oh, but a counter reach. Aaron deciding to go with the Shabo. Doesn't like the Kanchan.
Ooh.
Dora is safe though. And now all
Dora
the
is
Dora is
safe.
gone, so Zinlog's advantage. Not quite as useful.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aaron
Would
waiting on 5p6 mon. Not great, especially because all weights are held, but even in general, you might just have to take 4p there. Like those are both middle tiles. It's tough.
yeah, for sure. Emily fighting back against Aaron's Ricci a little bit.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean your
the
dealer.
6 peen became Nakasuji, was I think part
Whoa!
of the impetus for that
Oh.
being discarded.
Hey, we fixed it. Roboto no more, so I will swap out.
I just needed
Tucker's
something
coming back.
defensive to talk about. That cures all robotics.
That
Oh,
shit
Akane!
ailment. Oh, came in at
Ricci.
the right time.
Oh,
Tuso's 6 peen. All the 6 peen no longer in the wall. There's one Tuso left in the wall.
yeah. Wouldn't be too hard for Tuso to come out, but out of someone's hand, but because of the 3-so 1 chance, but just Ryokoku. Yeah.
And that's gonna take us into all last.
Yeah, Erin just needs to find a way to end her dealership safely. It's still within like I believe. Yeah, if Zinlong wins a Mangan off of a run against anyone else, that's not enough for first. So probably just gonna be playing a little bit more defensively.
But because of the Hamba and the 2 Ricci sticks, a
Oh
manga
yeah.
will be enough for Zenlong.
I forgot about that. So yeah, that will be enough. But wouldn't hurt to play defensively anyways. Don't want to risk dealing into a 39.
So after with that Hatsu discard, Emily was really thinking about whether or not to con, and you
Ooh, yeah.
can see why you might want to there. You have the Hatsu. Your hand you can probably get your hand Tempai closed, but you still need probably Hatsu, Dora 1, Ricci Sumo to get the Mangan you need to get over 30k, whereas a con might make that path a little bit easier, but it's a
You
big
do-
gamble to play.
You do already have the Dora for that requirement, so honestly not too bad.
Could build towards 789 Sanshoku as well if you draw a high Pinzu.
Yeah, but that would be a little bit awkward. Because I believe you would have to end up cutting away like the 5-4 Ryanman.
Well, you need a pair somewhere. And hey,
Oh, that is
Rionmans
true.
are just pairs in waiting, really. Oh, is going to open on the 6 Mon, though. Feeling a
Yeah.
little slow, perhaps. I mean, Aaron is Ishanten.
Yeah. Really don't like that call, but maybe just like wanting to cash out, get your third, which is understandable.
Yeah, you're getting towards the end of the 3rd row. Might be starting to feel some heat.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's a little too early for my taste, but
Ooh.
this Tenpai found by Aaron. Ricci Pinfu waiting on 3 Mon, 6 Mon. I believe that's 1, 2, 3, 4 left in the wall.
Yes, I do believe that count is right. Most of them 3 Mon.
Yeah, we can see like basically all but one of the 6-Os right now. So
Emily has a path to Tempai that is safe with the 3-so in hand.
yeah.
And now with the Chun as well. So Emily could still fight this without having to go too far out on a limb. Keeps drawing safe tile.
Probably. Oh. Probably just keeping that around just to Genbutsu snipe someone, but ooh,
Now things starting to look
yeah,
tougher.
4 looks a little yeah, 4-mon looks a little nasty.
Yeah, and if you're the one thing that you can kind of
Ooh,
feel
that's kind of
okay
hard
with,
found.
oh, but immediately the sumo right after she did. Oh, and the Ura.
401. Ooh.
And now all those Richi sticks have been collected. So now all anyone can really rely on to help boost the value of their hands are the 2 Homba. And catching up to Aaron going to be far, far more difficult now.
Yeah, would need to find like uh for for Zenlong, Aaron would need to deal into Hanamon.
Yeah,
But
Hanuman Direct or Baimon Sumo.
yeah. And that's the player that's like the closest. All Aaron really wants to do is try to find a way to incentivize Zenlong to like maybe make some bad awkward deal in to push him under 30k.
Yeah. Whereas Zinlong, now that first is completely out of sight, Zinlong probably just needs to
Yeah, probably just looking to end
get
the
out of
hand.
this. Yeah. Although that pair of Easts and the 1-3 peen making this a hand that can't really be open despite how close it is. On the left, Emily does have an Anko of the Norths as well as 1 Dora. So Emily currently has
That's also
what she
Ishan 10.
needs.
7
Oh, and that's Timbai.
That's Tenpai.
9 peen 6-0. There's 1 9 peen left in the wall. Otherwise, it'll be people dealing in. But I don't see 6-0 coming out of anyone's hand. Both Emily and Zinlong can use it, and it's Dora. 9 peen is a different story. So it's kind of a race there. Aaron Ishantin once again.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone's either in Tenpai or like Ishan 10 territory. Yeah, that is Ishan 10 for Zinlong, right? Yeah, that's Tenpai for Zinlong. Doesn't take it. It would have been for a 10, so that makes
Reach.
sense. Ricci. Alright.
4 peen
Wow.
was safe against Will. So
This is-
just Richi Penfu.
This is for a 10 for Aaron. I wonder if she recognized that when she hit the button.
It is always hardest to see if it's your first discard that makes you Ferritin. I feel like that's always the one that'll trip you up. But also might, there's incentive to just push here to try and get Zinlong underneath 30k. You're very unlikely to deal into anything that'll hurt you, and Will's gonna deal in.
No, it
Oh,
is
it's
for a 10
Ferritin.
still.
God, I forgot. You don't lose Ferritin after a certain amount of time.
I mean, you do, but not this kind of for a 10.
I guess you lose Ferritin once you go to the next hand. You wash your hands clean of it, and then you're good.
There we go. Ooh, does bail out.
Timpai on the left for Emily. 3 peen 2-so, and that can be won with the North as the Yaku.
Oh,
and
no. Ricci.
Late Ricci.
Ooh. 3-pin looking very awful.
Oh, the 7's gonna come into hand!
Oh. Yeah. Yakuhai Dora 2, always rough.
But that was a very exciting game, and it closes out with Aaron getting the big plus 35.4 first. Zinlong just hanging on.
Yeah.
Plus 5, I believe, is the smallest possible positive second. That's because of the sliding Uma. You're either going to have plus 5 or negative 0.1. So, kind of an achievement there for Zinlong. William getting the negative 8.3, and then Emily taking the negative 32.1 hit. But that is not bad, especially early in the season. You still have plenty of time to make that up.
Yeah, you have a whole 5 sessions. And another game. This is only game 3, I believe. Yeah, it is only game 3 for this session. Alright. But yeah, it seems like we're gonna be moving to a C1 game as this session will be completely fresh. They're starting off game 1 in just about a couple minutes, I believe. Or have they already started? Yeah, they've already started. Okay. So yeah, gonna put some eyes over some C1 players, see how they're
Jumping
doing.
in right in the our current dealer is Thomason, I believe. Just going off of memory, yeah. Our current dealer is Thomason. On the right is Madeline. Across the way is Ian, and to our left is Alan. Wow, there's a lot of very similar ends of names here. Might switch to using some of the Tenho names just to make it a little bit easier to tell them apart.
Kang.
Ooh. Oh,
Ooh, open con on the 5-so flips the 6-mon as Dora, which they have a pair of currently. So that is a Ishanten for Tanyao Dora 4.
yeah, I'm guessing Thomason actually wanted to cheat that 5-so, but was not able to given the con overriding.
Now,
Could cheat
that would have
that. Oh,
been
that
yeah,
would
because
have
that would have been
Tenpai.
Tenpai
Yeah.
to try and save the dealership.
Probably is too scared of the open con across the way, but who knows? Oh,
That's Tenpai.
that's Tenpai. Yeah, you just take it.
I mean, you have lots of options for what you can
Gee.
discard there. 3-mon was entirely safe to the open hand. And then we get a Chi from Madeline on the right. Also for Tenpai, waiting on 3-so.
So, and that is 3 people in Tenpai.
Everyone except for the open Tanyao Dora 4. Not for lack of trying.
Definitely not. Unfortunately, the other players did not know that was Dora 4. So, they probably don't realize just yet how the danger they were in, but they can look at the replay.
Very rarely do you realize how much danger you're in with Mahjong. It's just kind of the looming specter that haunts you persistently. Like this hand Tom has could shape up to be pretty good. Got some nice shapes anyway. Just need to make something out of a couple of these floaters, maybe improve a Kanchan. Can't accept the Dora 2-mon, unfortunately, but a couple of those already being used in hands to the left and right.
On the left, though, speaking of which, is already Ryanman Ishanten for Richi Pinfu Dora.
Sanshoku on 1, 2,
Possible
3.
Sanshoku, yeah.
And the most beautiful headless Ishanten now.
Yeet.
Whenever you have an Anko and 2 Ryanman, that's about as good as headless gets.
Oh.
Oh no!
Yeah,
now-
it's good. If
And now
Tenpai
it's-
is found, that might very easily come out.
Yeah, I mean, was willing to push the 7-so in the Apatsu turn, and the 7-so, I guess it's one chance because of the 3-6-so.
Ooh,
But now
that's
3-so's the
Beautiful.
Tenpai discard, yeah.
Ooh.
So 1-pin, 4-pin, and Anko of the 4-pin are being held by Madeline.
But a lot more flexible than this just 6-so Kanshan, which the other Rishi player has an Anko of.
Ooh, we saw a 5-so come out across the way from Ian. If this is full defense, might not push that 6-so, but it certainly can't be used in hand anymore.
Yeah, it's gonna be really difficult.
Oh!
That deals in. No!
Ricci Ura 1, 3,900 plus a Homba.
Yeah, and an additional Richi stick from Alan.
That's always nice.
Yeah.
Just improve the value of your hand by like 50%.
Yeah.
Just on Ricci sticks.
This hand though, not much to say about other than you have your pair and you have a Dora.
Hey, sometimes that's all you need to get started.
True.
Some hands have less than that.
Well, we're talking about less than that. Let's talk about a hand that has more than that. On the
Yeah.
right, we already have like great Monzu shapes. Pair of the 7 Mon and then the 7, 8, 9. Can even find Ipeco type shape on the 4 and 5s.
You want
And then-
one more shape to make that a Chinitsu, but you might never get to draw again with Alan just pawning everything right out of Tom's hand here.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be too hard. Just need a 3 or a 6. But ooh. Yeah, does draw into something to help out the lone 6 so, but I'm not even sure if you really want that just right now. Across the way, 2, 2, 2. Looks like a regular Pinfu type hand. Would have to figure out that 8, 9 Mon.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you got
Which
big
is-
dreams about that Pinch-on.
Yeah, which is really, really difficult given the 7 Mon's locations.
But the So shape and the peen, if you draw next to that, I believe it's a 6 peen. There's just something
Yeah.
on my screen that's blocking it at the moment. Then
Yeah.
you can ditch the 8, 9 Pinch-on and be fine.
Yeah. On the right, 2, 2, 2.
Tom has found 2 Shanten and a second Dora. Oh, and another 8 pin will allow
Ooh.
them to use the second Dora. So a beautiful 2 Shanten now for Tom.
Ooh, that's an awkward, a bit of an awkward 7 pin, but
Yeah, I mean, if the 7 pin came out and I'm Tom, I would consider just pawning it and seeing
Yeah.
if, like, will everyone back off if I just go for this? The issue is you're also Ishanten for Chitoy.
yeah. But wouldn't be too hard. Oh, wrong pair cut. Unfortunate.
Yeah, as is that is the one curse of Chitoy, is you just have to accept that you are always going to choose the wrong tile at first, at least.
Yeah.
See, I mean, 3 consecutive pair cuts. 1, 1, 3, 5, 5, 3. Like, that is the hell that is Chitoy, as much as I love it.
Truly unfortunate. Yeah, it looks like. What's that? Looks like
Ooh.
Ooh.
Alan might be forcing a Honitsu here. Has 2 great floaters in the Pinzu, and then that 1-2 Pinch-on in Mon, but is going to keep the headless for now.
Oh, that's
Yeet.
10 pi for Chitoy. For Thomason.
They are waiting on the 8 so for Richi Chitoy Dora 2. We obviously see 2 of those across the way. Tempai now on the left for Alan, waiting 5 peen, 8 peen. 8 peen is Suji.
It is also Furitan.
Oh god. I keep missing Furitan in people's pawns here.
Oh, that's gonna be a Ricci. Or no?
Not
does
not willing to
does not. Yeah, that's
not
like
willing to
this.
push.
Understandable.
There's
Ooh, that's-
another Dora.
Yeah, that's a 10 pi shift right there. Waiting on 2 mon 7 pin.
The 2-mon already discarded, the 7 peen locked away in Tom's Ricci, so that is an impossible hand to win.
Could it re-accept the Furitan?
I mean, the 2-mon's safe.
2 mon is safe. 3
At this
mon.
point, you don't feel like you're gonna win. Just keep your
Yeah.
Tempai, don't deal in, and you'll be good. 3-mon
Yeah.
passed.
Ooh. That's another Furitan 10 pi.
That
Working on
is
4 mon, 7 mon, 5 so, 8 so.
that is a nuts on Tonsu weight.
Yeah, because it's also the weird that will not deal in. Gets pawned away.
Yeah, that's great. That pawn prevented Tom from getting another draw.
Oh yeah.
And the final tile in the wall was the 8-so. So that pawn prevented Haite.
Yeah, I actually missed the Haite draw.
Holy cow. That was absolutely beautiful. Especially when you have safe tiles in hand, there's no reason not to do that. But so
Yeah.
often, like, you just have calls off, or, you're just not paying that close of attention. And when they draw their tile, you won't even really think about it until you look at the log. But a wonderful lesson on high tay prevention from Madeline there.
Well, speaking of which, this is
Already
nice.
Tenpai?
Already Tenpai, yeah.
But no Yaku?
Probably
4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5. All right, so it's Atazuke waiting
Okay.
for 6 mon. The 3 mon also a valid wait to make that hand complete, just is not a Yaku, so can't win
Yeah.
there.
Well, speaking of which, Thomason's actually already Ishanten for a Tanyo hand. Did like cut away from the one so, but did find the pair. Probably just trying to force a callable hand just to be able to try and quickly shut something down.
Speed things along, get the Ricci stick back.
Get the Ricci stick back and the 3 Honba in the middle.
The Ishanten is getting better and better on the right.
What's the point of finding a better Ishanten if you can't win? It's a little bit awkward though. It's just a very central Shabo. I guess you do accept 6-pin, but ooh, bit of a decision for Thomason. Ooh, does keeps the Shabo, understandable. Ooh.
3-so and 4-so both once cut already.
Each.
But immediately draws the
Man.
3-so. Just new. So Ricci Tanyao waiting 2-pin, 5-pin.
Yeah.
And there's 5 of those left in the wall?
2. Yeah. Oh, is that Chitoy Tenpai?
It is.
Each.
Does Ricci? Waiting on the
Ooh.
3. Ooh. Yeah, the 3 unfortunately is not safe to the dealer.
Wrong.
Oh, that does deal
and then the
into
Atazuke 6-mon!
Ooh. For a 1-hon hand, that's a pretty expensive 1-hon.
Yeah, well, that's really not who you expected to deal into there.
Yeah.
But you're probably thankful for it. I mean, you only had to pay 1,900. The rest of that was all Ricci sticks.
Yeah. Well, dealer hand being Madeline, looking like probably Honitsu. Ooh, the Mochi Mochi on the tune immediately from between Thomas and Madeline.
I wonder if Madeline will force a Honitsu, because that would give her a little bit of an advantage. Would not have to get the tune then.
Yeah, is looking like she is hedging for it. There's possible Itsu on top of all this too. Gotta keep that in mind.
Well, and Thomason now 2 away? No. Yeah, 2 away for Chitoy. Has 4 pairs.
Yeah. Despite the Mochi Mochi, neither player actually needs to tune.
Oh, we do see a 4-pin Pone across the way.
Yeah, probably looking for a Tanyao type hand.
Could get Toy Toy if you're able to pull in some more, but you certainly don't have to force it that way.
Ooh, does finish the 4-5 mon block from dealer.
This is Tenpai. Doesn't want to call Ricci on that Tenpai, but is Tenpai waiting on the 3-pin?
Yeah, as we can see, 2 of the 3-pins are currently locked up right now. For that Chitoy 2 Shanten. On the right, looking like some sort of Pinfu type hand, possibly Tanyao and plus Ipeiko on top of all that, but we need to figure out that little Kanchan and the 3-5, so.
Ishanten for Chitoy now for Thomason on the left.
Ooh.
All right, and now we are stepping out of Tenpai as dealer into a wider Ishanten, just trying to find something that'll work.
Yeah.
Really didn't like the 3-peen weight.
Yeah. Which is somewhat understandable.
And if I'm
Gotcha.
Tom at this point, I would start getting rid of that
Each.
2-3 so. I know I don't want to be waiting on 4-so, so while I
Ooh,
know the
that's
4-so
fine.
is safe, would have went ahead and started to ditch that shape because that hand's never going to be normal. And as you said, we do have the 5-so, 8-so Tenpai on the right now. Ricci, Ipeko, Dora 1.
Ricci, Ipeko, Dora 1, yeah. Ooh. Looks like there's one 8-so, or sorry. There's one 5-so and then 2 8-sos left in the wall, I believe. Also, that's Tenpai also for on the left for just Chitoy.
Currently waiting 6-peen. Probably mostly just because the 6-peen looks dangerous.
Yeah. It's not Genbutsu, so no need to really mess around. I believe that's only one 5-so left in the wall. Given these 2 8-sos. Back to Ishanten. And then
All right.
Tenpai across the way, waiting on 7-pin.
Dodged the deal in. Could have discarded
Yeah.
6-pin and waited 6-mon 8-pin.
Ooh, can't dodge with
But
that,
doesn't
though.
dodge it the second time. Oh, and the
Ooh, for the 8,000. Unfortunate.
So then going into the south round, we have Ian in first here as our new dealer.
Mm-hmm.
Not much of a buffer, so would like to win a couple here, get some safe space before passing the dealership on.
Yeah. It's 8,000 difference. It's not. It's a decent buffer. 8,600, yeah. But it just means you can't really deal in after a Mangan, but we'll see. We'll see how this plays out.
We have some interesting hands around the table. We've got, once again, Mochi Mochi, this time on the Haku between Thomason and Madeline. And on the right, Alan's hand already fairly far along here.
Yeah. Could find Itsu, could find just Sanshoku?
Yeah, ditching the 1-mon for now.
Yeah.
Because it's weird. This hand looks so complete, but we're actually still 2 Shanten because we don't have enough blocks.
Yeah. Ooh, I think that's... Sorry, I was a little lost in the sauce with Ian's hand. Looks like would need to find like the Ipeko side of things, but it is 2 Shanten. Across the way, really wants that Haku pawn, but because you're only at 3 pairs, so you can't really think too much about Chitoy just yet.
And one of those pairs is Dora, so you'd like to win the hand just as fast as possible. Sanshoku looking like more of a possibility now for Alan. But discarding the 7-so, wants to cement down that pair. Oh, and there's the Ipeko for Ian, or the Ipeko shot that you were mentioning.
Now you can kind of think about Chitoy across the way with your 4th pair. Ooh. Ian can possibly just start hedging towards, Tan Yao Pin food. On top of everything he currently has.
Although, since we're getting into the 3rd row, might be happy just to open for it, especially with 5 so 8 so
Yeah.
kind of getting thin on the ground. We already see several in the discards.
Yeah. I'd be willing to wait, like maybe just for the one more, and there we
Each.
go. Boom, 10 pie. Ooh. 1 8 so left, 2 5 so 3 1 8 so left, 1 5 so left.
Could have actually could have Dama'd if they had Dama'd one turn, they would have been 2-5 for Rian Peiko. Could have
Each.
upgraded by 3 Han there. And we're gonna have a 9-mon 6 so Shabo on the right. The 9-mon's dead, already discarded, so you're waiting on 2 6 so. But those
Which
are both
are
unbeknownst to
locked up.
you in Ian's hand.
Ooh. Yeah, Crossaway is still currently sitting at Oh, that's it, Ipeco. Oh, you could have had Ryan.
I mean, that would have been the dealer Hanuman, but 12K
Yeah.
is definitely enough. Don't need to complain about it once after you cash in that 12K. Now your goal is just to get Thomason underneath 30,000, and you'll be feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
And this is
You
a
know,
beautiful hand.
Oh yeah, like you can try to force Honitsu, but you also really don't have to.
Yeah, I really see no. I would see no need with
Yeah.
this hand.
Well, you could if you draw correctly, but I don't think that's the correct draw to force it just yet. On the right, bunch of awkward shapes actually. Couple Conchons, a couple Conchons and a Penchon. Nothing too awe-inspiring, but
Could get Itsu in the pin.
yeah. Would need a couple of like draws to fix all that, but it is theoretically in the works.
And the exact same Pinchon hanging out in Thomas's hand across the way, that 8-9 in the
Yeah.
Monzu. The rest of that hand looking pretty good though. Actually, now could get rid of the 8-9.
Yeah, and then
And does.
does.
They are on top of that. Everybody hating on the Pinchons here. Ian making a move towards Tanya, discarding the 9 pin, excuse me.
And on the left looks like it's just probably gonna be Hakunomi. Could theoretically find like Sanshoku on top of that, but Sanshoku Dora on top of that, but not looking like anything too special going on there. And then Ian Ishanten.
Each.
We need to fill in some Conchons, but Ishanten's Ishanten.
And lots of upgrade possibilities as well. Before
Yeah.
that, Thomason going to get to Tempai, waiting 1 so 8 peen for Richi Dora 1. There's 1 so left in the wall and 1 8 peen left in the wall. The ones that are not in the wall, are both in Alan's hand on the right.
Oh, there's an upgrade you were talking about, but would you be willing to push the 2 mon for that upgrade? Push us the 8
Ooh.
so instead. Interesting.
I mean, the 8 so.
8 so is completely live. Most of the Sozu is completely live.
Ian just going for it at this point. I'm not keeping the 1 peen. The 8 so, that's okay. 6 so though, never.
Ooh, this is an interesting Ishanten now.
Yeah.
Possible Itsu.
The Itsu would be Furiton though, unless you draw the 9 mon. Oh, there's Tempai. 3-sided Tonki.
Each.
Yeah.
So that's Richi, Ipeco, Dora, and
Tanyao.
Tanyao waiting 2 5 8. One of those is going to be the pair. All the 8 mon actually visible. So this
So
not
really
a very
is-
live wait. 1 2
Yeah.
mon, 1 5 mon.
So I believe that that's 2v2.
Oh,
Oh,
and the 1
unfortunately,
so.
does find the 1 so before anything else. We'll make setting Thomason under 30k a little bit more difficult, but
Well,
I feel like at that point that's just an extra on top of what you already have, right?
yeah, you don't have to be too greedy, but Thomason still has a dealership left, and being
Yeah.
only 13K ish behind, that's easy to make up. One dealer sumo and you're there.
Yeah.
But before that, Alan's going to be trying to make something of this dealership. This hand, not too bad. You've got a few nice floaters that you can use to kind of advance this hand, especially being able to accept the 6-peen Dora.
So we understand this is Cheetoy, right? For Alan's hand.
Listen,
It's
I
already
wouldn't-
4 pairs.
I wouldn't count it out. I probably would have, for that reason, discarded 3-so before the Hatsu. Unless that I don't remember the order of the Hatsu discards. I think it was discarded before North did. Just to have like at least one or two good Cheetoy tiles in hand, just in case you draw a 5th pair. It doesn't have to be Cheetoy, but I mean, if Cheetoy comes, you need Cheetoy. And it looks like
Harrison
Chanta
probably
might be the way.
right now.
Yeah, it's best to say these things while Harrison's muted. Thomason looks like forcing a Chanta, possibly a half flush, up to some shenanigans on the right.
Yeah.
So
Just
have to keep an eye.
Stacking some value. Or at least gonna be trying to. Probably not gonna force it too hard.
Pong.
And waiting on a pawn. Yeah, there we go.
And that's Tenpai, 5-peen, 8-peen.
Yeah.
Chun Dora 2. And I don't know if this is what Madeline was doing, but another just little bit of advice out there for playing on timed platforms like Tenho. If you know you're going to take the pawn, like that was a pretty obvious pawn in that case, and then gets the roll on the 8-peen for Chun Dora 2, so 3,900, that's going to get them above 30K. But to real quick finish that thought, just if you know you're going to take the pawn, you might as well use that free 5 seconds that Tenho gives you to think about the pawn to be thinking ahead about what you're going to discard. So that you call your pawn and then you have another 5 seconds just to make sure that you're using the time that you have. But we're going to have a turn 2 Ricci from Thomason?
Shabo waiting on 4-pin, 8-pin.
I mean, sometimes you just take them because they're fast.
Yeah, you are dealers, so why not, right? And given like the one chance with the 7 pins on Alan's hand, it might come out if he draws it. Maybe not anymore now that you can possibly find Ipeco, but
Sumo.
Well, it's now.
just sumo.
It doesn't matter when you sumo and gets an Ura.
Ooh.
Well, and that's such a nice little 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
No, you could just play this normally. Just play this normally.
Oh.
You basically have your blocks. You just need to find a pair.
But you have 8 tiles. Just give up on the hand. Go for Kokoshi. 7 on not an enlightening draw. But gonna force Honitsu. I really wasn't expecting that. The 4-5 looked so pretty in the hand.
Yeah.
But is going to force this to be Honitsu.
I mean, it would be Honitsu Chanta on top of all that, right? So
Pong.
I mean,
Dora on also. So
you're missing so much for the Honitsu that I feel like it would be a lot to ask that it become Honitsu Chanta. I guess you could force it.
Yeah, I mean, like, you have an okay chance of pairing one of your honors up. It wouldn't be the North though, since the North would be in are currently being held in Alan's hand.
Not that Tom knows that.
Not that he knows that yet, but we know that, and that's all that matters, right?
Yeah, they're probably just going to be forcing whatever they can get out of this hand. Doesn't really need to be all that pushy.
Yeah.
Although you would of course like to pass Ian, but it's not demanded.
At the very least, let's first settle on getting above Toby.
Chi.
Across the way. That's, I believe that's already 10 pi. Waiting on 5, so 3 left in the wall.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Are you gonna switch to a Tonki or do you keep waiting
Does
5 so?
not.
All right. Keeps waiting 5 so. The move. Oh, Tempai now on the left for Alan, waiting South Nomi. Not South. Why did I say South
South
Nomi?
Tonki.
Wait, South Tonki. Yeah, that's the one. Waiting only on the South, which is just kind of hanging out in Madeline's hand. I'm concerned for what's happening over there. And now we have a switch to the 7 so wait for Ian.
Well, we fill those. Let's go.
After all that talk, Tom's hand has just become
It's just Itsu.
East.
Itsudora. It's
or Itsu, yeah. I didn't even see the Itsu. Oh, there's the
Oh.
South though. That's probably gonna come out. Oh, is thinking about it. It looks dangerous against the Honitsu and tosses the Mangan. Good job, Thomason.
oh.
It gets another 7. Is the 9 mon safe? So you could, if an East
9
comes
mon's-
out, you could say
yeah.
like pawn East, discard 9 mon, be Tempai, also waiting South Tonki. Immediately throws the 9 so though. I
Does
guess
not- Yeah. Dang.
ポン
Pawn.
9 mon,
Tonki?
9 mon,
Tonki? Tonki?
9 mon. All right, Thomason finds it.
So 2 players waiting on South Tonki right now.
And Madeline just chilling with it in hand.
Still technically possible for her to deal in, but given how long she's held it, I don't think she will.
And where are the 7 so? We only see 2
Oh, yeah.
7 so. So there's
Wait,
there's the other
last one.
South. That's the last one. It's just going to hoard it. Ooh,
That's
switch
Furiten.
switches to the first
Con?
wait, and then we get a con, which flips 2 Mama's Dora, which is meaningless. And discards the South. Upgraded to the 2 so 5 so wait. Oh, reward for Thomason, and what a cruel punishment for Alan.
Mahjong giveth and Mahjong taketh.
That was just absolutely clutch from Thomason, continuing the dealer repeats, and now just 6,500 back behind Ian.
Ooh.
Nothing to a dealer.
So, yeah, looks like for this high pie, it doesn't look too great for Thomason. Does have an awkward shabo, but this is technically callable.
Yeah, well, with 2 South already gone, like those are just safe tiles, I guess, like in my
Yeah.
head. And if we don't start getting something quick, I'd really be thinking about just kind of trying to rush an open hand to keep the streak going. The 1 2 3 Sanshoku looking very, very good for Alan on the left.
Ooh, yeah, just need to figure out that last, the Monzu shapes.
Which Pinchan do you keep? 8-9 Mon or 8-9 Pin?
Actually, that's not just Sanshoku, that's also Chanta.
Indeed. If you pair up the 9 Pin, you could make it Sanshoku Junchan.
Yeah, looking very enticing.
And actually is going to kind of head that way.
Reach.
You need points. But the first to Tempai is going to be Madeline on the right, reaching for 5-pin Tonki, and the Chanta Sanshoku Tempai on the left for Alan, waiting 2 Mon. So that's Richi. So that's 5 Han. So if you sumo that, that's a Hanamon. That's a long way towards where you need to go. Another 5-pin in hand for Thomason is going to avoid.
Ooh.
So that
It's
means
also
there's
Ishan 10. So, not too, pretty good actually. But yeah, that's just 1 5-pin left for Madeline and 2 2-mons left for Alan. So Gonna be struggling a little. That is this Tenpai? No, not yet. Across the way, I guess Ian is just full defense mode, which is understandable. No need to.
相撲
Oh, sumo.
Oh, that's the Hanuman. Can you flip the North is Ura, make it a Baimon? No, but 3K, 6K is going to be a very big boost. That's massive. Even if it doesn't get you out of 4th, I mean, that's 12 points. That 12 points could be the difference between promoting and not promoting,
Yeah.
or demoting and not demoting at the end of the season. So
It's
huge
actually-
to fight for that.
It's not just 12 because Madeline got knocked under 30K for that too.
Oh, great point. That's super important to point out. So that's
Yeah,
another
but-
5.
Yeah, so that's effectively 17. And a couple of Ricci sticks also add up, you know. But
I just
Madeline-
ended up losing all mine. 8 peen can be accepted in this hand for Madeline. You have a lot of catching up to do if you want to be first, but you don't need a very big hand to get over 30k. The issue is your dealer. So not only do you want to get over 30k, you want to get above 30k and then have just enough breathing room that you can't be sumoed easily underneath it.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind a type of game plan where you just try to get as many Renchons as possible. But this hand is going to be a little bit awkward to do so.
I mean, it's headed in the right direction. These shapes are better. I might have is really holding out for Sanshoku, perhaps. I really would have discarded 7-so there just for pure efficiency, but
I think Itsu's also just technically closer.
8-so comes in. Knew it was coming. Knew it was there. And then discards the 7 pins like, I don't need this block. So that was actually a step back in Chanten, discarding the 7 pin.
Yeah.
Or was it? No, you're still Ishanten. You're still fine. Because the 5, 6, 7, 8 can supply your pair.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
or
there's
just
your
draw a
pair.
5 pin.
リーチ
Well, just beautiful hand development there from Madeline.
Yeah. Unfortunately, did miss out on Itsu, but Tenpai's Tenpai. You just take it. I believe that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3. Okay, now it's 2 left in the wall for Madeline.
And they're only 6-os. The question is Thomason going to be willing to discard a 9-so? Thomason's been playing pretty good defense so far, so it might need to be coaxed out of them.
Yeah, I think Thomason, they're just gonna completely.
No.
Oh, never
Oh!
mind. I jinxed it. Sorry.
I'm trying to see how many 8-so that Thomason could see. That might have played a part, but didn't have time to count it beforehand. This looks like an absolutely beautiful hand for Madeline. Pair of Hatsu. You had 3-so shapes, but actually discarding from that pair of 9-so.
Oh,
Knew
we
the
fill
7-so
those.
was coming into hand.
We fill those. I mean, Yakuhai Itsu Dora. Let's start with that. Let's try to start with that for now. No need to go Honitsu, right?
Hey, I am a Honitsu hater, but even I would have thought about it there. That 2-peen would have been long gone from my hand, but Madeline has already proved that she is much better at constructing hands than I am. Across the way, we have a definite Honitsu from
Oh,
Alan.
yeah.
I mean, that is just a stack of Mon. Could that even turn into like Honitsu Chitoi or Honitsu Suanko? You know, classics. Could just be Chinitsu. Can't get Churin because 2-1 Mon have already been discarded,
Yeah.
which is sad, but really
Con.
thinking about it.
Yeah,
just
Pawn first, maybe Con later.
Yeah, Con later for Chinitsu Rinshan.
ポン
Oh, and then yeah, that's Ian
Boom.
just trying to like get everyone to calm down. No need to look at all these fancy hands because I'm the one winning.
Ian out here like, everybody chill out. All right, 7-so is
I'm waiting on 7, so
for Yakuhai Nomi just trying to win this and escape. Man, any time the game pauses on a Monzu, everyone's gonna be like, uh-oh. And this,
Pawn.
Yeah, surely, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Discarding
Honk.
6 Mon, Tempai, waiting 4 So, 7 So. So 7 So could be a potential double Ron if it comes out of anyone's hand here. 1 Mon, 4 Mon, the Tempai for Alan.
Ooh. Does find a better Tenpai, so both 4-so and 7-so is now a double run.
Now,
Ooh.
here's the question. If
Conk.
8 Mon comes out of anybody's hand,
Ca-
draws the 2 Mon, cons it, flips 1 So as an Eudora, that kind of helps Thomason, but not really. Did not, and then, wait. Okay, did not draw the 2 Mon. That was the one that had been holding
Oh,
on.
Tenpai shift.
And now we have 7 Mon, 5 So. Ooh, 7 Mon comes into hand, but obviously that's going to be kept. It's a Monzu and we're not Tempai, so it doesn't have to come out. I wonder why Alan abandoned Tempai there.
Sumo.
But we're never gonna find out. Ian sumoing the 7 So, one Yakuhai Dora 1, securing the first, not letting Madeline get above 30k. So the score looking a lot like last game. Ian with a plus 35, Thomason with a plus 10.6, Madeline with the minus 6.7, and Alan with negative 38.9. That huge Hanuman sumo, it did end up netting him 17 points, which, remember that for the end of the season, that might be important.
Yeah, definitely. Every little bit counts, especially like once you start getting later in the season. So it's great to like stack up or to cut the bleeding early on, right?
Just take your little victories. Like
Yeah.
don't let yourself get tilted like some people. I don't know who would get tilted in the middle of a mahjong game. But don't let the tilt ruin you and just take what you can.
All right. Are they immediately starting off or?
They did start. We have about 3 minutes.
So yeah, I believe the next game starts in about 3 or 4 minutes. So we're gonna take a small little break. In the meantime, but
In
yeah.
the meantime, watch that clip of Thomason winning on the South just over and over. All right. All right, we're coming back on the same table here. We're going to be starting with Alan as our first dealer, then Thomason, then Madeline, and then Ian. So this first hand, whenever you start off with 4 dragons in hand, you always get just like the tiniest bit excited. We do have a pair of the Hatsu, so could make this a faster hand. That might help you use the very hard to use paid Dora. But other than that, nice middle Rionman. On the left, Ian also with a pair of Yakuhai in the Chun. Better shapes in the Sozu there, but really needs to figure out what's going on in Pin and Mon and whether that wants to be a So Honitsu. A possible Pin Honitsu on the right from Thomason with a pair of Easts, which will be called. And discarding the 2-4 Kanchan, holding on to the Dora North.
Yeah, definitely going to be a bit of a struggle trying to get this Daisangen now that we see all the tunes in the player's hands. Looking like a Pinsu Honitsu on the right, so bit of a competition there.
Honitsu's for everybody.
Oh, except for of course, Madeline, unless you really want to get rid of all those.
Hey, that was a Pin discard.
That was a pin discard.
Yep, could be on the way. That AP not cheed by Thomason. Didn't want to leave the 5, 6, 6, 7 behind, I suppose.
Yeah, not quite yet.
I probably would have taken it just to try and make the Itsu more likely, maybe scare people a little bit.
I would have just taken Tenpai for Honitsu Dora 2.
Wow, that would have been Tenpai, huh?
Yeah.
Pawn.
Oh, there's a pawn. Yeah. Now we're in the middle game where everyone's hands kind of just locked in. We're still trying to find some awkward stuff, but
it looks like Alan is going to be holding out for that Dora Tonki.
Yeah.
Certainly seems that way so far. Now we've got that's Tenpai waiting for Pin. Wait. No, that's not. That's a 3-5-6. I really thought that 3-mon was a 4. If I'm being honest. Dora finally comes out.
Yeah.
That's going to make everyone think that that could very well be Tenpai for Thomason.
But bit of a unnecessary bluff in my opinion, but
Hellweight.
We love these Hellweights.
Dora Hellweight pay Tonki. The only thing that would make it better was if this was Sanma and you hit someone with it when they called Kita. Oh, gonna wait the twice out 8-mon instead, just improving little by little.
Is that an improvement?
I wouldn't call it an improvement. There it is. It is impossible to improve a pay weight. I don't care if they're all out. A 5th pay will appear. Oh, the 2-so coming out. Not an expensive hand though. Yakuhai Nomi. Getting things, starting things off slow. Gonna build to the Baimons.
Alright, looks like dealer hand not too great. Couple Kanchans, some floaters. Not too inspiring of a hand. There's another Kanchan, but there is Sanshoku on the table. Gonna see what's happening there in a bit. On the left, some Kanch. Oh wait, that's just the one Kanchan. Bunch of floaters, but not really a callable hand given the pays. Across the way, already called for Sha. Yeah, Sha. Also another possible Sanshoku on the 1, 2, 3, but
that is like
far.
a wisp of a Sanshoku on the wind. Which hey, sometimes you gotta look for that.
Yeah. Any little bit of value helps. Although I guess you would have an easier time drawing the Dora.
Looks like Alan has locked in an Itsu on the left.
Yeah.
Has tossed away that 4-peen and 7-peen, both of which gave nice complex shapes that could have led towards wider Ishantins, but wants the value here. If you're able to draw the 3-peen and you can have the Nobitan weight, that would be ideal.
Yeah. I mean, you
1
or
Ricci
just
waiting 3-peen.
yeah. Don't need to be too picky. Your value's there.
So a neat little 3-Han hand there for Alan. Ian already open. Ishanten doesn't have much in the way of safe tiles, so might just kind of be forced into pushing.
Yeah.
I guess the 2-mon. You could throw away your pair of 2-mon.
That is technically an extra pair that you don't need.
Especially
No.
now that you have the 6-7 shape, and so
Decides to try to maybe Genbutsu snipe for Tenpai. So, not too bad.
and the 2-so's 1 chance with 3-4-so out, so not a bad Mawashi there. Thomason just kind of finagling around, tossing 3-so, which again is 1 chance because of 3-4-so being out.
Yeah, and unfortunately, just
Ishanten.
pretty wide Ishanten too. But
And yes. Ishanten for Madeline as well. Everybody gets an Ishanten.
is that Tenpai? No, that's not Tenpai.
That is not Tenpai. That's the wrong tile. The 2-mon was safe though.
What's
Could have
the
just
3-mon away instead?
and now we're gonna have a 1-mon 4-mon wait for Ian. How do you feel about the 5? How we feeling? Doesn't like it. Tosses 8-mon. Lots of
Ooh,
maneuvering here. There's still 1 3-peen left in the wall for Alan to draw.
okay, goes away from the 2-3 shape. Yeah, this hand's a bit of a struggle to refine Tenpai, unfortunately. Would need to be able to chi a 4-pin, but a lot of
Madeline.
the that
There's the last 3-peen.
yeah, that's probably not coming out, unfortunately, for Alan.
Ooh, this 1-mon might come out though. Nope, just playing safe.
Not
Yeah,
yet,
Madeline
yeah.
keeps playing really defensively, but the tiles just keep coming. Like, no, push, push, push. I promise you won't deal in. Madeline not listening to them though, and you never should. The tiles always lie.
South is safe, so 2 people in Tenpai, Alan and Ian.
So we're gonna go into East 3. Everything's still, I mean, essentially tied here.
Yeah. Once again, we gotta pay Dora.
All is right in the world. 6 blocks starting out in Madeline's hand. So 3 away, but a 3 away that you can work with. Cut one of these pinch on as soon as you get more complex, more efficient shapes.
Yeah. On the right, 2-2-2. Could just call for Yakuhai and try to pair up the pay. Hanchan Hell,
Ooh.
however.
Not wanting that 7-so.
Nah, we play for value in this household.
I mean, we're talking about wisps of Sanshokus here. 789 Sanshoku, or, even if you force towards some sort of Chanta mess. 7-so made the 9-so a better shape.
So, how are we feeling about Sanang or Suanko here for dealer?
ポン
It helps if you get all your draws, which it seems like Ian is going to try and prevent.
Yeah, unfortunately can't really pawn anymore, but could still technically con, I guess. Across the way, 2-2-2. Not really looking too
Chi.
much. Yeah, probably just gonna force Honitsu here. A bit of a late force, maybe even Chinitsu, but
Home.
Or just Tanya out, really.
open Tanya Chinitsu would be pretty nice though.
That would be absolutely fantastic. Madeline probably also willing to open at this point. There's going to be, well, that's not Tenpai, is it? That's Ishanten, an incredibly wide Ishanten for Alan.
Yeah, not too bad, but would really want that Honitsu for that little extra value, or Chinitsu at this point. Yeah. On the left, still struggling a bit. Already cutting away from the Shasha.
The
Does not
Shasha.
Shasha does not want it as a pair, which kind of inefficient but kind of understandable. 4-pin. I don't even really want that.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Ishan 10 shift. Yeah.
Might have also been just wondering about the safety of it, trying to check out Ian's whole discard situation.
Yeah, that is looking kind of scary.
Here's some. Oh, the Chinitsu temptation settles in.
Ooh.
4-peen confirmed safe, 6-peen Nakasuji. So now you're thinking, I feel like I can get there. And
Ooh,
immediately draws another so.
Unfortunate for Madeline, just accidentally discards an Anko a little too early. Or discards a pair and then would have found an Anko of it.
Which would have been Tenpai.
Yeah.
But didn't want to discard the 8-mon, it looks like.
Yeah, unfortunate.
It's not Tenpai.
Chi.
But it is another Sozu draw.
And it's scary for the rest of the table. I mean, that's a pretty wide Ishanten. I don't feel like doing the work of counting how many of those tiles are out, but
It is still also Tanyawable.
Tanyawable is one of my favorite adjectives.
Yeah,
Chi.
Madeline, I'm guessing, is just playing pretty defensively now.
Dora Tonki.
Doritanki?
Oh, and Thomason draws Dora. I mean, it looks safe to Alan, but you gotta know someone might be holding it, and you're never gonna get Tenpai with that hand. So has dodged for now. We'll have to dodge one more time. That's going to be Tenpai for Alan.
Ooh, does not
6-0,
get the
5-0.
Yeah, does not cheat towards the Tanya side, but
Oh, and
doesn't
what
matter.
a final draw for Madeline.
Ooh, yeah.
Just barely able to maintain Tenpai there. We got
Broadcaster screwing up a little. Appreciate your work, Harrison.
Home.
This hand looking okay. I would just want to like call for Tanyao with this hand. Grab the sticks in the middle. Puts myself under over 30k for the time being, but on the left, pretty good shapes actually on the left. Just already Ishanten could pawn, but if you take the Tenpai given this Ishanten, you do need to cut away from Dora. But you
wait.
no longer have to.
On which side?
On the right side.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Did I say left?
I don't know. We'll assume that you said it correctly and that I am
okay.
just out of my mind.
All right.
The Dora now accepted into that hand immediately gets the Haku Pon, so that 8-so pair cut kind of paying off. Now we have Ryaman, Ishanten, and with an Anko, that's just wildly good acceptance.
Yeah.
No Chi from Thomason on that 6-peen. And there's Tenpai.
Ooh.
Drop 3-so, and you're waiting 5-peen, 8-peen. Nope, 3-peen, 6-peen. Sorry.
All good. across the way. Really looking towards calling that Hatsu, but none has come out yet. Uh, would have to figure out the Formon floater. But in general, that's pretty good 2-10.
There's an 8-peen. Could get Itsu as a part of that Honitsu.
Ooh,
And Tenpai
Richu.
waiting 3 months, 6 mon, waiting on the Dora.
Unfortunately, that's not the Anko you want, but that's the Anko you'll take for Tenpai.
If you win the 6 mon, you'll have Richi Dora 1. Otherwise, it's Richi Nomi.
Yep. Ooh.
Thompson just pushes
up.
it.
Yeah. Ooh, Ura 1 for the 39. Gets all the stick in the middle, puts yourself in first place. Not bad.
And not really a horrible deal in for Thomason either, as far as value goes. 3,900 isn't the end of the world. Has another kind of Chanta Honitsu looking hand on the left there. Dealer with a very nice looking set of middle shapes here. It's not all together yet. Like, this hand still needs work. But this is something that you can very easily turn into, like, Pinfu, Sanshoku, Tanyao, whatever.
Yeah. Although, what I'm really hoping for is just pairing up the Dora. But can't be too picky if that never comes out. On the right, looking like a couple Conchons here and there. Would need to, two Conchons and then. Although I guess that is 6 blocks, so you can just cut away from one. Hopefully, it's the
discard the 1-peen, keep that 3/4/4 as a whole nice fancy shape.
Sorry, while we were talking, Madeline just immediately drew a 2-mon, 3-mon to connect to the lone 1-mon.
Well, that's just silly. could end up Pinfu waiting on the San Minchan 258 here. Is now I like to call super perfect Ishan 10, which is when you have a perfect Ishan 10 that's better than the normal Ryanman pair. Just gonna get the normal Pinfu though. Pinfu, Tanyao. Oh, keeps the Dora. No Tanyao. I mean, same difference, I suppose. They're both worth 1 Han.
Yeah,
I think I would have preferred discarding the 1 mon for Tenpai there, just because 1 mon gives less information than 4 mon does.
Hey, not being able to use the Dora, that's information.
Well, I mean, it was in your hand up until that point. But that's also true. You don't want people to think necessarily that your hand is cheap and they can push against it. So that's also a good point.
Yeah. Ishan 10 for both Ian and Thomason.
Thomason's is very awkward though. It's a headless Ishan 10, but you really wanted Sanshoku there, but you're 2 steps away from a Sanshoku Tenpai on the 1, 2, 3. But you'll probably just accept Yakuhai Dora, discard Tuso. No, one so safe. Tuso was Suji, so you could have gone for the Chanta Yakuhai Dora for the 3 Han.
Oh, one so was dead, yeah.
Okay. The voice in the sky that is Harrison berated me behind the scenes. Very, very uncouth Harrison is with his demands that one so be acknowledged as dead. Oh, but there's the 3 mon.
Dylan.
Do you discard Suji Tuso? I mean, the 3 mon's right next to the Richi tile. Oh, just gives up on Tenpai.
Ooh.
Gonna be super safe.
Yeah, no need to mess around too much.
The Anko gives across the way Alan Tenpai, waiting 3 Sotanki. And it is winnable since that is Tanyao.
Yeah, it was already Tenpai, but just shifts the weights for the Tonki, so avoids the deal in. Ooh.
Sumo.
Sumo.
Oh,
Trey
wow.
Sanso. Shutting this hand down.
Just and getting and just, you know, making all the money on Ricci sticks.
Yeah. I believe this is just the one though, but there was like 4 Honba sticks, so pretty good.
Well, that I guess the score was 3,000, so 1,100 plus 900 plus 1,000. That gets you there.
Yeah. Ooh.
This hand starting off very, very close already. Of course, relying on the 7-mon is a little unfortunate, but I mean, you'll take Ishan 10 at turn 4.
Yeah. Can't complain too much. Speaking of fast hands though, like across the way, we actually have like some sort of Chitoi type hand. Possibly. What? That's already Ishan 10 for Honitsu.
And now it's Tempai.
Yeah, waiting on Haku 8 so.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Shanpon
That's
wait.
also Tenpai, waiting on a Shampon. Decides to Dama, hoping for maybe a Dora plus Pinfu.
Yeah, 6-6-0 would be just an incredible draw there. I'd be curious to see if Thomason would switch weights on like a 9-so draw. Go for Chanta, although I guess Chanta's worth the same as Haku. Oh, and the Haku comes into Madeline's hand, but it does not come out of it. Because that hand is looking awfully Chinitsu-ish, looking like a full flush there. You could palm that 3-mon, actually, if you're Madeline, but doesn't.
Ooh, Haku might come out. Oh,
That
no
doesn't
Yaku.
win.
No Yaku. Ooh, 8 so.
Doesn't need to come out yet.
Yeah, it is a Ryoncon. But 8 so's are all dead now. Just waiting on one more Haku.
Boom.
Waiting
There it
on
is.
that Haku, yeah. And that's a Mangan. Double Yakuhai Honitsu will get you there.
And that just kind of evens things out a little bit here as we go into the South round. This is anybody's game. This is a very achievable first for any one of these players still. Very scrappy.
Yeah, I think like the difference between first and last is like just a little bit over a Mangan. Like 8,300, it seems like.
Approximately exactly that. And
Yeah.
But Madeline here as dealer, this could be an incredibly expensive hand. You could get as much as Tanyao, Pinfu, Sanshoku with 5, 6, 7, or 6, 7, 8 here. And if you get 6, 7, 8, of course, that would include the Dora, but you might just include the Dora in a 7, 8, 9. Ishan 10.
Ishan 10. Wouldn't mind if I just draw Dora and then immediately throw in this stick.
Is
Possible Ipeiko instead. So not too bad. On the left, we got two wins, two honors, but they're not value honors for Thomason, unfortunately, so they can't really call.
That's very awkward.
Yeah. What?
Another 6-peen.
Could cut away from the could cut the 5 to like,
Honest, yeah. That's exactly what I would have done. I would have cut 5-peen to keep the Sanshoku possibility. And that also would have been perfect Ishan 10 for the record. Though I'm sure this peen shape has all sorts of goodies it can provide. I'm not going to bother trying to figure out what those goodies are, but
I mean, you still technically are perfect Ishan 10. Could still draw 5
Yes.
in 6 so could still draw into your Ipeiko side. Bunch of cool stuff. Unfortunate.
Wouldn't have been the Sanshoku, but still would have been Tenpai.
Plus, you wouldn't have lost out on the Dora. Although, I guess if you draw into Ipeiko, that makes up for it. Across the way, I think that's Ishan 10. Or that is Tenpai on 6-mon. Okay, Nobutan waiting on 4-1-5. 4 and 5 gives the expensive. That's actually Furiten. Never mind.
Each.
Because of
Another wacky on Tonsu over there, but just draws the 5
They do.
and steals the Ricci stick.
for 10 Epot Sumo for the Mangan. Madeline just knew.
And so we're moving on to South 2, and Tom's dealership here has a pair of Easts. Will it be called?
Yep.
Yeah. This hand looks really slow. It needs all the help it can get. I don't begrudge the calls here. Is even going to cut 4-peen away from the 1-2-4 shape.
Yeah.
Either going to force the 1-2 to be a 1-2-3, or might be heading
awkward
towards
six.
Honitsu.
Hornets a little far. I'm not quite a big fan of it, but I mean, if you're gonna draw this Sozu shape to help out a block, why not, right?
You might as well get Honitsu if you're just gonna draw every Sozu that exists. Although a
Yeah.
lot of Sozu in both Alan and Madeline's hand kind of already, so might be a lot to fight for. Madeline could get a 4-5-6 Hanshoku if she can draw around that 5 so. More likely though, just like a Pinfu-ish or Richinomi kind of hand.
Yeah, that 8 so is gonna be really hard to come by, given that we already see 3. Oh. One in the pawn across the way, and then 2 on to each of the sides. Speaking of other players' hands, though, let's take a look at
Is
theirs.
that's Chitoy? Or yeah, that's certainly Chitoy. Is gonna call Ricci waiting on the 3-mon. I'm not one to wait one turn before calling Ricci. I'm not a big fan of that ideology. Chitoy is a completely different story, though. It's so easy to change your weight. Like, think about how wonderful the East would have been here.
That's...
Like, wait, 3-mon isn't super good. Call Ricci, wait on East. Oh, it was East. Never mind. That's why it's not there.
Yeah.
Well,
I also wouldn't, like, even if it wasn't called, I don't think I want the East either, because that's Chitoy, Tanyao, Ricci, Dora 2.
Yeah, but if you never win it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it's Tanyao if you don't win. You've already got Dora 2. Like, the Tanyao is only worth 1,600 points.
That might deal into...
6-6-0 is not Suji, unfortunately, because 9-so hasn't been discarded from hand. So you wouldn't have really gotten a better weight until the 2-peen, which would have been a Suji trap once cut.
But yeah, it looks like... I mean, 3-so's still pretty alive in the wall. Ooh, weight change for Thomason, maybe? Does not change the weight. Likes the Genbutsu snipe on the 3-so. Awkward 7 push, though. But does so anyways. Tenpai's Tenpai.
And dealer's dealer.
Yeah. Oh, that 3-so is gonna have to come out, though. From Madeline. Assuming Tenpai is found.
Sumo.
Oh,
There it is.
Sumo. Honomi, but there's a stick in the middle. You just shut down a Hanuman, although you don't know about it. Ooh. This is looking to be a pretty fast hand. Double Yakuhai, possible Dora. See what happens. Just call and go.
Yeah, just gonna blitz out of here. Unless Madeline ends up going for some sort of like Chanta nonsense, probably gonna get that East pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Each.
Oh
Wow. But Ricci already from Ian.
Tenpai waiting on 8-so Sanso.
It is Richinomi.
But flip a couple of Ura. Who knows what might happen?
That's actually 5 pairs for Thomason.
Yeah.
5-so is safe. Oh man.
Yeah, 5-so is safe. 8-mon safe. You had a couple of options there. But ooh.
Yeah, there goes a Itsuji. Richinomi though.
Richinomi.
I mean, so we're going into South 3. There's two people above 30K, but I mean, still, the difference between first and
Yeah.
last is only 7,400.
It's even less than when we first talked about it in South 1, I believe.
Oh wow, and that's going to be an immediate call from Allen, just pawning the Souths very quickly. Ishanten here can even take the tune for Tempai, and then that would be just a very fast, clean two-han hand just to tighten things up even more.
Yeah. Looking at Malin's hand though, I really want to be able to call with this. I mean, you can call for Sanshoku, but it's a little bit awkward. You need to like get them perfectly for 4, 5, 6. Okay,
Oh,
you
but
can just
there's the
call.
East.
Yeah, East Sanshoku Dora 2. That seems pretty good, right?
That seems like a Mangan.
Gee.
Why not? That's going to be Tempai for Allen waiting for Monchun. And it's so early in the hand. I feel like Chun would be very likely to come out if anybody draws it.
Yeah. Two Shanten for Chitoy?
Every hand is Chitoy now. That's just kind of where we're headed, it seems. Upgrade to the Ryanman weight, or are we gonna stick with the Yakuhai Shampon? Alright,
So-
Yakuhai Shampon still for Allen.
On the right, 222. That's also, I believe, Ishanten. It's not a great Ishanten, but there's technically a Ryanman in there. You
Could
just need to-
call for Tempai.
yeah, could call, which is the important part.
Doesn't.
Shut everyone down. Not yet. It would be an awkward 10 pi, right?
Oh, there's the tune. Stays in hand for
No,
now.
not yet.
Chi.
Deciding whether or not to call does so.
Oh, and immediately gets it.
deals in. Tanya no mi.
And just another 1K. So the spread between first and last, anybody can win here, except for Ian, because if Ian wins, then we have another hand.
I mean, I'm sure Ian wouldn't mind winning.
No, yeah, of course. It's just the game wouldn't be over after said win. But this is going to be a fight. I mean, Allen on the right, yes, has double South paired up, as well as the ability to accept the Dora 3 so could rush that hand along. We already have a complete Anko in Madeline's hand on the left in the 5-mon and several good Ryanmen, so that hand could be fast. Across the way has a Ryankon and a couple of Ryanmen, but could use another block there, and then Ian with this kind of beautiful so shape could end up with an Itsu there to speed things along, but otherwise, like, these are all kind of hard to fill shapes is Ian's only issue.
Could start going with Tanya rather than Itsu. Would be with the same if like Ian does start calling, but slightly unfortunate.
Oh, Alan going Honitsu.
Oh yeah, does need to like get a little that bit of that extra oomph to take first, right? Especially in all last, and you're not dealer, so a little bit of risk, but the
I
reward
guess
is there.
because double South Dora 1. I mean, if you're open, is probably just going to end up being 30 Fu. So you would even a sumo isn't quite enough to get you past Madeline. So going for the Mangan does make some amount of sense here. It's going to discard bad honors though before discarding the nice Ryanmen.
Each.
There's Tempai.
Oh, hey, we fill those. Waiting on 2-5 for just Richidora.
Home.
That's enough to get out of last, but not enough to do much more than that.
Yeah, doesn't put you above 30k. Doesn't just above. But honestly, being above last, that's perfectly acceptable. And hey, maybe you can flip like you can maybe find a Condora, find a Con Uradora, or even just Ura 3. You'll take that, right?
A measly Ura 3 would be, I think, probably acceptable.
Unfortunately, can no longer con, given that we know where the last 7 mon is, but hey, Ura 3. Uh,
We're
yeah,
kind of headed towards Ryokyoku here.
yeah. I'm guessing Ian is just basically out of this hand.
As long as you kind of have to be watching other people's discards, because if you're Ian, I mean, you don't really, if you don't have a shot at Tenpai, it doesn't really matter. Just not dealing in is kind of enough.
Sumo.
Oh,
Ooh,
there's the
there's
5 so
Sumo.
though.
Ichitsumo, Dora.
No Ura, but
That's
that
above 50. That's above 30k. That's second.
just barely gets there. The sumo being enough. And just like before we had the smallest positive second, we now have the smallest
Smallest
at all
third.
possible third. The smallest non-positive third with Ian getting a 0.0. That's the second exactly 30k finish we've seen today. But this game's so tight, 5,700 splitting
Yeah.
last place Alan and first place Madeline. So, I mean, that negative 23. Oh, wait. Oh, I was wondering why that was so much. It's because 30k counts as being above 30k for sliding Uma. So Alan actually getting hit, despite only being at 27, getting hit with a negative 20 Uma. Kinda brutal. But that's still not a horrible last place, even considering that. And just you can't really get a tighter game than that.
All right. Yeah, I guess these two might be done for the day. So we're gonna be checking out a B2 game. Uh, who are the players? Let's check. All right. Irie, Ryan, Andrew, Henry.
And we are starting behind Ryan, although we had a turn 2 Ricci from Andrew, waiting 5 so, 8 so. Wow, a turn 2 Ricci for Ricci Pinfu, possible Ipeco. That is just disgusting. That is some Andrew garbage if I have
Gee.
ever seen it. Love him to death, but ugh, that's wild. And we actually have a lot of very developed hands here. I mean, on the right you have Henry with an Anko of the South.
Sumo.
Oh, that's a
Oh!
sumo though.
Doesn't matter. Ricci Sumo Pinfu Ipeco. No Ura, so just 2,600, 1,300. But that's enough for first, and we're going into East 2.
So real quick, Dora is the east, and we see a pair of that in Ryan's hand already. Straight from the high pie. Dealer
Certainly
hand,
gonna want to try and accelerate that.
yeah. Dealer hand looking kind of okay-ish. Could just call and go, but would need to figure out the conchons a little bit. On the left,
Home.
not looking too great if I might be honest. Conchons and penchons all around, but could start thinking about Cheetoy given how awkward the shapes are. Would want to use the Dora if possible, so that might be the route. Across the way, penchon and some conchons. I believe that's a Ryoncon, right? That's a 5-pin.
Yes. No, I can't tell.
Okay, yeah.
It's a 4-pin.
that's
Ooh,
4-pin,
what a
okay.
surprise. Haha. It shifted a little bit.
Yeah, Well, we filled out a Ryanman. Just gotta Penchant Shop or what is that shape? The 446. Though I actually never learned the name of that shape.
Of what shape? Who are we looking
The
at?
446 across the way for Irie.
A Kanchan pair.
Kanchan pair. Yeah, let's go with that. Does need to figure out a couple of Kanchans and a Penchant. Already though, dealer's already called twice. And on the left, it's looking like probably Dora 2 Chitoy. Doesn't have to be. Not just yet with the 8 so draw.
Certainly, because you're in this really great position. Does not call the 8 peen, so that might be pushing you a little bit towards the Chitoy route, just a hedge. But having that 4-5-6-6 and then the 6-8-8 and peen, this is a very nice hand with some flexibility. There's the Chitoy.
There's full send it. Full send the Chitoy.
We see 6 peen coming out first. I actually would have held the 6 peen for now, just because if you draw a 9 peen and you drop 9 peen, 6 peen is a very dastardly weight.
I mean, if you draw the 9 pin, you could just take the the Suji trap, right?
I'll take Nakasuji over Terminal Suji just because it's more fun. That's not strategic. That's just pure unadulterated fun. We do have 6080 Tempai for Henry here. And this is just Haku Nomi as dealer, just trying to get a Rinchan.
Yeah. Can't complain too much. Especially when you don't see any of the Dora. So, just probably best if you just shut down everyone's hands.
Four pairs across the way for Irie. Hey, there's that 9 peen. Could end up with the Terminal Suji.
Guess Irie's thinking about this call. I wouldn't hate this call.
Does not take it.
Yeah. It doesn't technically help you out that much, but fixes your shapes a little bit. Ooh. Could go for a better Tenpai waiting on 4-7, so it does so.
And that's actually gonna save Ryan. That 8-so could have come out at any second from Ryan's hand. Oh, but now you have 3 Dora. But the issue is you've discarded away from your other shapes because you were Chitoy Ishanten, and so now it's much, much harder to make them work.
Yeah. Gonna have to do a little bit of problem solving, but could cheat it.
5 pairs for Irie.
Yeah, I would not actually hate this for a 10 if I was
Ugh. Yeah, I was gonna say this might be a deal in. That was Tempai for Irie, and it's only a 1,500 point deal in. Not very severe. Definitely better than dealing into Ryan, who had a Mangan.
a hidden Mangan, yeah.
And in our first repeat here, Henry going to have a fair hand, a pair of Hatsu, completed shape. You just have this 8-9, which is not very good, and now you have a 1-2-2-4. But this hand can definitely go places. You're only 2 away. You can't really complain about that after 2 draws.
Yeah. On the right, 2-2-2. Kinda okay. Penchants. Need to figure out a pair, though. Or, not penchants, sorry, conchants. Across the way.
That north, not really callable.
Yeah, but you do have possible Sanshoku. Just need to shift the 5 to an 8 for 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku. on the left. Okay, hand. Does need to.
Needs another block.
Yeah, needs another block, but you have pretty good floaters. That's your that's your fifth block, but
It's not what you wanted. If you draw something around the second Formon, you'll just yeet the 1/2 so as fast as you can.
yeah. But yeah, everyone's hand is just currently kind of awkward all around. Definitely needs like a little bit of figuring out on what to do.
Boom.
And then we fill those right across the way. 5, 6, 7 pin. And here we have Katsu called in by dealer. Ishan 10. Pretty. For having a penchant for your Ishan as one of your shapes for your Ishan 10, this is still pretty wide. Because you have the 2, 2, 4, 6, 6.
So you accept 2, 3, 5, 6 all to Tempai there.
Yep.
And now you shifted the pinch on, so you can eventually make that a better shape, perhaps. The 9-mon just coming back to mock you.
Ooh. Ishanten on the right, also. Ryankan Kanchan. Not the best, but...
So guaranteed bad weight for Andrew at the moment.
Tosses the 8th mon back. Does not want the Shabo. Or does not want to guarantee a Shabo as their final weight.
You would always have the choice of a Kanchan still. Or not always. You would likely have a choice of a Kanchan still with that peen shape. Actually, I think you could always choose a Kanchan.
You could always choose a Kanchan or a Shabo depending on what you did with the 688. But here, let's see.
Many options now.
Yeah.
3-peen, 5-peen, or 2-peen, 6-peen. Chooses to wait on the 3-peen.
Yeah, likes the 3-peen.
G.
One of those in the pawn, 2 of those in the same hand. But Tenpai across the way. Tanyao Nomi 5-8 pin 5-8 mon.
Sumo.
And there it is.
And that's 0.
Just
Oh, Sanshoku.
got the Takame there. Had Sheed the 5, 6, 7, so.
Okay. And heading to East 3.
Forso is our Dora, which can be incorporated to Andrew's hand here. Kind of a distant possibility of a 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku. More than likely just going to kind of play normally towards a Pinfu.
Your shapes are already decent enough, so no need to mess around too much. On the left, we have Irie with an Anko of 8 mon being drawn.
That's the right.
Or on the right, sorry. I don't know my cardinal directions.
It's are left and right cardinal directions?
Are they not?
I thought cardinal directions was north, south, east, west. But maybe not. I don't know. I'm now questioning everything I've ever learned. At the very least, that's a possible Sanshoku.
Yeah, possible Sanshoku for 3, 4, 5.
I think Harrison gave us the answer about directions, but I'm going to ignore it. Just for fun.
Cross the way.
Would you discard that pair of 1-mon as Ryan to force the Tanyao here?
Not yet. There's Chi-Toy possibilities. You definitely want Chi-Toy if you draw 4 so. But you did discard a 2 so from all that, so.
Yeah, the second Dora would do a lot to change your tune about that hand.
Yeah.
Although a second Dora might also just make you want Tanyao even more because you want to be able to get out. In Akanashi, not having red 5s to make hands just kind of surprisingly more expensive anything with like two Dora, I'm always kind of looking to get out of there. We do see Henry calling Ricci on the 4-so. Could have called Ricci on the 7-so instead and had Ricci Pinfu waiting 3-so, 6-so, but decides to call Ricci on the Dora to have Ricci Sanshoku. It's actually
Yeah.
it's the same number of Han. You get slightly more Fu this way on a Ron or on a Sumo, I guess, because now it's going to be 30 Fu Sumo, 40 Fu Ron, whereas with the 4-so it was going to be 20 Fu Sumo, 30 Fu Ron. But both are just 3 Han, so not necessarily a huge upgrade here, and that might end up really hurting because all of the 6-so are in Andrew's hand.
Yeah, currently locked in with the Ricci. Ooh, are we gonna see an Ankon from Irie? Maybe once Tenpai is found, we'll see.
Oh, and the
immediately
4-so!
deals into the bots!
The 4-so was safe against Henry, but not against the dealer Ricci. So Ricci Apatsu Dora, Tanyao,
Unfortunate. And
just a neat 12k for Andrew.
Andrew's just taking the huge lead.
And Ishanten already, as soon as Andrew gets an East, this will be Tenpai waiting for 5-mon, more than likely. There it is.
That's
Double East Dora. So 3 Han Tenpai, turn 3. Now 5-mon isn't exactly a weight you're happy with, but easy to upgrade that one.
Here's a question. If you draw a 5-pin, would you try for Sanshoku?
No, I would not. It would take a lot to make me leave Tenpai with this hand, because I don't... 5-mon isn't a tile that comes out very often, just in general, but, if someone has a very efficient 4-5-5 shape, we're starting to get to the point in the hand where someone might Sakagiri it, so cutting the tile before they think it is super dangerous. Obviously, it's already dangerous, or you just draw an upgrade like this, and now you have your 5-8-mon, and you're never changing weights probably no matter what.
Yeah, if you want that extra value, just Diamond Con the 4-pin. On the right though, not a great hand on the right. At least, oh, I see. Does want the deals in already, so no need to look at the other hands. Am I right?
But that Sanshoku would have been so pretty. But that's just so unfortunate for Ryan. I mean, I just assume that there was just kind of an oversight with the Ricci on that last hand, which is frustrating when that happens. And then to kind of deal in a little out of nowhere on an 8-mon for 5,800 doesn't feel very good either.
Yeah.
Andrew's hand not quite as efficient this time, but with the ability to call the tune, it could be sped up considerably because you do already have 5 blocks.
This is true. But would just be Chunomi, I believe. Yeah. As it currently stands, just Chunomi, but Renshan's pretty good still,
Irie's hand probably a little bit better on the right. Multiple ways to count your blocks there. So you have some choices you make. Very likely will end up being Tanyao. If you draw 5-mon or 8-mon, could also end up being Pinfu or Ipeiko. If you have perfect draws. But this is a part of the decision point. Doesn't take that pawn. Could have pawned the 6-peen, discarded 1-3, and been Ishanten for Tanyao. Doesn't.
Yeah. Ooh.
So 4, 6, 6, 6, 7, 8. Yeah.
Yeah. She's cooking right now. Just already Ishanten. Across the way, looking like Ryoncon, Ryanman.
Tenpai for Andrew.
Is 2 Shanten across the way? Ooh. Yeah, cuts away 6-6. Is safe to dealer at the very least. Keep the Tenpai. I don't know why you'd keep this 5 on. Yeah.
Nah, I mean, it is considering Toy Toy.
Oh, okay.
Andrew is nothing if not greedy.
Wrong.
And there's the Haku though. Rewarded for keeping the Tenpai with another Ron off of an unsuspecting Ryan. I mean, it was already once cut. Like the Haku was already gone. There's nothing you can really do as Ryan there. I mean,
yeah, it's quite unfortunate for Ryan dealing into Andrew like 3 times in a row, just right off the bat.
this is where it's really important to keep your head, especially in East 3. There's still so much opportunity to come back. I mean, we've seen people come back from these situations and win. I remember a Sanbaimon Sumo in like the beta league that was similar. Is Irie gonna call this? Irie will. A very, very slow hand for Irie. It's trying to speed it up however she can. Keeping that lone Dora in hand.
Does technically have enough blocks, but is gonna struggle trying to find Tenpai.
Andrew's hand looks much nicer, although does not have enough blocks. But those middle tiles will always yield something, and there's an example of how. Possibly Peiko now as well. Really doesn't want to toss away the Chun or the Hatsu. The Chun's twice cut, so I don't really know why we favored cutting the 7-so over it, but...
Yeah, Chun's twice cut, Hatsu is called off, so...
I guess it's just a safe tile at this point.
Yeah.
Nope. Not safe anymore. It's just gone. 2-3-4 Sanshoku. Not out of the realm of possibility with that draw for Irie.
Yeah, but... What happened there on the right? An complete onko of... Probably just had to cut a pair.
And then drew the third.
Yeah.
That always seems to be what happens.
Well, refines a pair, so not too bad. Yeah, still looking like nothing too much going on. It's a possibility, does not take it.
Yeah, doesn't want the 2-peen. I mean, it's kind of hard to efficiently keep in hand, I guess. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, we've got 6 blocks right now, so really could have. Maybe if you toss the 3-so, make that 5-6-6 shape better.
Realistically, the 3-so isn't actually helping that much, so... Ishan 10 already for dealer. Richi, Pinfu, Ipeiko. Not too bad.
I don't know if I would say already. I mean, that was the 12th discard for dealer.
Yeah.
Maybe
Maybe
everybody's struggling here.
Everyone's a bit of a rough hand for everyone on the table.
Okay, possible Itsu now for Ryan. Ooh, the shape much better now for Andrew with that 6-so draw. Possible Furitin, but Sanminchan Furitin, 8-peen now for Irie. That would be Hatsu Dora 2. Probably locked away in the hands that they are currently in. Andrew's Ishan 10, beautiful now.
Yeah, very wide. Richi coming across the way. Richi, Pinfu, Dora 2, possible Ipeiko.
And the Formon instantly comes into Henry's hand, but it can be used.
Yeah.
Discards the Nakasuji 5-so. So a very nice defensive play from Henry. Nakasuji being when
rather that's also Tenpai.
Oh. And
does not take
doesn't take it. Doesn't like 4-pin.
Would have been Nakasuji. That's Sumo anyways.
Yeah.
On the Ipeco side too. Instant
And there's
Hanuman.
the Hanuman. Ryan
Yeah.
being awarded.
And that's what you were talking about. Very easy to come back from, and while you're still last, you're still like striking range from Mangan against like the other two players.
Yeah, Mangan gets you into second.
So
And because
pretty
of the Oyakabari, that was a pretty healthy hit on Andrew as well.
yeah, making sure he doesn't pull away too far, but still have a lot of work to be done. You might be in Mangan range, but you still need to find a Mangan. Current hand though, uh, possible 789 Sanshoku, but that's a little bit too far. Mm,
Hey,
Not much.
it's closer than some of the Sanshoku you've called.
True.
I think
Could also call for ton double ton.
I think just to peel back the curtain a little bit, like as a commentator, I feel like we talk about Sanshoku a lot, and it's not because it's more common than, other specific Yakus. It's just because when you're really quickly looking at a hand as a commentator trying to say something really fast about it, it's really easy to be like, I see sevens and nines. I see lots of sevens and nines. Sanshoku's a possibility. That's like, I think that's why we say
Yeah.
it so much. Like,
On the right, actually a pretty decent hand.
ポン
lacking a pair, I think.
Yeah, but you do have an extra block at that Ryoncon, so don't really need that Ryoncon in the first place, but
Is the Ryoncon extra? 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9.
it kind of is. Like it's technically your fifth block, but if your fifth block is if your blocks are all just Ryanmans or actual completed melds, do you really need the Ryoncon?
I mean, I feel like in that case, the Ryoncon, I mean, unless you pair something up, obviously,
Yeah.
then but the Ryoncon, I mean, a Ryoncon has as much acceptability as a Ryanman. It's just not as good of a final weight because you end up
Yeah.
having to discard away from it.
It's more like if you're gonna figure out like what your pair is, you're hoping to pair up something from that Ryoncon, right? And that's
Yes,
probably like
yes,
the
absolutely.
highest probability to do so. On the
We
right,
do Irie Tempai waiting on 8, so
or on the
just gonna toss
left.
that in real quick.
Yeah.
What's going
Just
on the left?
or on
I
the
wasn't paying attention.
that Chitoy 2 Shanten for Dora with Dora 2 in hand? That's 2
Yeet.
Shanten, right? 4 pairs? Yeah, 4 pairs.
Yep.
Could also just play this normally, but you're gonna struggle a little bit.
The 9-so draw does help that though.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard. Tossing the 9-so, that's Sotagawa, that early 8-so draw making that early 8-so drop rather from Henry, making 9-so a less likely weight. Immediately draws another one.
Yeah. A little tempting to push
No.
this, but does deal in on the right. Is Genbutsu's, but
Not to the dealer.
yeah.
And so Andrew being brought down here. This went from being kind of Andrew way out ahead of everybody to, I mean, you just lost about 12K all in a row, and all of a sudden this is a fight again. Irie just a dealer Mangan Sumo behind. And then Ryan and Henry both within striking distance of 30K, so everybody very much has a chance here. Dora is the 6-mon, which Irie is holding in hand all by its lonesome. The 2-so, a great draw for Henry across the way, but unfortunately has kind of a Kanchan issue, is 2 Shanten, and is going to struggle to end up on a good weight.
Yeah. It is technically possible that your final weight is the Ryanman, but very unlikely. Actually, given now that it's Ryanman, It's pretty decent chances now.
Airi looked like she was kind of hedging between Honitsu and Chanta, drew a 5-so, and decided that Honitsu looked like a better option with all these kind of isolated honors. So
Yeah.
has fully committed.
Hmm.
Ooh, there's a Kanchan fill in for Henry. So Henry now Kanchan Ryanmin Ishanten would love to draw, say, a 5 or 7 mon. Oh, but is not. That's
10
10
by is 10
for
by.
Henry. Does not call Ricci waiting 7 mon.
Yeah. Currently no Yaku. I think I would have tossed out the 8 one, see if I could climb down Sanshoku.
Well,
on
let's
the
see
8
what
side.
Henry does. I bet Oh, but that's Dora. So now we're probably gonna see a Shampone Ricci.
I would Dama this
Eat.
actually for Itsu possibility on the Sozu shapes. Because that's
I
pretty
mean,
close.
but you
Just
don't
need a
want to
5
give
or
up a shot at Dora too. That's the issue, right? Like
Yeah.
if you get the Itsu, then you have a possible Hanuman. But if you don't call Ricci and someone drops 6 mon, I mean, that's obviously less likely. It's Dora, there's only one more, but ooh, that would feel bad.
Yeah.
You don't imagine anyone's gonna drop Sozu. That's the thing that makes this Shanpon a little bit harder, is that you have no Sozu in your discards. Dealer is going for a Sohonitsu. Sozu look wildly expensive on the board. So really your only shot of getting a deal in is hoping someone trusts Nakasuji Dora, which I love me some Nakasuji, but if it's Dora, it's kind of a different story.
It also fits in beautifully to Ryan not Ryan, Andrew's hand.
Yeah, both
And
of
it
their
is
Chinho
black
names
star.
start with O's. That should be illegal.
Yeah. Very confusing. Yeah, it seems like Irie is just out. No need to mess around too much.
Has drawn a couple of suspect Pinzu.
Yeah. Mm. Yeah, and it seems like everyone's just folding out here.
Boom.
Ooh,
There's a pawn.
bit of a fight.
Gonna try and sneak into Tempai here. You can discard an 8 peen safely. So you have routes here.
Could also just go 9.
Yeah, 9 so also safe. But the issue is the 7 so. If you're trying to find Tempai, the 7 so doesn't look particularly great. There's another 4. So if you're willing to drop
the
the
6. Ooh, does not. Which is understandable. That's 30. That's 3K for Henry. Uh, Okay, current hand not too great, but there's Cheetoy. There's the Dora acceptance is also a little difficult, admittedly.
Now it looks even better for G-Toy.
Yeah, Cheetoy Tanya. Uh, on the right, couple of Ryoncons. Kanchan is just Kanchan hell. Never mind. Gonna be kind of difficult. Not even a pair. Oh, fills in one of your Ryoncons. Across the way, could call for a quick Yaku High. That's already Ishan 10, so. Yeah, just Yaku High Nomi, I believe, if called. On the left, uh, there's Ipeko, there's Conchons and Penchons, but nothing too much to write home about.
I have to step away for 1 second. I'll be back. Hold
Okay.
hold the fort down. My insulin needs to be done. I'll be right back.
All good.
Whoa, that's crazy. I just came in the room when Tucker left. That's insane.
Wow.
Wow, that worked out well.
Great timing.
So, I mean, we're scrapping right now. Irie, is that Ishan 10 for Irie? Not quite. Still Ranshan 10, but a ton of good value options on there. There's like an Ipeko Tanyao. Chitoy route if you want to be lame and just sacrifice all your point value. Ryan's got Tanyao building up. Henry's considering the call, taking it to. I guess you get 2-3-4 Sanchoku, so that is like a pretty desirable car. You have double Dora too, so that's actually Mangan. You have to get the 3-pin for it, but it's still pretty good.
And then everyone's just calling for one-on hands.
Yeah, I think once like everyone else started moving, they were like, you know what? I like points, so I'm gonna try and get some with this hand instead of just sitting around and waiting for a tempai that won't come.
And
Andrew is going to be the winner of the scrap. Henry draws the second 3-so, doesn't fit into the hand, and that'd do it. A little bit of points to Andrew there, who just keeps climbing up. I feel like Andrew's just kind of winning every interaction tonight, right?
Yeah, this is already Ishan 10 also. Or
yeah.
2 Shanten,
No, 2 Shanten. But you have, you're right, you have Dora acceptance, you have a really nasty Shabo, and weight of the hand of double terminal. There's a lot good.
I think what we've seen from Andrew is actually pretty standard Andrew play, which is a lot of either I am going to win this or I am going to deal in. And I think Andrew has gotten a lot better in the past couple seasons about going for like getting value out of those contests. So I feel like we're seeing the very good end of Andrew's improvements as a player recently in that comment, Harrison.
I see. Well, Henry's Ishan 10 currently. Roundman, although the Roundmans do overlap, so it's a little bit awkward, but there's a very possible I was about to say there's a possible chance for you to get a Sanmin-chan, but decides to Dama waiting to pair up the 6-so possibility, maybe just a 1-turn wait. See if that gets rewarded, and gets punished instead. Loses on Ricci, loses on Pinfu, but can't complain too much.
Ipatsu.
Or yeah, sorry, loses on Ricci, loses on Ipatsu. Doesn't lose on Pinfu.
Still got Pinfu. Was still got that 700 all. I mean, it's not nothing.
Yeah. Let's see. Kind of an okay hand. Not much to write home about. Just a couple of floaters, but could very easily be worked on. Worked around.
I like Andrew's hand on the right a little bit better. You've already got Dora locked up in a Ryanman. You have nice shapes. You're Ishanten.
Yeah.
If you draw 6-mon, you have Pinfu. That's nice.
Yeah. Across the way. A bit of a struggle. I'm not even sure if that's enough blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
But you have middle tiles that you can play with there.
Yeah, you could upgrade your middle tiles.
If you draw around the 2-pin, you could get 2-3-4 Sanshoku.
True.
Now there's a Sanmin-chan in Ryan's hand, so that hand progressing nicely. The only issue now is that 1-2 Pinchan, and we're gonna get the Ricci from Andrew. Discarded the Kanchan and drew into a Shanpon wait as he did so. So we got 8 2-so wait.
Can't trust the Ipatsu. Sotogawa trapped the wall very easily. And that's a nice and easy Mangan.
And that, I mean, everybody was kind of catching up to Andrew there, but Andrew just yoinked it away and now has dealership in South 3 at 54-1, or double anybody else's score just about.
And then great hand to start us off with for Andrew.
Yeah, really want to extend it now that you see this. Unfortunately, hard to go for Tanyao. This is what we call an untanyawable hand.
I mean, with a hand like this, you don't even need Tanya, right? Oh, we fill those. Let's go. Fills in the Kanchan.
Ryanman, Ishanten.
Yep. On the right, definitely not as impressive as dealer's hand, but still pretty decent, you know. Cuts away from the penchant. Does technically have enough block, but ooh.
You never
Okay,
like it when your blocks are only a technicality.
Yeah. But hey, if you find Itsu, it wouldn't be too bad anymore. Ooh.
What about Chinitsu? Is there any set of draws that make you discard that 6, 7, 8 pin?
I can't say there are. I'm like trying to think.
Picture this: you draw a 1-mon, you discard 3 pin. You draw a 9-mon.
I don't think I'm going Chinitsu anymore with that Dora draw. That makes sense.
I was trying to create a Churin possibility. This actually could still shift to Jude Chani Peiko though.
You are correct.
This is Tempai for Riichi Pinfu Dora 1.
Would have to find effectively only waiting on a 4 pin, assuming these 1 pins never come out. So.
Oh, there's the 9 pin. Wouldn't have been Junchan anyway, though, with the 3 bonus repair. Henry pawning the 9 pin. Is Henry gonna push Chinitsu here? It seems awfully early to be going for K10.
Yeah. K10 in a row and a half isn't too bad.
When you're having to like dodge around a Ricci.
Yeah.
Didn't Chi the 5, 6, 7.
So it is gonna hard force the Chinitsu. Across the way though.
Four pairs now.
4 pairs across the way. At the same time, you don't even need to like really force Chi Toy. Your shapes are basically a bunch of Rionmans, so
likely you're just trying to play around the Ricci.
Yeah.
But Ovar isn't going to want to totally give up on any hand, really.
Yeah. Especially when you're in like such a desperate situation at 147.
Home.
Pawn. Alright.
Kang.
Gonna fight for K10.
Ooh, Khan on the 9 pin. So flips 5 mon as the Dora, which every single 5 mon's been discarded. The 5 mon's totally walled off.
Oh, look at that.
Ishanten, nope, not Ishanten. 2 Shanten for Andrew. There's a 4 pin. This is Tempai if you discard 2 pin. Is not willing to. Not willing to discard Dora for some odd reason. There's actually only been 3 pin discards. I guess 4 with the 9 pin. There's been 4 total pin discards, which is kind of bonkers.
Yeah. It looks to be a very expensive suit.
Do you chi this? No. Ryan calls Pone, so we will never know whether Andrew wanted to chi that or not.
I think he passed out on like a chi a turn ago, so I don't think he was really looking forward to like any calls.
Is Ryan willing to discard 2 pin final discard? No.
No. Does
I collecting 3,000, being the only person Tempai. It is final dealer.
All last situation. I really just need to call this Hatsu. and hope that she can get this Renshan going. But other than that, not really much going on in the hand. On the right, let's see. There's an Ipeko shape. There's also a possibility of trying to get Junshan or Chanta, but that's a little far bit away. Could accept the Dora, but Phil's in the Ipeko shape,
Boom.
so that's pretty good. Across the way, Yakuhai is called. Not much value elsewhere though. And on the left, finally, doesn't seem that great of a hand. Just a penchant, two penchants, and then some awkward floaters.
It's 3 pairs is what it is. It's almost
3 pair,
halfway
yeah.
to cheat toy.
It's yeah.
Ooh, there's
halfway
another Hatsu. Henry held on to one each of all of the dragons for a while, given the
G.
discards here, and finally pairs up the Hatsu, which is really gonna harsh Irie's vibe here. That Mochi Mochi is gonna be kind of catastrophic for her.
especially because she's Atazuke. At the very least, like Henry can actually win the hand because of the South Call.
How much does Henry want to win this hand? I mean, they haven't played any games, so
I'd say-
everybody's sitting at 0-0. You win, you just guarantee third,
Yeah.
basically, unless you can hit
Boom.
Irie directly somehow. We get a pawn from Andrew.
Yeah, I think he's really hoping for that Shosangen, but I'm not really seeing the value anywhere else.
I mean, that would be a Mangan.
Yeah.
I mean-
Shosangen no me.
The thing is, there have been no dragons discarded. They
That is
gotta be somewhere.
That is true.
All
There's
right,
one of them discarded.
tests the only one that no one has in hand. There's a 5. I imagine Chun comes out. There's gonna be an
That is-
automatic pawn from Andrew there.
That is 10 pi for Henry. It would just be non-Nomi.
Boom.
And that is 10 pi.
All right, 2-mon, 5-mon. The wait now for Andrew.
Oh, sorry, that's only Ishan 10 for Henry. I thought one of the 6s was a 5. But yeah, 10 pi on the 2-3 or 2-5, sorry. Ooh.
If Andrew
Second-
draws 4-mon or 3-mon, could upgrade to... Well, can't draw 4-mon. They've been
Yeet.
called. If Andrew draws 3-mon,
Ooh.
could... Oh, but the 2-mon's going to come
Boom.
out of Ryan's hand.
Finds 10 pi for Ipeko Junshan, but unfortunately that would do it for, or that will deal in for Ryan. Sorry, excuse me.
So, because Irie wasn't able to get a repeat there, not able to climb above 30k. So we have Andrew at 45.4, Irie at negative 0.4, Henry at negative 12.4, and Ryan at negative 32.6. So, I mean, this game looks like it was kind of a blowout, but it really was kind of back and forth the whole time. It never... Like at the very beginning, it might have felt like Andrew running away with it a little bit, but for most of the middle of the game, it felt like kind of everybody had a shot in there.
Yeah, definitely. But hey, when one player pulls ahead, they can pull so far ahead. So kind of happens sometimes.
And with all that being said, we are going to go on a few minute break here as a broadcast team. When we come back, you might notice that Blake and I have both put on kind of weird auto tuners and that we sound completely different. Don't worry about it. It's
Yeah.
definitely still us.
And the names on the bottom right will be a little bit different, but it's still us. Blake
It's-
and Tucker.
If you take the new names that Harrison writes in the bottom right and compare them to Blake and Tucker, you'll be able to find the cipher to a cipher to a code that will lead you to a Tenho. You'll just automatically get a Tenho if you're able to piece it together. So I wish
Yeah.
you the best of luck.
All right, welcome back, everybody, and thanks to Tucker and Blake for the early commentary. Awesome job, everybody. Thanks to Harrison also for coordinating everything in the background. Nathaniel here, joined by David. How's it going, David?
Hello, I'm having a great time right now. It's my first time being a commentator for this, but I'm looking forward to seeing some very fun games.
And this one should be an awesome one. We've got an A1 matchup between Alfred, Minko, Matthew, and Vincent. And a small little note here, Alfred, our first dealer, this is his first A1 matchup, has been tearing it up in the league on his way to A1. I'm really excited to see how he plays tonight. It looks like we are getting underway. Alfred, our first dealer, to the right. Minko across the table. Matthew on the left. Vincent. Alfred starting us off with a kind of messy hand. The door is the east, and there's one in the hand, but not a lot of tiles to support that. To the right, Minko has the south pair, can open up for a quick hand. Not much else beyond that, though. Could just be a fast 1,000 point. Across the way, Matthew, much better inside tiles. Could be a Ricci Tanyao. And on the left, we've got Vincent working his way to another Ricci. 4 pairs, but maybe you can build Ipeko in the upper Sozu and get away from Chitoi.
By the way, while you're saying that, the dealer has a monster hand now. Like, that could be Toy, Chitoi. That East, like, if he can get that last East, that's at least a Mangan. And dealer Mangan in the first hand just sets the tone a lot, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, wow, paired up the East and the Haku. Pretty insane here. Could even be Hanemon if you can get both Yaku high calls. And here's going to be the Haku after the 8-mon Pon.
Yep, now he doesn't even need the last East, so it's great deception. But while that happened, you got Shimo getting the third south, so now they can do Damaten or Ricci with the south ankle. Depending on situation, I'm curious, would you Ricci here or not if he gets Tenpai? Because he's not getting a Jammen weight no matter what. So do you want to risk a Ricci against a board where you don't see a single East yet?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And if I'm Minko, I almost just want to try to call this open as quickly as possible to end the dealer threat. As it is headless Ishan-ten here, can pair up any of 6-8 pin or 6-8 so for the Tenpai. And huge move there. Alfred had the chance to chi the 7 so for Tenpai, but before he had the chance, Matthew pulled it away. So Alfred now really stuck, might end up having to force a Toy.
Yeah, yikes. That's a bad timing and bad situation. Great call by Toyman for taking the Tenpai there. He might not know it, but he stopped the dealer from getting a Tenpai of a big hand.
And Vincent as well drew one of those very dangerous East tiles, preventing that from being called by holding it in hand. And looks like Vincent might just have to hold that forever.
Yep. I mean, looking at his hand, it's like it's not a bad hand, but you have to question yourself. Do you want to push a hand that you do have one Dora, but if you push that Dora, you might be giving someone a free Mangan. So do you want to risk it for just the chance of a Ricci Pinfu, maybe on the high end Ricci Pinfu Tanya Dora, but in the low end could just be Ricci Nomi?
Yeah, exactly. And we have the Tenpai deal in the 3-pin held by Minko on the right, so still safe for now. Matthew has paired up the 4 so, and now Ishan-ten for Toy. Doesn't even need the East, of course.
Interesting. Yep. Shimo got the last East here, so it's going to be very interesting what they do when they get into Tenpai. I feel like this is going to be a Doratanki situation, because I don't think he wants to drop East this late in the game.
Absolutely. And very likely if a 7-pin comes out that we will see the 3-pin deal in. Oh, but wow. Tenpai for dealer, 5 so East.
If that 5 comes out, like, based on the hands, I think there's a chance that anyone could throw it out, and if they do, they're in for a death right there. Yikes.
Yeah, nasty surprise. Toy, Dora 2, and Haku is a Mangan. There's 1 5 so left in the wall. 1 4-mon left in the wall as well for Toyman Matthew. We'll see which one comes out first.
That's Nakasuji for anyone who wants to play statistical defense. With the 2 and the 8 so.
You're right. It's just a matter of time. Only 3 draws remain. 2 now. Minko's just out on the right, throwing away the Anko, and it looks like Vincent safe as well. So Alfred A very exciting first hand in A1 ends up picking up 1,500 points for the Ryukyoku. Same for Matthew. And we go into East 1, Repeat 1. Dealer hand starting off to a little bit better. 3 pairs, some Kanchan shapes. But these shapes can certainly be improved into Diamen depending on the draw. Early call across the way from Matthew with a Haku. Can also call the north as well. And I don't think there's going to be a Honitsu shift, but it is possible. It's just Ishanten right now. To the right, we've got reasonable shapes here for Arichi, maybe Pinfu. And on the left, 2 Dora for Vincent.
Yep. I mean, I will say that Dora hand is seeming nice. I think that's the Ishanten for Reach Pinfu Dora ni. Mangan's are always nice, but oh yeah, there comes the Richi. No Pinfu, but still that's Richi Dora ni. I'm happy every day with that hand.
Now you will take that any day of the week. 6-pin, 9-pin is the weight for 52 minimum, and there are 4 tiles left in the well for this weight. Now we can see the defense. Oh, forget defense. How about some offense from Minko? We do get the Richi Pinfu, 3-sided, 3-6-9. So,
interesting. Seems like Matthew's out of it. I think Matthew could have called that 2-mon for Tenpai. Oh, it doesn't even matter at this point.
Yeah, overlapping weights. Advantage Minko did find the Tsumo for 700, 1300. And Minko will get off to an early lead moving into East 2. This Haipai has some thoughts about Chanta Sanchoku. If you can draw extremely well in the upper shapes of each suit. It gives you some calling routes as well. To the right, we've got a fairly standard Richi, maybe Pinfu, if you can fill a Kanchan in the lower mon. So you'd really like to use the Dora Onso as your pair. And probably just take any Richi that you can get with those 2 Dora. Across the way, we've got, again, a pretty standard hand. And that can work its way to Pinfu. No Dora in that one, though. And on the left, Alfred has got maybe Itsu, the backbone of Itsu and the Pinsu, but most likely just a standard Richi as well.
Either way, yeah, I'm seeing right now that Minko has a really nice chance of winning, because that's, based on that hand, I think that's pretty much always, yes, usually a Jammen, possible not Jammen, but in that case, you are on a Shampong with the Dora, which can have a higher ceiling if you can Simmel or someone drops the Onso, because it's hard to use. But yeah, either way, everyone else, I don't see much progression too much, so might be another might just be another normal win here.
Yeah, across the way, Vincent sort of moving towards a Tanyao. Might even end up on Sanzo Tanki, which is always fun. I don't think we'd see a Richi in that instance, but you never know. Vincent might be Sanzo Cultist. And now, after drawing this force, so you have to think about whether or not Sancho is a possibility. Probably not, given that you have to discard away from a complete shape to do that. So just Richi Pivtanya potentially for Vincent.
Oh, and we have a Richi from Vincent. Yes, that's 1-8 Shampong. And we have a Dama on for Matthew here on 3-mon only. Interesting. Do you tend to like to just Dama here, or do you want to go for the insta Richi for the possible win against the other Richi?
Well, for Toy and Vincent here, waiting on that 3-mon, it's just a Kanchan. It's 1 pin. Probably going to just push it. Nothing indicates it's safe, but your Tenpai is probably similar in value, and so just pay out the 1300 there. I think because you had chance to upgrade to Pinfu, Antonio, and Ipeko, that's a decent upgrade if you draw 5-mon, even though it's not very many tiles to upgrade. I don't mind the Dama there. And if you draw anything really bad, like a Dora, you can always fold out.
That's a good point. Speaking of hands, yikes.
Everyone's opening up in a flurry. I guess the expensive one is on the left. Look at that. 3
wow.
Already Tenpai for Honitsu. And the rest of the table's like, what just happened? At least the Chun was discarded second turn, so maybe you're not as afraid of Tsui. So otherwise, I would be scared to drop any honor tile at this point.
I
know. It's a Mangan.
And the thing is, Alfred has a very easy chance of dealing in because that one pin seems relatively safe with the two pins you have there. So that might deal in for Yikers.
Yeah, it looks like Alfred, though, very cautious right now. We do see a weight
Don't-
switch, and the 6 is going to come out immediately.
Oh,
The 3 just passed, but there was a Tadashi, and so it's going to be a Hakupe Honitsu for the Mangan Minko jumping out into the lead, and Matthew will have some work to do to catch up here. Still a pretty close battle, only East 4, plenty of time to make up some ground. Wow, this dealer high pie, though.
wow, that's a nice one. Even has one Dora.
Could be just a very fast Ricci Dora, even a Nobetan shape as well. If you do end up needing to find a pair that isn't the 9 pins, looks like a pretty speedy chance for Vincent here. Oh, just give that up though in favor of holding the South. That's a little surprising, to be honest. We'll see, as most likely just going to be a safe tile in this hand. To the right, Alfred has the Haku pair. Could even call Pon here, but lets it go. Perhaps not
Interesting.
liking the shapes. Do you like to call in this situation when your shapes aren't amazing and you don't have a lot of value just to try to end things, or do you prefer to stay close and have the safety later?
Personally, especially considering the fact that he's second place, I actually like it more than usual because by trying to play defense here, you're giving the dealer a chance to take over your position, and the difference between second and third place can be especially big, especially with the fact that a Sumo here could put you under 30k, in which case you take an extra penalty.
Well, has managed to draw towards an Itsu, so that could be some extra value. And notably for the dealer, the 9-mon discard has been rewarded, holding all of those floater tiles. Now there's a very good chance that we end up having Pinfu with all of these Diamen shapes, dropping the 9-pin later. Across the way, though, Minko aiming for a 1-2-3 Sanchoku. Ishanten right now with Diankan in the upper pinzu. 4, 6, 8 can accept the 5-pin or the 7-pin for Tenpai, as well as, of course, the 3-pin that we're desperate, 3-mon rather, that we're desperate for. On the left, Matthew with lots of pairs, Chitoi Ishanten, but could also just be Ricci, Pinfu, Tanyao, Ipeko.
I was curious for a second if Alfred was possibly thinking about changing to a Hongitsu, but I guess at this point of the game and the fact that you had the 5-6 with now the 7, you kind of want to keep the fast shapes.
And now this is another difficult decision. Lets the Haku pass
Oh,
one more
wow.
time and cross into Tenpai. That's incredible. Ricci, Itsu, or 5,200 minimum, waiting for that 3-mon. There's only one left in the wall.
Oh yeah, 3s are mostly dead, and I don't think that usually comes out of anyone's hand.
This is, I think you dropped 2-3 so here for Vincent because you have 6 and 8 Sancho chance. This could be a monster for dealer now.
Oh yeah, and worst case scenario, you call it 8-pin if someone drops it for Tenpai.
Absolutely, you can bail yourself out with the guaranteed Sanchoku Yaku. This is Tenpai. I think we're going to see a chase here. Ricci.
Oh no!
Oh, Ricci brought Sanchoku Tora. This is... Oh. It's just a bonus here, but 18,000 points. And just as you said, dealer does manage to not only overtake the placement of second place from Alfred, but also jump straight into first place. How unfortunate there for Alfred to draw the Ipatsu tile. That was Takame on top of everything else.
I love seeing it, but I hate being in that position of feeding in.
Oh, absolutely. And, I mean, Vincent's not done yet. Look at this high pie. You've got the ability to call the Haku and the non-4 to Yakuhai here. Alfred's not going to give up, though, opening up for Honitsu. Could just be a Bakahon here, as there's no Dora 1-mon yet in hand.
But instead, I like the shapes too much. Like, as long as you can get that 8-9 shape completed, that's a lot. That's Tenpai for a really good shape. Tenpai.
That's true. We will. Oh, this could even be called as well. It would be Tenpai on the 7, but just the 7.
G.
Yeah,
We'll take it though.
I think you still got to take the Tenpai at the very least because you can always call to make the weight better. But with this Ricci, it gets a bit more sticky now.
Absolutely. That Ricci did give the Kanchan fill to Minko, and it is Ricci Nomi, waiting for the 3-6-mon. Oh, can switch the weight here.
Question is, do you want to try to trick people with the 7-mon Genbutsu or change it to the Shampong for a possible upgrade later on?
Yeah, that's a really good question. The 9 mon and 8 mon are kind of equivalent. 9 mon slightly safer, but in terms of using the Sonogawa, both pretty safe here. Oh, and the 7 mon comes out.
But yeah, that 3-6, yeah. The problem about that 3-6 weight here is for people who trust Suji theory, that 7 mon makes it so that 3-6 mon
Sumo.
is more dangerous than usual. Oh, and we got Sumo here.
Yeah, just Sumo, Richi, Tsumo, Pihu, and an Ura. Actually relevant here.
Yep, this is why even if your hand doesn't have a single Dora, Richi can inflate the value by a lot.
You know what's funny? I thought that we were in the south round, so that was a non-Pifu pair, but that was still east. So that was actually the Pifu as well. And we're going to see Vincent opening up here for what looks to be a Honitsu or Chinitsu play on the left. Of course, with east being the Dora, you'd love to make Honitsu Dora 2 for a Mangan.
Yep, but sadly, two of the other East are held by Minko here. But the problem with Minko's hand is it's not really easy to call open with that type of hand. Maybe you play a closed hand and hope for something to happen.
Yeah, Richi Dora 2 certainly acceptable for Minko, especially in first place right now. Our dealer, Alfred, has the Hatsu pair. We'll see if he's ever able to open. Probably wants to open, if at all possible, to match the speed of Vincent here, who's definitely showing a scary hand.
Oh yeah, whenever you see someone opening for that, you always think that's at least a Hongitsu, and you don't want to deal into the chance of a possible Mangan or even a Hanuman, depending on how much Dora they have.
And even if you play defensively and let them Tsumo, as dealer, you can't afford a big Oyakaburi here.
Oh yeah, especially as last place. This is your last place, and this is your dealership. Sometimes you might have to just push tiles that you usually don't want to push, just because if you lose your dealership here, you're losing your last big chance to earn not necessarily easy points, but big points.
Right, yeah. Dealer 1.5 multiplier, certainly relevant. We will see Matthew opening him across the way for a very cheap hand, Haku only. Ishanten here, perfect Ishanten.
Sadly for Matthew, he wants more value, but this is the type of hand that it's hard to get value, and the worst thing you could see is the dealer repeating, because as third place, you don't want to go to last place, because you're losing a lot more points there.
Did push the 4-mon-4 Tempai. That does allow Vincent to get Tempai as well. Had a choice. Tonki or 6-9-mon, and 6-9-mon certainly wider here. And less likely that you'll win on Adora. This is a Chinitsu Tempai.
Oh yeah, no. Chinitsu, that's a Mangan. Oh, that 9. That's a hard 9, because you have 2 Doras, so you don't want to throw up. At the same time, you deal into a Chinitsu here, that you're losing your lead by a lot.
2-mon indicates that he wants to push, but by not pushing the 9-mon yet, it allows the Tsumo to happen, so Minko saves some points there. Vincent jumping into the lead.
Yep, new first place for South 2, but luckily for Techno Minko here, he has his dealership, so with this hand, I feel like it's a good chance to come back.
Absolutely. We open up to completed shape already in the Sozu, and a Diamond in the Manzu. Ability to incorporate the Dora if you draw it. Penchon in the Pinzu in the 4-6-6 shape, not amazing, but certainly workable. So definitely an opportunity here for Minko. To the right, do you see Honitsu there?
Yeah, I was just about to ask you, how often do you want to go with Honitsu with that hand? Because you don't have any Dora in your hand. Oh, that 4 might change things a bit. But before that 4, I would say maybe Honitsu, but now with that 4, it's a bit more awkward to go with Honitsu with this hand now.
Yeah, and there was always the option of just having Itsu and then tiles in another suit. Certainly playable for Matthew, and it looks like he'll be moving in that direction instead. Across the way, Vincent has the Chun pair, and we haven't seen any discarded yet. They're both in the wall. We'll see if Vincent chooses to open up here. It would make sense given that he's in the lead currently and wants to prevent Minko from winning any dealer rounds. And then for Alfred on the left, very importantly, 2 Dora, so this almost feels like a must-win hand.
Yep. The question is, how often do you play open here? I guess forcing Tanya is a bit difficult, so I guess this is usually a Richi hand, and considering how he's Ishanten here, I think no matter how bad the weight is, you gotta Richi for Richi Dora too, right?
I would agree with you, yeah. holding this Formon, hoping to draw a connector, but chooses this Tuso instead as perhaps a little bit of a value upgrade. You can draw into Ipeco there, even though the 1 4 so is not looking very good if you do manage to draw the 3 so.
Well,
This-
instead he gets the 5-6, so that's one Ramen shape.
Yeah, it looks very likely to end up on a Shabo 8 pin, 8 so. Of course, if you'd sumo the door in that instance, that would be amazing.
A bit of the punishment of the 4-mon discard there, but at the same time, yeah, I mean, I'd still say this is a good Richi. If you can somehow get the either of the 8s for Tenpai, I'm happy with the Richia.
Interesting here, chooses to hold on to this 9 so. Maybe that's just a safety play because it's safe to Dealer and to Matthew, not necessarily to Vincent, but you have 2 of the 8 so.
リーチ
Oh, and there's Tenpai Diamond Weight, Richi
Yeet.
Dora 2. Will be immediately chased by Minko, who does not want to let this dealership pass. It's just Richi Nomi for Dealer. But another Diamond Weight. So 2 5 pin for Dealer, 4 7 pin for Alfred. And none of these weights looking very good. Actually, the 2 5 pin is just completely held.
Yikes, that's a lot of red tiles there. Well, if these two know defense, and if you look at their discard piles, you can see that Pinch is pretty expensive overall. So if they're playing defense based on that, they have a really... Oh, no. Deal in there for the dealer.
Yeah, Richi Dora 2 misses on the Ura. That would have been massive, but still, getting that win is very important moving into South 3. This is the point where everyone is very closely looking at the scoreline and determining what they need in the final 2 hands of the game in order to move up a placement. And with that win, that puts Alfred within a Mangan off of anybody to grab a 3rd here. And with Sumo, you don't even need Mangan.
Well, on the other hand, Matthew has a relatively fast hand. If he just wants to play small hands and try to stack up a dealer homebot, he can try to go for a Kuitan here.
That's right. Open Tanyao is certainly possible for Matthew. And if you stay closed, you have decent shapes for Pinhu as well. Maybe if the 6 so comes out, you'd consider opening up, given the shapes.
Interesting. Okay, so Alfred decided to not take the south there. I guess that makes sense because as last place, you gotta get the Mangan. And currently, if you open up with the south, you only have a 1,000 hand of maybe a Khan, but that's not sure value.
That's true. Maybe if there's a Toy shift in the future, might call the second south if it comes out. And there currently are enough pairs to make Toy. We'll just have to see how the draws come in.
Well, if I can see a Silanko, then I'm more happy.
Yeah, that's true. Speaking of pairs, by the way, there are a lot of pairs in the hand to the right. I think Vincent is actually Chitoi Ishanten with 5 pairs in hand.
Yep, as people like to say, Chito is the most defensive hand possible, so it's always a nice hand because you can Dama if you want. You can change the hand depending on what other people do, so it's a really nice hand to go for, though the speed of the hand is usually slow, so I personally don't like the hand too much.
Yeah, interesting move, I think, here from Vincent, deciding that the 4-5 so and the 7-8 so overlap too much, choosing to discard away from that instead of dropping away from one of these pairs. So not really Pinhu just yet. However, this does give you some maybe slightly better door acceptance if you do manage to pair up one of these so tiles.
That's fair. I was also possibly thinking he did that on purpose to possibly like aim for a bit of a Sanshoku style shape because yeah, by keeping the both 4s and 5s, you can possibly make one pair and possibly somehow force the Sanshoku in some ways because in your position, you're 3rd place, and essentially the only way you can get up to 2nd place is possibly by by forcing a which got Sanshoku here.
Oh no, Alfred didn't take the Richi, now has the Sumo, but Sumo only is
Richi.
not what you're looking for. Well, instead, Huriten Richi, hoping to draw a door here. Very clever. The only tile you can win on is the 6-mon because all the 3s have been discarded at this point. So Huriten Richi, Dora 1 will be the play for Alfred, but needs to Sumo.
リーチ
Yep, as you can see, the dealer does not want to fold here because as dealer, the worst thing you can see is Toyman getting a Sumo Mangan and becoming last place. So despite not wanting to push this hand, he's got to push it.
Hatsuko Holmes, the
Oh.
Chitoi Dama. Tricky weight. Once cut honor is very strong, and Vincent will steal that away. There were 3 door in the wall for Alfred Sumo, but will not get the chance.
Sometimes the game's like that.
Very clever play from Vincent in first place. Doesn't really need the points. Even Arichi, the tile probably still would have come out, but also avoided any danger of his own. And so we enter all last, and it is Vincent in first place, just trying to end this game. Alfred on the right, desperate for 6,100 point to make up the 6,100 point gap. And is this a hand that Alfred can do that with?
I would say that it's not easy. The first thought I would have with this hand is it's not bad of a pinfu shape, but if you want the points, you might have to try to force like a Tanyao pinfu, possibly Sanshoku. So if you want to force all that stuff, it gets really slow. But luckily you have one Dora, and I know some people trust the idea that a reach pinfu 1 can usually easily get a Mangan, because I heard the average value of that is usually 5,200 with a Richi.
Yeah, and if you sumo hit Ura, it certainly gives you good chances. That's a nice Contron fill for Alfred. And of course, the thing he's got to worry about is that his competition, Matthew on the left, has already opened up on the north and can just deal away 1,000 points to confirm third place and avoid issues.
I mean, in this position, you don't have any dealership left. It's South 4. You want to finish things quickly, because you weren't likely gonna get how much would you have to get overtake Haneman hand to overtake second place,
right? And even Haneman Sumo is just not enough for that. So you're absolutely correct. You just want to end the game and make sure you don't finish in fourth here. Minimize damage.
As you can see here, Alfred was in Tempai with that 2-pin draw, but he can't reach that right now because he thinks that Richi 1 is not enough to take over third place, so he's trying to remake his hand right now.
Doesn't want to rely on Uda here.
Interesting. Would you have reached that?
Yeah, I think I would have. Richi, Sumo, Dora, and rely on the Uda.
Yeah, I feel like he's possibly trying to think if he can change this into Pinfu or something, or maybe he's trying to get the Ipeko on the 789 side.
Yeah, I definitely think he's trying to incorporate a second door here. I'm not sure that Pinfu is actually that helpful in terms of the value need. I think you still need to flip an Uda anyway. Well, here's another Richi. Chance.
There's a chance, but also it falls into the same problem. Okay, yeah, you can see he's trying to force the Pinfu here. The problem is that one show there can possibly cause a Furiten sometimes.
Right. Ideally, though, he would draw around the Manzu shape anyway and allow for the incorporation of another door. And there's the Forso, so this is the Richi Pinfu Dora 1.
At this point, I think, yeah, he's got to Richi this.
All right, really hoping for a direct hit or to flip an Uda.
Now, the question here is, as third place Matthew, do you defend against this or do you try to push against this?
Yeah, Matthew has this door that's very awkward to push. You basically cannot push it.
So, oh my gosh.
No way. That's going to do it.
That is enough. A Richi Patsumo will do it.
Didn't hit the Uda, but the Ipatsu made it happen. And Alfred, what a steal. We'll just snatch it right away. Grab the third place. Of course, Vincent doesn't mind so much. Has a very nice first place, plus 34.3. Minko in second at positive 9.2. But Alfred, that careful hand construction, found a way to do it. Impressive.
Maybe he knew it all along. Maybe he knew that, yeah, Richi won. I don't have a good feeling. Let's try to go for a Richi. Let's go for the bigger hand.
It got there. And for Matthew, I mean, takes a fourth place here. 28.7 in the negatives doesn't feel good, but let's be honest, you just have to tip your cap to what Alfred just pulled off.
Oh yeah, whenever you see that hand, there's nothing you can do. You could just all you gotta think is, oh well, might as well try to do better next game.
Absolutely, and I'm hoping that we get to stay on this table because that was a thrilling match.
Oh yes, like you can see here, because it's A1, people are playing really smart. Like the way that people play defense, knowing when to push and pull, it really feels like these are like the top of the tops.
Absolutely. And well, not many games have been played in A1 just yet, but I do see a bunch on the calendar, and games will be filling in all around the league. I mean, today we had 13 matches scheduled. Tomorrow, I think there's another 12 or so. It's just ridiculous the number of games that are going to be played in the next couple days.
Wow. Well, I guess it is. I guess it is a good time. Which God, last week was 4th of July weekend, so I feel like people are getting back to the normal moods and they want to catch up with their games.
Absolutely. We will be staying at this table. This one's set to start in just a few seconds. Matthew, after taking the fourth place, will start off in the east seat. Alfred will be in the south seat. Minko across the table in the west seat. And Vincent on the left in the north seat.
Just curious, how do you deal with having a fourth place in a game and you have to play the next game? Like, do you try to like calm down and try to not be too, I guess, aggressive in the next game because you got a fourth place, or do you have any different ways of dealing with a fourth place?
I try. I think it depends on the scenario. I mean, this is just the first game of the season for these players, so I think if you can take a second to look back at the game that you just played and say, you know what, the decisions I made were good decisions, and Alfred just had a crazy decision-making process to rob it away from me, and you could just say, you know what, Mahjong's going to be like that. I'm fine. It's not going to shake my game at all. And just play your game moving into the second one. If you look back at the game and say someone did something, strange that I can take advantage of in the next game, or I was making mistakes that I need to fix for the next game, then they might change your mindset for the next one. But I think in this game, Matthew played pretty decently and just got a little bit unlucky there at the end. And
Yep.
overall, it doesn't change your mindset too much.
Yep, I thought Matthew played good, well there, and yeah, I like that mindset because I know some people once they get a fourth place, they get tilted and start to play a bit crazy, and I tend to see that happens to usually make even worse next games.
Absolutely, yeah. The mental side of Mahjong is not talked about as much as the efficiency and defense and all that, but is just as important. And getting into this game, we have actually already an Ishanten on the left for Chitoy, and those tiles are not very easy to open up for Toy Toy, so I definitely think it's going to stay as a Chitoy. And there's a Tempai. We reached the 9-mon, such a sneaky wait with a 7-mon being the third discard. Do you like this reach immediately, or do you think it's worth to wait for a better wait?
Well, the very least, when you're going for a Cheeto in general, you usually like the honors or the terminals, and that's really nice. The one thing that can be a minus is based on your discard pile, some people can possibly guess it's Cheetoy, but at the same time, how do you defend against a Cheetoy?
Yeah, it's very difficult to, and here's a 9-mon that fits into Alfred's hand, but...
Oh, anyway. Wow. Okay, so the reason he deals in there is because I'm pretty sure he saw that 7-mon, so he's thinking, okay, he threw an early 7-mon, so it's unlikely he's waiting on a 9-mon shape if he's considering normal efficiency.
Right, and also he had 2 more 7-mon in his own hand, and so now on top of it being Sologawa, as you were saying, an outside tile to the early cut, it was also just one chance. However, maybe you could have considered just throwing the 7-mon as it was safe. As it is, it's only Chitoy. If you hit Uda there for the Mangan, then it becomes a little bit more painful. And Alfred might have the hand to come back in this one. Hatsu, Honitsu, maybe even a Dora in the works. Looks very strong for the dealer.
On the other hand, Minko here also has a really fast hand. If you can call for a red dragon, that's a great hand. Even if you play closed, a lot of times you can get a Jammin shape here. So I don't. Oh, that red dragon hurts.
Doesn't even think about Daisangen, Shosangen here. That red dragon hurts Minko, of course, because it's Mochi Mochi. They both have the same pair and are unlikely to discard it. But what do you think about Alfred not even considering Shosangen?
I think you might as well keep the white dragon because East is one out, and as dealer, you want to go for efficiency. Yes, East gives you double East, but at the same time, if you're going for a Hongitsu hand, you already have enough value, and who doesn't want a fun story about a Shosangen or Daisangen?
Absolutely. I mean, East gives you 2 Han, but Shosangen also is worth 2 Han. So pairing up the Haku is just as good, if not better, than pairing up the East.
Only one minus is people will be a bit afraid and start playing a lot more defensive, but at the same time, as dealer, if you can get everyone to the defense, that just means at the worst, you get a free Ryugoku and one more chance to win a hand.
Oh, danger. Vincent has called for Shadora 1. 2 Han here. 5-8 Mon is the weight, and this does not fit in Alfred's hand.
Yikes, Alfred's getting some bad luck here.
Another deal into Vincent, but again, it's only for 5,200 total and 2 deal-ins. That's not that much. The game's still very close here, and we've seen what Alfred can pull off already. Well, we move to East 3, Minko's dealership. Hatsu is the Dora, 1 in hand, and reasonable shapes elsewhere, but a lot of them are Diamond +1, like Diamond pair combos. So usually you want that at the end of the hand when you already have all your blocks. Is kind of starting to build in with these Sozu blocks, though. We'll see how this hand develops. If you start to pair up honors, you might even think about a Honitsu shift later.
Yep, it does seem nice. The sad part here is that Vincent just has a really fast hand here. Like, he's got an East Anko, and there's the Richi.
Oh, wow.
Interesting.
Look at this. Nakasuji trap 5-pin on turn 4 over Hatsutanki. That is incredible.
Interesting. Would you have taken that Richi? Personally, like, I might have reached, but I would go for the Dora Tanki.
Doratanki makes so much sense. You don't even need to Richi even if you want Doratanki.
Exactly, because one of the greens came out the turn before, so if people were trying to throw the green, it would have come out pretty easily.
Yeah, it caused Alfred to drop his Hatsu, and then he immediately drew one afterwards. So if he didn't drop it immediately, probably would have held it in hand forever. And so Will's just...
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I see why he decided to take a 5-pin Richi. He decided to go for the Nakasuji Richi.
Yeah. And we'll see if the Nakasuji pays off. Like, this is A1. Players definitely are aware that Nakasuji is a defensive technique. And if you run out of tiles, especially against an early... Oh, just Sumo.
Or just Sumo.
The wall got fooled. Yeah, 5-pin, even a little... being a central tile and all, definitely spooky. And if you just Sumo, it fixes all the problems.
Yep, just Sumo.
And what is this? Alright, surely we don't see something as crazy as Suako, do we?
Well, at the very least, I say this is even a good Toy Tanyao if he wants to play open as dealer.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting what floaters he keeps. The 4-pin here, of course, connects to the Dora. 8-mon is an interesting keep as well. I'm sure the viewers will understand why 8-mon is interesting as a potential floater. If you pair that up, you have a potential Sanshoku Doko.
Oh, yes. That's also a nice meme hand to go for.
But now that this 5-pin has been accepted to hand, it looks like we're aiming for Richi, Tanyao, Dora, maybe even Sananko.
Either way, as dealer and first place, I might even just call that for Tenpai, yeah.
We'll absolutely do so. Okay, this is 2,900 right now. Well, I guess you have enough Fu on Atsumo to... Well, actually, not even... Yeah, on Atsumo you have enough Fu to bump it up. And I wonder, though, if the 5-pin is drawn, I'm sure we'll switch to Shabo for Toy Toy. But if the 4-pin is drawn, will you switch to the Toy Toy and drop the Dora?
Personally, just because of the fact that you have to drop the Dora, I don't like changing to Toy because you're giving up a good shape. Your discards kind of tell people Pinch is likely dangerous. So in the first place, so he decides to go to Dora Tanki though.
Well, I mean, drew a 5-pin before. Why not do it again?
Why not? And also, he's got 2 contents anyway, so might as well try to go for Rinchan Kaio. Oh, ouch. A bit punished there. We
can see all the Dora 5-pin are being held, and unless Minko drops it out, it seems unlikely that Vincent will win here.
The problem is, I don't think Minko wants to drop it against a dealer who already has 2 calls.
Yeah, especially with Tanyao type shapes and the last discard being the 4-pin. You're assuming Tenpai at that point, and the weight very likely to be around that 4-pin.
It might be a situation where 2 people go for a Dora Tanki.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think actually Minko had a chance for Tenpai there, but discarded the 1-mon, refused to drop the 5-pin. Of course, any draw around the 5-pin will be Tenpai for Minko.
Oh, that's another Tenpai. That's a 3-sided weight. That's really tempting.
Yeah, the question is, did Vincent have 3-4-4? If that was the shape before the 4-pin was discarded, 5-pin would deal in, and Minko can only see, the 4-pin as the door indicator and the one that was discarded. So there's a chance, it might not be as high, but there's a chance that Vincent had that exact shape.
It's always amazing to see how these A1 players Mawashi, they thinking in mind that it could deal in, they always have a way to not just completely give up, but change the hand around to win in a different way. I really like that skill.
Yeah, and notice Minko here holding the 1-so. What's bad about the 1-so? It doesn't deal into Tanya, but it does deal into Toy Toy potentially. And so giving that some consideration here. Does hold on to the Chuno instead.
Yep, it's not necessarily safe yet right now because the last red discard was a while ago. You can see the dealer had to wait a second too because you never know when someone's possibly holding 2 reds at this point of the game.
Right. At this point, Chun can come up safely. Will Vincent switch the weight back to the 10-4 pin? No way. Doesn't make any sense to do so.
Riichi.
Oh, we're going to see a Ricci from Matthew. Oh, the 1-4 so. Good thing Minko got rid of that already.
Yep.
Ricci Dora 2. And the weight, not amazing. There's the last 1-so. Only 1-4 so left in the wall for this weight.
The thing is, if the dealer gets it, I think he's gotta throw because there's no way he's dropping the door instead.
Absolutely. Will it be Haite? No, but what is the safest cut here? 7 or 8 pin?
Might be 7
Or
because of
5
Shuji.
so. They're all options.
Oh,
Chooses
5.
the 5 so. Yeah, all the so many of those so tiles were discarded. I don't know where the last 6 so was, but if that was the case, then you'd have half Suji on the 2 so. And yeah, full Kabe on the 6 so. So you had half Suji and the Kabe combo. Made the 5 so very safe. Well read there by Vincent, maintaining Tenpai. Matthew will also pick up Ryukyoku payments. And we will stay here in East 4 with a Ricci stick and a Homba. What
Well-
hand do you like here?
Oh gosh, I think just Toyman with Alfred is the fastest hand, just because he can call open here. But at the same time, I guess the dealer, Vincent's hand is also nice with some good shapes. But at the same time, if he doesn't fill in that Penchan, gets a bit slow.
Absolutely. We do see the Chun come out. Alfred opening up here, but Matthew's hand
Gee.
progressing very nicely. Filled a con 4 so, and is actually just Ishanten here.
Oh yeah, no, that would be a nice reach. Technically, there's also a chance to call open for Tanyao. 9 can't win off of the 9 pin, but either way, if you can get a 1,000 hand here and stop the dealership, that might have a big meaning by itself too.
Now, I suspect
Ricci.
Matthew... Oh, we'll just take the Ricci at this point. Ricci 6 9-pin, and there are not many of these tiles left in the wall. Only 1 9-pin and 1 6-pin, as the third one just got drawn into Alfred's hand.
But at the same time, if he wins this, at least Ricci Ipeko, if he can get the 6-pin side, oh, that's Tanyao. Oh wow.
Okay. Yeah, Alfred drew the wrong side and got into Tenpai, but that will deal to 3 and 40, 5,200. Ricci, Ipeko, Tanyao, and Matthew now jumps over, sit within about 6,000 points of first place here, entering South 1.
Alfred seemed to be having a bad game this time, just dealing in here and there. Yikes.
Yeah, I mean, it was very understandable in that situation. Had just drawn into Tenpai, had the 2-4-6 and filled the 3-pin instead of the 5-pin. Of course, 6-pin was the unfortunate deal in tile. It was an early Ricci, so not a lot of info to go off of either, and a lot of times in that situation, you just choose to fight when you have Tenpai.
Yep.
As it is, we will open up into the south end with an early north call from the left. It looks like that's going to be possible Honitsu play.
Was gonna ask, do you as if you're Vincent here, do you try to? I was gonna ask, do you try to force the homings? But at the same time, I forgot that Vincent is first place, so he has
Right.
less incentive of forcing value hands because he just wants a fast hand to stop the dealership.
Yeah, I suspect if he draws a non-Tenpai Manzu, he will force it. But in this situation, there is a lot of incentive to just take the 2,000 points and I mean, good position. So this is Tenpai. He could still force it. That's a great draw, but yes, does choose to take the Tenpai.
I will say, if he wanted to force it, he could on the high side. He could even have tried to go for Ichi, which would have given him a confirmed Mangan, or yeah. Well, he has a Mangan already, so it doesn't matter too much. But either way, Jamin wait 5-8 to stop the dealership. I'm happy with that hand almost every time.
Home.
Yeah, and if he did try to force it, every single Mon tile would have given Tenpai. So I think that an aggressive player, a player who's greedy for points, would have tried to. And I actually think Vincent is a fairly aggressive player. Actually goes right back into it. It made the decision a little late, but maybe reading that Alfred is going for a Honitsu of his own and says, you know what? If you're going to drop Mon tiles, I'll accept them. And here's Tenpai on the 3-6 Mon. Oh, there's a lot in the wall
Wow.
here. 5 of them. Alfred might be in trouble again.
Oh no.
Chi.
And with that chi, I don't think it's hard for Alfred to fold now. Like with
Oh.
2 calls, you pretty much have no defensive value left. Oh gosh, this is Chinitsu weight reading. Do
Yeah,
you
with
ki-
trainer. All right, looks like 2-5.
リーチ
2-5, interesting. Do you like that change, or would you have just kept the original weight?
I think they're pretty equivalent. Oh no, but
Oh,
you're the 6
no.
So you can just.
Oh,
the
another
thing.
change.
So it's Furiten though.
Yeah, Furitan on the 8.
Eat.
But it's 3-sided. Oh, and we have a Pursuit Rigi here. Yikes.
All right.
Everyone, this is dangerous for everyone. Oh, and that hand can change to a green Tanki. Wow, that's one of the...
My
How many
goodness.
times?
There's literally no way.
No way.
I think Alfred's holding this 3-pin. And yeah, he's out. He is out. Forget the Mangan.
Wow, but...
Or
Oh, no.
9 so now. Has the 3-pin 9 so can just escape this hand. And there's the 2 Mon. Every single switch backfires. At this point, the weight is so tough to read.
I know. How do you read, like, what's the weight on? What does it give me?
There's another
Oh,
three.
no. That's another Tenpai.
And
Oh,
declines
wow.
it. All right, Alfred's playing this so well. I imagine he's going to draw, 6-pin or something and
Wait.
just steal his hand away.
Oh, he didn't decide to take Toy side. Interesting. Oh, that was 6 Furitan on something?
Furiten for Alfred. Yeah, did draw
Oh.
the 8-pin, not the 6-pin.
This
Con?
board is confusing me so
This hand's
much.
crazy enough. Why not? That's
Oh,
not going to
no.
do it either.
Oh, wait, no.
Switch.
Wow.
It's dodged with 3 calls, and it will be Ryukyoku, the Honitsu hand, not ending up coming up with anything. It's dealer Matthew to the right, Alfred, and Nico
How did
across the way
Alfred-
with Tenpai.
How did Alfred defend against that? Like, that was like a minefield. Like, every single card in his hand could have dealt in. Wow.
By the end of it, every single one was a deal in tile. He managed to find a way. Incredible defense from Alfred there. And for Vincent, those backfire after backfire. It's so sad.
I know. Oh, wow. Like, a single different discard could have changed that hand so many different ways. Wow.
And well played, though. It's going to be a repeat here in South 1. 2 Ricci sticks, a home ball down. Matthew aiming to continue on here. Difficult hand to do so. I mean, singletons of all of these dragons. There are not good shapes either. It's going to be pretty impossible, and everyone's going to be fighting for those Ricci sticks.
At the very least, I'm looking at Minko's hand, and I'm thinking that's a really fast hand. And despite this being a good Ricci hand, he might even just want to call open here. I know some people have a few different opinions about this type of hand, but personally, this is the type of hand, despite being third place, you might want to call it just because of the sticks in the middle and stopping third place from getting any more points.
Yeah, that's a good point. The sticks
Yeet.
make it sort of worthwhile to push for, but instead just draws it to Tenpai before any calls come into play. And we'll have a 5-8 pin wait here for Ricci, Pinhu, Tanyao.
Well,
Certainly going to move him over 30k.
yep, if he can win this.
5-8 pin, how's that looking? I'm seeing 1 5-pin left and 1 8-pin, so not great.
Oh, that's really lucky for Vincent. He got the 7-pin there, so he doesn't have to drop the 8-pin anymore.
Home.
And Vincent is fighting now headless with Dora 3.
Interesting.
Tanyao Dora 3. He will fight. And we're
Oh.
going to see Alfred in 4th place chase as well. Ricci, Pinhu,
Oh,
Dora 1.
Oh wow, this is gonna be another who deals into who situation.
And if Vincent gets Tenpai here, do you push the Su to
Don't-
7 or the Gebu to 8?
Oh.
This is huge. We're going to have... It's going to be close. It's going to be super close. Matthew takes first place, and the other two are not far behind. But Alfred has some work to do. Last dealer chance here. Everyone's above 30,000.
Yeah, so Alfred, that was like the worst case scenario there, if you ask me, because now he's the only one in fourth place, and as I remember, there's the UMA shifting rule such that if 3 people are over 30k, fourth place takes that extra penalty.
That's right. Normally this would be, what, 14, 15, minus 29.5? Minus 28.5? But because of the shifting UMA, you're taking extra 5 points hit, so you're below 30. That's a much more painful fourth place to try to handle here. So Alfred desperate to at least drag someone below 30,000 with you, even if you can't escape fourth place. Make sure somebody else is down there with you.
I did notice that last season, I remember a game where Navitas was last place and fourth place, but he was able to achieve the goal of dragging someone under 30k, which helped him because that UMA shifting made it such that he doesn't take that extra 5-point penalty.
Yeah, and last season, Lucas had some pretty unlucky games, but stayed in it all the way and managed to avoid demotion with plays just like that. Just minimizing damage. That's the big goal for anyone who's in fourth place in this league. There are going to be many more games, many more chances to escape, so try to minimize the damage that you can. And for Alfred here, there's a shift to Itsu that's possible. Just needs a 5-mon, can even open this hand for it.
Yep, as dealer, if you can open a hand for Tenpai, usually you say yes.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to let me repeat as dealer? Absolutely, I'll take that. Interesting play here. Holds on to the Yankan. Could have opted for more Pon options, but 3-5-7 shape still seems pretty decent to draw into.
A bit sad for Ming and who's Toyman here?
Vincent.
Vincent, yes, they have Green Dragon Mochi Mochi. So despite both of their hands usually being fast hands, because of the Green Dragon being Mochi Mochi, it's going to be a bit slower than usual.
Yeah, at least Minko can declare a Richi here, and is less likely to open Atosuke, but Vincent also has the backup of Honitsu, perhaps. So both players with an out that doesn't require opening for the Green Dragon.
I'm actually curious, how often do you open there and change your hand to Honitsu with that hand?
I don't think it would be surprising to see Vincent do that. Oh, just takes the Richi, though.
Interesting.
Awkward wait.
Do you like that, Richie? Because personally, the fact that it only has 2 outs left and that you have an upgrade to Honitsu, personally, I don't like that Richie too much. But what about you?
I think he likes the Suji trap and thinks that because it's 2 out, there are 2 players who can't use a 2-mon if they draw it.
Oh no, that 1-mon is so awkward. Oh, decides to fold.
Yeah, Minko can afford to fold here. Matthew was the second player to chase Richi Pinfu with potential Tanyao on the 4. There's also a Dora in hand, so that's a very expensive hand. Minko's just out.
And as you can see here, Alfred has a hard time folding here because if he folds here, it's automatically fourth place. So even if there's tiles that he thinks is dangerous, I don't think he can really keep it.
No, Alfred Tenpai for that 5-mon. And there are 2 5-mons left in the wall, 2 players who can't use it as well. So 3 drawing pools to win. Only 2 draws left, though.
The good thing for Alfred is because one of the 5-mons is in the actually folds. Wow.
Yeah, decided the Sozu were too bad, and it's so sad when the hands flip up and you see that the weights were in the Manzu and not the Sozu.
Oh wait, I'm not reading this. It's still South. That was South 2?
Oh, well, we still have a little bit more time here for the rest of for Alfred to catch up here, but losing the dealership certainly will make it difficult. However, Minko did lose some points as well, so at least you have an easy target to aim to get below 30,000.
Yep.
Minko. Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, just a 2,000 run can just save you 7 points overall.
Exactly, and so we'll see Alfred paying close attention to that. Minko, as dealer, has a Dora in hand, and okay shapes. If you could build towards 7, 8, 9 Sancho, that'd be interesting. And ooh, how about Itsu as well? These diamond shapes are looking good for Minko. Right,
Yep.
Vincent also has diamond shapes, each on 10 for Ricci Pinfu. Across the way, Dora discarded already by Matthew. Also pretty strong shapes here as well. Moving towards a Pinfu as well. Ricci Pinfu, Ishanten there. And on the left, we've got Alfred, the ability to call the north, but of course he wants more points. Perhaps tries to aim for a Shabo, north something else Shabo, so that he can reach and win on the north.
So, I mean, that's always nice to win off the north. The thing is, that hand doesn't have much value, so it kind of hurts a lot. Like, what do you do against this Ricci? Like, I guess you can fold, but at the same time, if you fold here, when do you think you can expect yourself to get points?
Right. I mean, you'd have to win in all last. You're almost hoping that Vincent summos a Mangan, or not even a Mangan, enough to knock Minko below. So a 3 and 30 sumo would be enough to do it.
Interesting. Yeah. So because of the 30k Uma shift, it might be a strategy to just not deal in, because if you can have him in sumo, then you earn 5 points by just not dealing in.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you'll lose the points that you pay as part of the sumo, but the net gain is going to be much better in terms of the Uma hits. So looks like we'll see defense from Alfred. And is this Ishanten again for Matthew? We'll push the 1 mon across the way. Back to perfect Ishanten again.
Sumo.
Oh, just a sumo.
All right, Ricci Sumo Pinfu needs to flip an Ura. Misses though. So Minko stays above 30,000 just by 200 points. That means that any sumo by Alfred is not only worth the value of the hand itself, but also it is worth an extra 5,000 points.
And this actually gives Minko another test, because Minko has to have stay over 30k for the extra points. So as Minko, you have to ask yourself, are you okay with a 1,000 win to keep the 30k, or do you want to try to grade for second place with 4,000 or with a 4,000 or actually 5,000 plus hand to get a second place bonus?
Yeah, and I don't know. I feel like Minko is pretty value hungry, but this might not be the hand that you can greed unless you try to force some type of Honitsu. Honestly, it looks more like Kokshi than anything else. So
How
yeah,
much
we'll
would
be
that have been? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay.
9 in a pair is not terrible, but there's a door in hand, and so certainly other paths. Let's see, for Vincent, I mean, you don't need to win any more hands. If you somehow just let the game end with a cheap hand, that'd be okay. But with this high pie, you might as well win. It's pretty strong. You can open up on the Hatsu and call your way to a cheap hand and give yourself a little bit more breathing room from second place.
Yep. It's one of the fastest hands. It might be Matthew's win though, because Matthew's hand that could easily be a Pinfu. I think you usually Ricci if you get Tenpai there. I'm curious, do you Ricci or Dama when you get Tenpai for Matthew here?
I think for Matthew, he'll probably reach you because he has a chance at first. If there was a much wider gap with no door in hand, say he drew the 7 pin or something, probably wouldn't. Maybe if you drew the 7 pin here, wouldn't even take the Ricci. But there's also 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku chance as well that maybe he's thinking about working towards for some extra value.
Oh yeah, if he can get a 2 pin, I feel like that's one of the best draws. But if he also gets a one so in some way, then that's also a possible upgrade that could give him the value he needs for first place.
All right, yeah, you can see he's searching for value, holding this sort of awkward 2-mon in the hopes of maybe drawing to Ipeko. If you get Ipeko Pinfu, that would certainly increase the value enough to give you a chance. Tournament as well. That's Ishanten. Oh no, it's Tenpai, Nobitan shape. But Alfred, we've seen him play around with these, not taking Tenpai, going for Tanyao, maybe Dora Tonki in the future.
Yep, with that 4 pin, he's got to change his hand a bit if he wants it. If he wants the value, but I will say a single hand win will give him 5 points. But it seems like Alfred wants more than that.
Vincent, Tenpai on the 8-mon, incidentally. It is just Hatsu only. Sumo would be a little extra fu.
リーチ
And here's the Dora draw. So Ricci, Dora 1. This would be enough on a Tsumo.
It would be. The sad thing is that the weight is in pinch, and if you look at that discard pile, pinch is really expensive, so I'm not sure how often someone drops it for you.
We see Alfred playing out relatively safe discards, 3 mon, 5 mon. If there is a Tsumo, Alfred will still net some points here. So he doesn't necessarily have to be the one to deal in. Minko is out. Vincent is out.
Tsumo.
And there's the Tsumo. Ricci, Tsumo, Dora, and no Ura.
No Ura.
That will steal away first place, though. Matthew does it. Plus 24.4 just by 1,200. Vincent will take a very strong second place. Double digits is quite good for a second. Plus 13.2. Minko dips below 30,000 as the result of the Tsumo. And so although Alfred did lose 1,000 points, net gained 4,000 because of the UMA. So only taking negative 31.8. And all in all, very interesting pair of games here from A1.
Oh yeah, no, that was really fun to watch. Seeing all the position change, like even if you think you're first place right now, a single hand changes so quickly.
Yeah, that one crucial hand, I believe it was Minko who won it, that brought the scores to 35,000, 34,000, 33,000. And all of a sudden, the runaway first place player didn't manage to take it in the end. So we look at the overview of the A1 screen scores are about to be updated. Vincent, second place overall in the division, plus 47.5. Great pair of games to start this off. It's going to be a tough task to catch Jonathan, who started off with an amazing plus 85.9. 85.9 points in a single session in Armel is incredible. I mean, if you get 50 points, you're already happy. So
Wow.
Jonathan off to a great start. And we're still yet to see some of these other games as they come into play.
I'm curious, because I haven't been in A1. How up to what point do you start thinking about I want to try to go first place, and what position do you start being like I don't want to demote?
I think for the first 3-4 weeks of the season, you were sort of positioning yourself, jostling for position in the upper half of the division. Even the first 2 weeks can sometimes be enough to determine how you want to play the rest of it. If you get off to a rough start, though, it doesn't mean you're going to change the way you play necessarily, but you're definitely not so much thinking about the first place spot anymore. I think if you finish in the positives at the end of the first half of the season, something like anywhere from plus 50 to plus 200, whatever, you at least give yourself a chance because you know what's going to happen in the end of the season. All right, looks like we're going to be switching to a B1 matchup. This looks like Christian, and I recognize Sarah's name, Stanley as well. Oh, and that's Huang on the right. Of course, a recognizable name to all of us, managed to win the first league championship, overall a year-long championship, after winning an A1 in the second season, I believe. We'll be really excited to see him play this one out. I believe he took a hiatus in the last season, so that's why in the upper right-hand corner we don't have any statistics from the previous season. This is the third game of their series.
Oh yikes, we have a disconnect.
Uh-oh. Hopefully we see a quick return.
Oh, yep. Return it is. And yep, I'd be sad if I disconnected with that hand. 2 Dora in the hand, a bit on the slower side, but if you can win any hand with 2 Dora, that's really nice in this mode, especially not having any red 5s.
Yeah, but that's Stanley on the left. Like you said, the shapes are not good, and I'm very curious to see how he's going to work around these shapes. Maybe trying to force Tanya is an interesting idea, and that makes the 5-so discard really hurt. But we still have plenty of time to make up for that. Christian, our current dealer, is looking pretty reasonably well here for Ricci. Maybe you can draw some Kanton fills and make a Pinfu out of that. To the right for Huang, we've got okay shapes. Maybe Itsu's impossible here, but there's a Dora. Ricci Dora 1 certainly acceptable. Across the way, this is probably the best hand, Sarah, with a Dora and Pinfu shapes. Maybe even Ipeko can be built. All depends on the draws that come together. This is just Ishanten right now.
A lot of potential, and that's a great hand to start with if they can get if they can get Tenpai.
Oh, well, how do we feel? Yeah, I don't think we really need the 6-pin. It's unfortunate that we can see 5 8-pin not looking very strong here. All the 8-pins being held. And the 5-pin's not looking that great either, but normally you'd feel pretty nicely about the 6-7 diamond shape.
Especially if you look at the board, the Pinta seems a lot cheaper than usual, so you would expect, oh, that's an interesting draw.
Yeah, well, now we kind of wish we had the 6-pin back.
Yep. Interesting. Drops the 8 there. Aha, okay.
So this is forcing the head, right?
Yep.
9-mon has to act as the pair in this hand.
Oh, I see. There's also the chance of Sanchoku by doing so.
5, 6, 7 is definitely possible here. Sarah thinking ahead to the possible value paths for a hand, always a good thing to do here. Stanley opens up and did manage to redraw the 5, so has that Tanyao Dora 2 that we were talking about.
Oh, and even wins. Wow.
Yeah, 7, so too many pairs in the hand and will come out. No matter which pair was discarded, it was going to deal in 439. So Stanley off to a good start in this one.
Surprising. That starting hand I thought was not going to go anywhere, but just draw after draw, good draw, and somehow wins it all at the end.
That's right. Well, Huang now has a Dora acceptance, the ability to call the Hatsu as well. Lots of pin tiles too. I wonder, there's no way you turn this to Horitsu, right? You'd have to get some very specific draws, but maybe you put that in the back of your head and say, if I get, back-to-back 6-pin, 7-pin draws, I can think about it.
Yep. With that white discard, it's a bit less likely to get a Honitsu, but you never know, depending on the draws. Not sure about his game style in general, but some people will like to greet this hand into a Honitsu because, again, a dealer Mangan gets you places.
Yeah, I have the feeling that his plan here is just max efficiency, holding the 7 stone in case you draw a Dora, but is going to have to contend with a 5th turn Ricci from Sarah. Ricci, Dora 1, waiting 2-5, so Yaman wait. Very good in the wall, 5 of them left.
How do you defend against these type of early Riccis?
To some point, you really can't. You just have to do the best that you can to play Suji and Sotogawa and push if the hand dictates that you push. I mean, I suspect we'll see 2-mon come out here, or even 5-pin.
It's interesting because 5-pin some people don't like because it's technically Suji based on the 9-4 being a Naka Suji on both. So some people find that more dangerous than usual.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised to see the 9-so come out. Okay, changes his mind, but it doesn't matter. There's a Tsumo here. In previous seasons, Huang sort of got the reputation of being very aggressive and willing to fight for hands, especially when dealer. And so 9-so, I'm not even sure that was necessarily safe because it was close to the door, but it did pass safely, and he managed to find a way out of that hand. Sarah did find the Tsumo, which is a little painful. You have to eat Oyakaburi, but it's certainly acceptable losses.
Still East 3, I still like saying if still East, it's still anyone's game.
That's true. That's very true. And Sarah now, with a little bit of a lead here, a single door in hand. That's the White Dragon. These shapes are feeling kind of Pinfu-esque. You would have to discard the door, though, if you do move that direction. But 4 diamond shaped in a pair certainly makes me think about that hand. To the right, Stanley opening up for potential Bon Honitsu until this 1-pin is drawn. Now it just looks like Hatsu only. Across the way, Christian has a lone door in hand, just like Sarah. We'll see how long it takes for him to drop it, as his hand looks a lot like Tanyao or Ricci Pinfu again. And out it goes. We'll see if Sarah reciprocates. The left for Huang, we've got great shapes. This is actually Ishanten. It's not necessarily Pinfu, unfortunately, or Tanyao, but a Ricci to shut the other hands down could be relevant here, especially when you can see the doors starting to drop out.
Yep. In this situation, now that there's almost no door on the board, usually you want to prioritize a good weight because in these type of situations, some people are more aggro than usual because they know that if they're going to deal in, it's going to be a cheap deal in. So even if you reach it, a lot of times you can even get pushed. So usually I tend to find to like better weights when there's no door on the board left.
G.
And that's going to be a call into Tempai on the right from Stanley. It is, again, Hatsu only. Not even enough food to increase the value at all. And this two mon just doesn't fit into the hand, so that will deal in.
Luckily, only 1,000 deal in.
Yeah, it is annoying when you keep getting chipped away for these tiny hands, but really, was there any other option in that situation? And the answer is not really. Not with your Ishantan.
Yep, and especially being last place, it's kind of awkward to fold in that with such a good hand.
Okay, we're going to get a little refresh here as Tenyo's frozen up on us. I saw a very interesting high pie, though, from Stanley with the Chun pair and the Ankh of One. So it kind of feels like a Chanta might be the play.
Yup, that's a pretty nice chanta, and you can call open for this very easily.
Oh, Stanley does grab the pay, so we will have a Chanta play.
So
lots of different ways to get to Tempai.
My question is, how much do you want to try to force the Honroto here?
Ooh, if I draw 9 mon, absolutely. I don't even want this Tempai. I will go 3 mon. Well, it's too late. The 9 mon came out.
Sad.
It's going to be difficult for Stanley because Chun is multi with Christian on the right.
Always sad to see as dealer because you just want a fast win to end this hand. Oh, a Richia on Toyman.
This is going to be Richie at the 3-pin, Richie Dora 1. Richie plus 1 is all you need. If you Tsumo and hit an Ura, that's a Mangan. And Mangan would bring this game almost back to starting values.
Yep. Now the question is, as dealer, how much do you want to push against this?
Yeah, especially because you can't see any of the door tiles. You have no Pinzu whatsoever, so it's very likely that the other players have Pinzu. And the big concern is you deal into Richie Door too. Looks like Stanley's not giving up completely yet. Okay, now we might be giving up.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward with that because don't want to really drop that 2-mon, and you're second place anyway, so you don't have to risk too much. You can just try to keep a second place here, but now with the Kami doing a Richi, what is that?
Richi Ipeko
Dora. Yikes! If someone deals into that, that's a lot of points.
It's a monster for sure. And now if you're Huang here, you're feeling very uncomfortable. You're almost 100% sure that your weight's worse.
Yep, because usually pursuit Richis mean that either they have higher value or they have good weights.
And we can count the weights, actually. 2 5-pin has 4 left in the wall versus the 3-pin, which only has 2. Now, last season, Sarah was finding herself in this position a lot with good weight Richi and just not finding the correct tile, losing out on the bad odds. Actually, that Poem from Stanley puts him into Tempai and prevents Huang from drawing the winning 5-pin. So that was a little bit of misfortune. Now, this Tempai can't actually win for Stanley because the 2-mon has already been discarded twice. Switches away to the 8-mon.
That's the thing. Oh, I see the aggressive nature of this player. I like it. I feel like it's a bit ballsy because it doesn't seem like the safest thing to discard. But hey, a Tempai is a Tempai, and as dealer, oh no.
Because of that, the 3-pin goes to Sarah, and that will deal into Richie Dora for only 2,600. But when your hand was Mangan, it feels so sad. You know you had the better weight when it's revealed to be a Penchan. Penchan beats Diamond since when?
Since always.
Since always, that's true. Well, moves over to the South rounds finally. Is it anyone's game now?
It most definitely is, but I will say dealer has a very strong starting hand. That could be easy Richi, Pinfu, Dora. Could even be Sanchoku depending on how the draws go.
Absolutely, a Tuso could certainly help, or even a 5-mon instead. To the right, Huang has reasonable shapes as well for a fast Richi. Maybe not one with so much value, but you can certainly draw a door accepting 4-pin. Across the way, Sarah, also reasonable shapes. Is that Dian Shan Pen? It is. But the shapes are a little bit worse. You have two
Jeez.
Penchan shapes in the lower end, and actually, Wang will find the Tenpai first.
Very early Ricci.
Ricci Nomi, but good weight, 4-7, so Diamond weight at least. Maybe a
If
little
you're-
bit difficult for people to drop that.
Yep. If you're Christian here, how much do you trust the 8-pin against against the Ricci tile?
I don't like it that much, but you don't have much else to work with here. You have Nakasuchi 6. So if I could see more 9 pins, I'd feel more comfortable.
Yeah, because as dealer, it's the question of how much do you want to try to push here? Because you know that 5 can be a Stuji trap, but at the same time, this is a hand that you have one Dora and a fair chance of getting good weight. So how often do you want to fold here?
Yeah, I guess one of my... Oh, we're going to see a deal in here. Just dropping away from one of the pairs, not wanting to push out the Dora, certainly understandable. And that will deal into Ricci Ura for 2,600. I think for Christian, maybe a sticky point in the hand was the 4-4 3 shape. If you have to push a 4 pin into that Ricci, it certainly feels very bad. So maybe he was more on the defensive side there. Didn't end up mattering it, and now we're almost at starting values again.
Essentially.
This is going to be a tight one all the way through. Dealer Huang now has a Dora in hand, so we could see another Ricci Dora. There's even a chance at building into Nipeko in the middle Sozu. But Sarah will open up on the Chun, perhaps aiming for just a fast hand. There's a Chanta. Okay, Chanta's a little tricky when the 8 Mon is likely to be the pair. Do you just take this Tenpai?
At this point, 1,000 is worth a lot. It might be a bad shape, but at the same time, if you can get that 1,000 win and go on kill off the dealership, it's worth a lot. Oh, that might be a weight change though. No, interesting.
Yeah, 7 pin versus 9 pin, for example, or any other Tonki. I think I do. I think I like the 9 pin.
Yeah, what I actually like the best is currently first you change your to 9 pin, which is easy to get dropped. Second of all, you have an easier chance of changing your weight because now that you have a triplet and a Tanki, if you draw like a 4-mon or a 1-4-mon or pin, you can change it into a Dramen weight.
Yeah, exactly. And even the South as a Tonki that was drawn seems okay because the South has already been cut once.
Yep.
We do have an open from the dealer. This is Ishanten for Tanya Door 2.
Oh no. That 7 pin has a high chance of coming out. It's only a 1,000 dealing, but that's sad. Like as dealer, you really want to win this 5,800 or 6,000 hand.
Yeah, maybe there's a hope if you draw 6 pin, but it certainly feels like the 7 is going to come out even here. Still holds on to it.
If you get a 6 pin, it's also really interesting because you want to take a Furitan 3-sided weight.
Yeah, I think that's actually acceptable. Second call. So it seems like it's a Chanta on the left. But you're not that worried about the 7 pin dealing into it.
リーチ
Ooh. Oh, wow. Draws the Ippat's tile.
Oh, but this is
No.
Tenpai and the 7 pin will come out. There's a world if Huang had a different tile to pass on Ippat's turn that Sarah would bail out of the hand because it's only worth 1,000 points. But instead, the 7 pin leaves immediately and ends the thread. Sarah actually benefits, gets an extra 1,000 points for her troubles, and now in first place. Dealer as well in South 3. Dora is the 3 pin. Great shapes in hand outside of the 1-3 Kanchan in the lower Sozu. Early call the 1 Mon ahead. Was that Tozuke? Looks like could be a Toy as well, but most likely just aiming for the Haku. Now, do we call this?
Oh, wow. That's
Apparently the answer is yes.
Yes, and drew Dora because of that. That makes his hand a lot more interesting.
I guess it kind of incentivizes you to go for that Toy almost. You can start with a 7 Mon here, but you could even work your way to Chanta.
There's an outside chance for that. Yep. If you draw the 1-mon, you might consider dropping the 5/5 because in the first place, 5 doesn't come out of other people's hand that easily, anyways.
Oh, but we will see a Call of the North, so it is pay only, waiting 1/4 mon, which is not as good as you normally expect because we know where all the 1-mon are, and so does the rest of the table.
I will say it is a bit sad that if they kept the 1-mon for a Khan chance later on, it could have been a Changkan.
Oh, you're right. Have you won Changkan?
I have won once, and that was in like Silver Room in Mahjong Seoul, but after that, I don't think I've barely seen any.
Christian will push the Dora out, and leads to a Sumo. Pay only for Huang, despite half of the weight being dead. I have never won a Changkan. Would have loved to see it on stream. Instead, here we are in South 4, 4th place and 1st place. What is the gap there? 2,500? Anyone can win this game in the last round.
Can I just say, if Sarah gets a 1,000 hand win here, everyone pays the 30k under penalty.
That's insane. Just a 1,000 sumo would be enough because Stanley would have to drop below 30,000. It would probably be the smallest, plus 20 UMA for Sarah that has ever been recorded in the history of Armel, but
hey, I'm always up for history.
Hey, let's do it. And Stanley, though, dealer.
I will say, if you want a 1,000 hand, that's a really nice hand to go for Kui Tanyao.
Yeah, passes on the 2-so, certainly would have helped, but maybe doesn't like the idea of requiring the 6-so there. It does help that 2 of the 9-so have been discarded already, but it certainly is understandable. All these hands are actually progressing pretty nicely. Of course, dealer has 2 Dora. Maybe Stanley opens up here and goes for Tanyao as well.
Yeah, this is a really interesting hand. Christian also has a hand that he is last place, but he might just call open for 1,000 because 1,000 here takes you at least 3rd place. Maybe even 2nd place, actually. Yeah, a 1,000 hand gets you 2nd place. Wow.
This is pretty wild. 1,000 sumo would certainly do it. And passes on the 4, though. It is close enough to a reach, and you'd love to make use of the 7-pin. I can certainly see passing cheese because you don't want to skip your draw.
Interesting. The dealer, Stanley here, decides to change their hand into a forced Tanyao.
Okay, let the first couple tiles pass by, but now realize the need for speed. There's the Dora.
Oh, this becomes really annoying for everyone now because the question is, how much do you want to defend? Because if you let the dealer win, you're taking a lot of penalty because if the dealer wins, everyone's under 30k. So the thing is, if you deal in, you're last place. But if you let the dealer win, they get everyone else pays the 30k penalty. So what do you do?
Christian's going for first, takes the Ricci, Patsu broken. 2/5-mon. And if Stanley, this is a call to Tempai, it would be a Tonki.
Wow.
Did you call drop 5? I mean, 3 is safer, but 3 is more likely to come out.
3 is safer with the 1 chance. Oh, okay, and dodges it. Wow.
This is getting exciting. Now, Stanley cannot actually win this hand unless...
no!
That's it. 2-mon comes out. Ricci Pinfu. And Uratsu! Surprise Mangan! Well, the game was close until that hand, and Christian will steal away the first place. The bold Dora cut, allowing dealer on Mangan Tempai, but Christian will win it out in the end. Plus 21.7 for that aggressive play. Sarah will take the 2nd place, plus 6.9. Stanley, the dealer, did not pay Oyakaburi. Another 30,000 point finish.
We got a Saki game here.
This is the 3rd one of the night.
Wow.
And Huang, unfortunately, that's a 4th place, but I mean, that was just an intense game all around. So close everywhere.
Yeah, no, you never knew who was going to be 1st place overall. Yes, the hand just went it back and forth, and just that last hand, wow, that Ura too, that did so much.
All right, game 3 in the books. That actually puts Christian in 3rd place overall, chasing down Brian and Edwin, who both had excellent sessions in this first round. And for the other 2 players, Sarah, making up some positive gains as well, has gone 1st place, a 2nd place, and a 3rd place. So hopefully that's where the trend ends. And then for Stanley, hoping to fill in the hole in that graph. 1011. Stanley also in the positives. And Huang, a little bit unfortunate start here, but a first place in this last game could certainly change things.
Yep.
All right, we'll check the broadcast. Looks like the next game is set to start in just about a minute here. Did you notice anything about these players? I don't know how much of you've gotten to see of them in the past.
So I don't know them too well, but I will say from their gameplay, I really think this is a strong table. For a second, I thought like this was like almost, I'd say, close to A1 level. Like the people were playing really well. You never knew who was gonna win, and even the dealings, a lot of them were unfortunate dealings, possibly because their hand was Tenpai.
Right. I mean, if every single one of these players, I believe, has played in A2. In fact, I know that each of these players is an A2 player, and even one of them has been in A1. So it is certainly a strong table for sure. The gap between A2 and A1 has been getting so close, it's almost indistinguishable.
Yeah, you can see in the high ends. I will say, from my experience, compared to C1, sometimes if you're in like a C1 table, you can see some people doing some fun moves every once in a while. But here, it's a lot of efficient and strong moves all over the table.
Well, we are getting into things here in the final game of this B1 table. Sarah, first dealer, Stanley to the right, Christian across the table, and Huang on the left. For Sarah, high pie wise, oh, that's a great fill. And pretty standard shapes for a Ricci. Probably going to be difficult to find Pifu here, but maybe you could work yourself to just a Ricci to continue your dealership. Stanley on the right, again, awkward shapes. Konchan, Penchan. Very difficult to put together. There is a Dora Pei in that hand, and maybe you just like force a Honitsu or something just to scare the rest of the table out, but it's a little bit difficult now that you've dropped all of these honors. So across the way, Christian opens up on the Chun here. Will be Chun only, most likely. This hand is Ishanten with 2 diamond shapes to fill in the Pinzu. And on the left, for Huang, we've got lots of Mon tiles, maybe Peiko Brewing in the lower Manzu. But the rest of the shapes signal that it doesn't have to be forced that direction. It could be 3, 4, 5 Santoku instead.
Or could always try to be a forced Shinitsu.
Yeah, that's true. There is also a Peidora in hand, so if that gets paired up, that is the seat win for Huang. Might be very interesting.
But yes, I will say, yeah, that early Red Dragon call puts them. Oh, that's is that Tenpai? Oh, Tenpai. Yep, Tenpai for one Han only, but that's a good. I say that's a really good Tenpai.
Oh, Sarah might have to deal in here. I mean, these shapes are too strong. You have to start chipping away from one of them.
Question is which one? Oh, start from the 8-9.
Nice dodge.
It's a good dodge for now, but the sad thing is that 6-pin usually gets out sooner or later.
Right. I mean, the only way it doesn't is if you draw a 9-pin here.
Yep, because you can't draw the last 6-pin.
And we'll see what Stanley does with these 6 pins. I mean, this hand's still, it was never good to begin with, and yeah, just ends up coming out.
Well, luckily, so 1,000.
Most sumos will have you paying more anyway. I mean, if so many Mangan sumos, you're paying 2,000, so that was an acceptable outcome, I guess.
Exactly. It's also interesting because of this mode not having red 5s. The value of 1,000 is interesting because you're usually not going to get what you call it. Usually deal into cheaper hands. So the question is, are you okay with dealing with the 1,000 overall?
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. I mean, especially if the Dora is an honor tile or a terminal tile. If someone opens for Tanyao, you know their hand is not going to be much more than 1,000 points. Sure, it could have Santoku or an extra Yaku attached to it, but most of the times Tanyao only is going to be pretty cheap in that situation. So players can be a lot more aggressive against that if they don't mind dealing into 1,000.
Speaking of Tanyao, Christian has a really nice possibility of reaching Tanyao Pimpu, maybe even Sanchok.
Oh, you are right. That looks very strong. Ishanten here, very wide. But Stanley's found Tepai already with Chun Dora 1, and it'll come right out from Sarah. That will be 2,900 and a dealer repeat.
That was really fast and another fast hand. Wow.
Could be a double east call for Stanley. The other easts are in the wall except for the one in Christian's hand, but he's got so many of these terminal tiles. Okay, this is Kokshi, surely.
I don't think you can play that hand other way. Maybe force a
I
Honitsu,
guess
but
Honitsu, yeah.
though that early 4-pin draw is a bit awkward too.
Yeah, it's what, 9 and 2 pairs. Okay. It's commit. It's a commit. It's a full commit to Onitsu. Yeah, that early 4-pin is going to make. Sorry, the Kokshi. Early 4-pin discards can make Onitsu very difficult.
Yeah, maybe a cheat toy depending on how draws go, but yeah, there's not real. It's hard to get a normal hand with that type of high pie.
We look around at the rest of the board. Stanley drawing pairs now. That's actually not what he's looking for, I don't think. Shooting pair across the way for Huang to open up with, but Kanchan City over there. On the left, Sarah, Penchan, Kanchan. Yeah, not very good either. Kind of slow hands everywhere except for the ones that can open, and they might have some difficulty opening.
Oh, that's a good draw for Stanley.
Ishanten, and if you can end up on this east-west weight, it feels like Christian is due to deal in.
Oh, but on the other side, that is Tenpai for Toyman there.
Interesting, not taking the Ricci on just the 7-pin. Wants either a weight improvement or a value improvement. Perhaps you draw into a Shampoo weight, and you can wait on the tune and whatever other tile you pair up.
Oh, that's the mystical one-turn wait Ricci. What do you think about that?
Well, the Potts draw, the next draw after that was the 7-pin, so maybe there's something to it. But that is held in hand for Sarah. I'm not sure if there's any specific reasoning for waiting here. Maybe Huang would have taken the Ricci the first time, thought it's not very good, and then changed his mind later.
Oh, and Pursuit Ricci from the dealer, and that East might be a bit more expensive, but I could easily see West come out at some point.
Yeah, Shunpai East not especially strong, especially because there's two people who you know are Tenpai. But Shaw, a little awkward that it is the wind for Huang as well, so that might be held as well.
That's a pair up. That might get a bit more awkward, because in general, don't you think if you have a pair of something, it's safer?
Absolutely.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, out it comes. This is going to be expensive too. Ricci, double tone, and even without Ura, that's still 7,700 points. Stanley jumps out to the lead.
That's a big win.
Yeah, almost unfortunate for Christian that he paired that up. I don't think it would have come out otherwise. But there wasn't a lot of tiles in the hand that were safe to both players. You'd have to maybe trial out the 9-pin and hope the first one passes, that you can get the other two through.
Though in the first place against two Ricci's, like, what can you think is safe?
Yeah, I mean, it was very difficult because all those honors were bad honors. The East, of course, the West, both of those dealt in, and then the other one was the Hatsu, the Dora. You don't want to drop that. As is, Stanley, with 40,000 points, will now repeat his dealer Ishanten already. It's only turn 3. And that's Tenpai.
Tenpai, do you take it, though?
I don't think he will. I think Stanley likes the upgrade, especially this early.
Yep. I know that some people like the idea that if you're a dealer, you just take the Ricci no matter what, but I've noticed that a lot of people, too, just like want to wait a few turns for the better weight.
Well, now you're starting to lose some of your improvements, and he likes the Kanchan here. Ricci Nomi waiting on the 3-pin. The one downside to the 3-pin as a weight is that it is close to Dora, but the 4-pin was a Suji to the Dora as well, so that doesn't make it much better.
I am a bit curious. If you had to reach there, which one would you take? Would you take a Shampong or would you take the Kanchan?
I'm always super 50-50 on these. Some people make the argument that, it's the same. If it's the same number of weights, then having two different suits or two different options for the winning tile is better. I think that's reasonable here. The argument maybe for the 4-pin is that if players start to defend against it and a few 4-pins come out, maybe someone will leave the one chance and try the 3-pin.
Aha, that's a good argument too.
I think it's even stronger if a lot of the 1 pin or 2 pin have come out, but that's not the case in this situation. And
Interesting.
the closest Dora again makes it awkward.
Yep. Interesting for Christian there. The 1 pin is Suji, but at the same time it's Dora, so despite wanting to push that hand, that 1 pin is really hard to drop, isn't it?
I agree. And I don't know, there's a chance that Christian could end up on Dora Tonki if he feels like pushing the Ricci Suji tile 7 pin, which is not that bad given that the reason that it would be really bad is if it was a 4-6-8 shape. The 4 was discarded to set up the Suji trap for the 7. But the 8-9 pin was dropped early, and 3 of the 8 pins are gone, and you had 3 6 pins at the time. So actually, I don't think the 7 pin is that dangerous at all. And now with all of the 6 pins visible, I think it's quite safe.
Interesting. The way that hand went out is really interesting now. He drops the 1 pin.
Yeah, Ishan 10, so maybe choose to fight.
Oh.
But backfires.
Mahjong is like that sometimes.
It truly is. And the 4 pin, or 4 mon, I guess that's Tempai on the left for Sarah, but not willing to take a Tonki Ricci, even with Ricci Dora 1.
Yep. What Green Dragon is a bit interesting because there's still only one. That's a hell weight.
Yeah, it looks like Sarah is planning to just aim for Yukioku here.
Oh, and we see Kristen here call. I think that's a Tempai call.
Well, it can't be Tempai because of the con in hand.
Oh, yep.
Oh, and just maybe realize that and chooses to back out instead. Well, this is a 3-sided weight, but it's Furiten, so she will maintain the Dama here. And just as I say that, the Hatsu comes out.
I've noticed that some people say that a 1 out hell weight is sometimes better than like a 4 out weight, apparently, because of like the odds of it coming out of someone's hand.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely like, say, Hellweight honors or Hellweight Suji Trap terminals. Those are basically guaranteed to come out if someone draws them, right?
Yep.
And is defending against you. The only issue is if they're dead walled.
Yep, there's always a trade-off there.
I had a hand last season that I regretted choosing the Hellweight when I immediately got chased twice. I was like, now I definitely have the worst weight. Fortunately, I didn't deal in, though.
Oh, at least that's nice.
Yeah, but I definitely learned something about maybe what table to take that Ricci against. If you've got aggressive players who are willing to chase you down, maybe don't take that Ricci.
That's fair. I'm actually also curious how much, I guess, metagaming do people do here? Like, how much like information do you try to get of your opponents before the game, and do you change your game style based on it?
I think so. Maybe I can't speak for the entirety of the league. I know certain players do a lot of metagame. I know Blake, one of the commentators for the early session, likes to look at logs and see analyze how players play. In A1, I think players also, maybe they don't study the logs per se, but they've been paying attention, maybe watching the streams and notice things about the players, or maybe in their own log reviews, they notice tendencies. Even if they're just very meta tendencies like aggression levels, defensive versus offensive, that sort of thing. And that will come into play sometimes in how you defend against those players or attack those players.
Yeah, interesting. Because I have seen a lot of it, people in general, like in other platforms too. But people will check your deal-in weight, your win weight rate, and see that to understand how often you want to push and if you want to push with good weights or bad weights.
Right. I know there certainly are some players in this league who pay close attention to that sort of thing. I don't as much as more of a just overall tendencies I've noticed about the players, as opposed to the specific statistics, because those can change from season to season. Although now we can look at the overall combined statistics for players, so that's quite interesting. But yeah, back to the game though, we've got Tempai on the left for Chitoy. Is Sarah not willing to take this Ricci here because there's Yanpeiko chance perhaps?
Oh
Christian
yeah, no. Yanpeiko would be really nice with that hand.
Christian does take the Ricci. Ricci, Pihu, potential Dora as well. Oh. That's a Dora. She could just switch to Dora Tonki here with a 5, or switch to Shabo on the 5-pin, 4-pin. Chooses the Shabo, but not taking the Ricci. Can still win because it's Peiko Yaku.
Yeah, I think they dropped the 6-0 because 6-0 is Nakatsuji against the Nakatsuji against the Ricci, and there's always a chance to change that hand later on.
Definitely the safest cut there. Oh, but this is a door
Oh.
drop for Stanley. I don't think he's going to push this.
I don't think you can. Despite being dealer, you can't drop that.
And of course, Stanley can draw around this Dora again and make use of it. So not necessarily giving up completely.
Ooh, that side 6
Ricci.
is also pretty dicey. Oh, and decides to Ricci for it.
So I think Sarah was staying Dama, hoping that the Genbutsu 5-pin would come out, but Huang did a good job not throwing it, and now that she has to push a really bad tile into the Ricci, it's going to be obvious that she's aggressing here. So decides to just take the Ricci.
1.
And one could chase
and
down.
another Ricci. Oh, that's 3-6-0. Oh
No.
no, Ippatsu.
6-pin comes out, Ricci cuts Dora, and an Ura.
And
Okay,
Ura.
Mangan. And oh, Christian just got a little unlucky there again.
Wow.
That's twice now for Christian, but Stanley and Huang both over 30,000, both in striking range of each other, only 2,000 apart. And for Christian, this is a chance as the dealer to make a comeback. Quite an interesting high pie as well. 4 pairs, a lonely door 9. So when I see something like this, I want to do like a cheat toy Dora 2. But now that an Anko's drawn, maybe you just start calling for Toy Toy.
Yep, I think you go for Toy Toy, and if someone drops the 2-pin, I wouldn't even be surprised if he just goes for Atozuke Kan just to try to increase Kan value or Fu value.
Yeah, could flip a Dora. It of course increases the odds that other players also get some value out of it. But if you're planning to open anyway, a lot of times it's just worth it.
Yep. Though speed-wise, do you think he can win this?
It is difficult. We already have a player on the right with great shapes and the ability to open up for Tanyao. Toyman as well opened up on the Shaw, so you're expecting that you might have a close fight speed-wise against Sarah. We did see Christian, though, choose to call the Tuso.
And that does put him into Ishanten, though the problem is he's on the Atozuke on the White Dragon.
So if the Haku comes out, you call that. Do you just take your Tempai?
I think you have to just because you're a dealer. It's sad to drop the 9 so in your position, but at the same time, if you want to try to win with it, you have to change your hand way too much.
And before that 9-so came out, I was going to ask what happens if the 4-so comes out. Do you pull that?
Oh gosh, now this is also interesting. He decides to go for the worst weight for the chance of Dora Oke. Do you agree with that?
I think that's fine. I think the odds that you win this decrease dramatically, though, because 8-so is the door indicator. It's already once cut as well. But because Sarah dropped an 8-so, a Dora, I don't imagine she has an 8-so in hand. So maybe you say, I've got 2 drawing pools. If I can just find Tempai.
By the way, punished immediately. That would have been Tempai, Shampong on 4 and White Dragon.
Of course, Atozuke needs the Haku, and that's just buried in the wall. Where is it?
Good question. It's pretty lit, and there's not a single one out yet.
I'm kind of impressed that no one else has gotten to Tempai, though. These hands have just not drawn the right tiles.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It's not like everyone has bad shapes. It's just that the draws just haven't been going. Like
the good tiles have been going to the wrong person. There's Ishanten at least for Sarah.
Yep. Question is, how do they want to take the temp? Okay, this has dropped to 3-4 side.
9-pin, not useful. 3-pin. Oh, that's a big fill.
That's
Ishanten.
Ishanten.
Gee.
Yep. That's the cheap for Tempai.
All right, Sarah chose the right side. 3-6 mon now the weight. And it's completely dead.
Huh. That is
right,
true.
So much for this hand.
Oh, 3. Actually, the 6 might come out.
You're right. If 5-8 is drawn, Hung will have a choice here. At what point do you think about just calling for K10?
Oh, good question. Where's the doors right now? 2 of the 9 shows are gone. So I think. Oh wait, only one.
Mm-hmm.
It might be fine, but I'm pretty sure there
Each.
are some people. Oh, that's dealing in.
4
Well, not completely dead when there's a chance it leaves the hand, and that will just be 1,000 points. Honestly, not the worst result for Huang, who moves the dealership forward. Dealer doesn't get a repeat. You only had to pay 1,000 points to do so, and you're still within striking range at first.
Yep, and it's now your dealership, so just get the points back right now.
One completed shape, a Yamen. Penchon in the upper Manzu is a little bit awkward, but there are good floaters in the Sozu. Both the 3-so and the 7-so can incorporate a Dora, no matter how you... Well, I shouldn't say no matter how, but if you draw on the anywhere in the inner side of the 3 and 7, you can fit a door into that shape. Hot spawn from Sarah, though.
With
This is
2
good.
Dora in the hand, by the way.
Oh, that's quite strong.
1
Okay, you had a choice between the 6-8 9-9 shape and the 6-8 pin shape with an 8-9-9 left over, and I think this is the more efficient one.
Yep, also confirms the Dora in the hand.
Right? There's the 4-so. Big help, and it also gives an opportunity potentially for Huang to move away from this Penchon, but we do have Tempai.
Yep, Shampong Tenpai on 9 and Dora. I like the weight. I kind of like this weight. The bad weight gives you Dora. The good weight 9-so is very easy to come out of someone's hands.
Absolutely, I love this play. And I can't think of a draw that would cause you to change this, so looks like we're just going to be waiting for, well, a 9-so, because all the Dora are locked away in hands, and these ones will not come out.
Yep. Toyman on the other hand, ooh, that's going to be a Tanki weight on White Dragon. Oh, that's an evil one.
2 left in the wall for that weight, so it's 2 versus 2 between Sarah and Stanley. And Ishanten now for our dealer, looking for a 5-8 pin and a 2-5-so. There's a 5. Dama.
Dama. Wow, interesting. Do you agree with that, Dama?
I think it's very standard to take the Ricci here, as it's just Tanyao, Pinhu with potential Dora.
Yeah, I'm surprised too, especially because you're dealer, you can pressure that Ricci and possibly cause one of the 2 on your opposite sides to bold.
I think we're going to just chase this down now, though.
Yeah, you got it. What?
Wow. Dama still. There's nothing really indicating that the 2-so or the 5-so is safe against that Ricci, so no reason that the other player should discard it.
Exactly, and like 5-so is Dora, so I don't think it comes out in the first place anyway.
Maybe had some faith in the 2-so. Perhaps thought that Stanley would push it if he stayed Dama, but now that there's a Ricci on the board, I don't think Stanley is willing to push that.
Yep.
So...
Oh, that's the ouch.
Oh.
Yeah, that deals in.
Throws the 1 from hand.
Well, I will say that not reaching there does save him 1,000 points.
It did. And sometimes I do like saving the points when you think there are other people who are Tempai and that their weight is probably more likely to win than yours. However, I think the value upgrade from the Ricci was worth it.
Yeah,
in this instance.
Especially with that type of hand as dealer, you could easily get a dealer Mangan, which is 12k, and that's a lot here.
However, it was, did manage to save some points, and so still in good striking range to the first place here. And it's only South 1, so a lot of game left. Sarah, our dealer, Dora in hand. Okay, shapes could turn it, force a Tanyao out of this if necessary. Open Tanyao. Let's see here. To the right, Stanley. One of each dragon is not super strong, but there is a door in hand. We'll see if you can work an Ipeko in the lower Pinzu. Across the way, more Tanyao shapes. Maybe there's a Pinshu to be built in that hand as well. Can't accept a Dora, but with the 7-8-9, you're not getting Tanyao in that instance. On the left, we do see an open with the Chun, and that's just Ishanten.
Yep, Ishanten. Possibly good way, possibly bad way, but you are second place right now. A 1,000 hand. Oh, that's Tenpai. Yep, as you can see, a 1,000 hand is good enough.
Yeah, 1,000, and you're going to win on the Dora if you win, so 2,000 is reasonable, but you're probably not going to find the Dora.
Yeah, the dealer does technically have that 7-so in an awkward position, but at the same time, I think he might just they might just Mao.
I think she's going to Ricci.
That might be Ricci. Yeah. Oh, Dama is interesting. But yeah,
Yeah.
that deals in.
I do like in this instance as dealer to hold the Dora and maybe drop the 7 mon. If you
Yeah.
draw the 4 mon for a Diamond Weight, then just take your Reach Pimp Dora and deal in. But if you do, it gives you some time to draw around that Dora and get some extra value.
Exactly, because
Boom.
depending on your draws, it could change a fair amount of what your weight is for a better weight.
Exactly. We will see the relatively cheap deal in, and that will put Stanley in the dealership in South 2. This Hype Pie is okay, but still 3 Conchons. And this Lonely Dora just got cut. Once to the left, once to the right. So it looks like this Dora is going to be leaving Stanley's hand as well at some point. To the right, Christian has much better looking shapes. Maybe even a 5, 6, 7 Sanjku, especially with that 5 so draw looking quite good for that. And Toyman has opened up on the Hatsu already. This is 2 away from Tempai right now with decent shapes. And we'll get back to Sarah, who is already Tempai. Okay.
Cheeto Tenpai this early, and I guess because it's so early, you have a chance of just, oh, well.
4
She doesn't want to take the throne, but says, I guess.
Personally,
I'll
yeah,
take the
I
points.
was gonna ask, do you Richi there or do you Dama there?
Tumon isn't terrible, especially with no info, but it's very difficult for you to set up a Suji trap because you have a pair of the 5s already.
Yep.
Now, I don't mind the Dama for a better weight, and honestly, I don't even mind passing the Ron there, but I certainly don't hate taking it.
Yeah, personally, I might have just Richi there just because, yes, you can get a better weight, but at the same time, you're going against someone who has an open hand, and it's not like the only things you can get better are terminals and honors, and how long are you going to wait for that better weight?
Right. I think it was early enough that you had some time, but just smashing the Ricci, I mean, it's hard. You can never say that's the wrong decision, right?
Yep.
I think that would have been a perfect acceptable option there. Christian Ishantet already, and not willing to take all of these pairs, says, I will call the Haku and wait on 3 mon instead, force the usage of the Dora into the hand. And I'm seeing some very...
Look at Toyman with the 3s.
So this is just not going to happen, probably. But here's the Haku, so never say never. There's a chance it comes out? Okay, there's very little chance it comes out.
I'd say that, they might even be forcing a Mansu Hongitsu there.
Yeah, it was fake Chitoi with repeated pairs, which you cannot do. Ishanten.
Now, what do you do with that hand? That's a really interesting draw there.
Yeah, you probably just treat the 2-3 as a Diamen.
Oh, interesting.
What
Drop
were you
the-
thinking, drop 975 maybe?
Yeah, I would have gone for the better weight, but it seems like they might have the dream of the Hongitsu on.
1
Yeah.
Yep, there's a call. And it doesn't necessarily have to be Honitsu. You can still call the Shah and make a hand out of it. Speaking of interesting hands, what in the world is Stanley doing?
Wow, that's a fun hand there. If they can get one more
Gee.
west, it's a bit annoying because of the mochi on Toyman, but at the same time, that can be a very Mimi hand.
None of the wins have been discarded. None of the wins have been drawn except for the West. We're not going to see the sushi, though. It will just be a call into Ishanten. And there's the West. They cannot be used in hand. Oh, that's tragic. Oh, exactly. You get the win. The 8 comes instead, and just Tanya only will shut it down. Oh, that was getting exciting there. I think Stanley was going for Kokshi at the start because there was an early Tuso cut and then just turned into Honitsu, and I don't know. That is wild. But Tanya does end it all. And we go into South 4, Oras. Playing our dealer, chasing down first place here. There's, 5,500 gap? That's certainly doable in one hand as dealer. And this Hypai is reasonably strong for a Richie Pinfu. Doors the Haku, once cut by Toyman and draws another one, throws it back in disgust. And looks like the Dora in Christian's hand will also be useless here. Does anyone else have a fighting hand?
Good question. I feel like everyone has at least some amount of speed. The question is, out of all the people, who's allowed to read Chi? Because we can see that Kami here, not it has shapes, but at the same time, what hand can you go for as last place? Because no one's really in striking range for anything important. Are they?
No, I mean that's a pretty wide gap. What 12K? A little less than 12K to third place here, and you're just drawing a lot of pairs. Very awkward.
Yep. I will say Sarah has an interesting hand though, because Sarah, that's one of the situations where you got to think a lot about: do you want to reach that hand when it gets to Tenpai, and what reaches do you take?
Right? It could end up being Itsu, and depending on how you draw into that, you could end up on a Kanchan weight, or you could end up on a Diamond weight. If you end up on the Diamond, there's always the worry that you draw the wrong side, the 7-pin instead of the 4-pin, and that will give you Pinfu. So in that situation, you probably want to take the Richi. Oh, well, now what? It's Richi Nomi.
But you can't take Richinomi because in
リーチ
your position. Oh, they take
You can
it.
take Richi Nomi.
Apparently.
Right, chooses the 4-pin as the weight, interestingly.
Interesting. Do you agree with that, Richie?
I think I kind of like, honestly, I kind of like dropping 8-pin Dama.
Yeah,
But
because
if I do take the Richi, I think I go, even though it's a bad Suji trap, I go with a 5-pin anyway.
I just feel so sad here because your goal right now is 30K right now, because I guess technically you do have a chance for second place, but more realistically, you want to go for the milestone of 30K, and
Right.
the best way of doing that is either getting a Pinfu or your Itsu.
There's the 2-pin. That's a little unfortunate backfire.
The thing is, based on this Ricci, like, everyone else is allowed to fold except for Chris here.
Right. And if none of them get there's a Tempai.
Yep.
Genbutsu Tuso. Oh, Christian's in some trouble. Might not be in trouble because he has to push, but
Christian's hand is interesting, but the good thing about Huang here is he can just Dama this and just possibly go for a dealer wrench on worst case scenario.
right. He could even fold it here and just end the game in second place, but chooses to maintain the Tempai, and that will send us to another round. He wants first place. That's certainly understandable.
Now that's a really close striking range. I think that's by 2,500 point difference. So 200 Hansimo would do it.
Yeah, with the Richi stick, though, and the Homba, even 1 Han is good enough.
Oh, yes. Forgot about that.
Of course, even if he were to take first place, that doesn't end the game on a win. He does have to let the dealership pass. So why not win 2 Han or even more? Maximize the number of points that you get. Might have a tough task of things as Stanley already opening up here. Otosuke waiting for the Haku to come out. That's buried in the wall somewhere. But very good shapes.
Shape-wise, I will say both Chris and Sarah, they have hands that have potential. The question is, can that potential get into a high enough value for them?
For Sarah, there certainly is a chance that Sancho could accept this 5-so is drawn, and now it's looking less like that. You could still make it happen, though. So you cut 2-pin and then draw 4. You could switch, a pair from the shot to the... Or cut the 5-so, make it happen.
Personally, I was wondering, would you even think about dropping the 2 west to possibly change to Tanya?
Yeah, definitely on my mind, especially because it leaves the Sancho route open. I don't know. I think I cut the 2-pin first and then see. As it is, we have another Chitoi Tempai. Immediate reach taken from Christian here. Richi, Tanya, Chitoi. Oh, and this 7-so does not help Sarah. And it turns out those wests will be coming out.
Yep. So for now, that's not going to be dealing, but that later on, that 7-so seems so cheap because it's no chance on the 5-so.
You're right. She can see all of the 5-sos. The only thing shape it deals into are a Shabo or Tanki or 6-8 or 8-9 shape.
Yeah,
and
'cause-
as 8s and 9s start to come out, those shapes become less and less likely.
yeah, I'm curious. As Sarah here, do you just want to fold completely?
I think you still want to try to fight. Because there's 2 Ricci sticks now into Homba, so any 1,000 point hand is enough to get over 30,000.
Yeah,
So I would fight for Tanyao.
That's important. Yes. Oh, that 6 so helps so much.
This is a very wide Ishanten.
Could have called that for just Tenpai bonus.
I think there's enough draws that maybe she believes there will be a Tenpai here. Certainly feels like you should be able to find Tenpai. There's the Haku. And finally, the tile Stanley was looking for will come into hand. It's a cheap one, but enough to confirm first place. And Stanley will pick up plus 28.5. For Huang, we've got a good second place, plus 10.8. Sarah doesn't end up making it back over 30k, negative 7.3. And for Christian, negative 32.4. And
that was a pretty interesting South 4 there.
Very tense, yeah. It got... Everyone was playing to their conditions as well as they could. And, I mean, if Sarah dealt in Ricci, Chitoi, Tanyao, if there are Uda flips, it's definitely a play switch. I think 64 wasn't enough if there wasn't. Wait, the gap was 12,000, right? So 64 would have been enough.
Yeah, because Oya Kaburi.
I can't remember if the no 10 payments widened the gap enough for 64 to be safe or not. But in the end, managed to avoid the deal-in and even give a chance to make it over 3,000. So well done by Sarah there. And for Christian for putting together that hand. Stanley climbing in the standings overall and now is in 4th place. Christian will drop a bit next to Sarah, 0.1 points apart. And Huang even improving in the standings a little bit there. So overall, very tightly contested first table for this group.
Just something interesting here. I'm noticing here the standings and the EV are not matching up at all right now. Oh
yeah, these are stats from the spring season. For the first couple of weeks, we tend to leave the old stats up because the stats from the first session are not very telling. So I think there may be some mismatches here.
That's fair.
All right, so we're just checking the calendar to see if any more games are going to be played here. It looks like the answer is no. This one might have been the last game of the evening. Well, hang on a second. There's a question about one table. We're seeing if they're playing another game tonight or not. But I certainly think that the 2 games we saw from this table were they were very tense going into South 4, and we got to see some good positional play, something that we also saw in the A1 match as well, with Alfred in particular was doing all sorts of things to his hands in the final round to make sure that he scored enough points to get his win condition. And hopefully we'll continue to see that throughout the league. It's always so exciting to see positional play, and a lot of times we see it in the final session. So I'm really happy to see that type of play here in the second week of the season.
Yeah, no, because it's always nice to see the different type of plays that people play, because this is different from just normal ranked, because a single game possibly means more than just like 4th place avoidance in ranked, while here it's all those like 24 games together to get a final positioning.
Absolutely. Okay. All right, looks like there is one more table. And here it is. We thought that we were on the last game, but this B2 table. Oh, wait, is this B2 or is this B? Yeah, this is B2. Okay. Kaz, I'm recognizing Viet on the left, Matthias, Wenchen on the right. And we're already in South 3. This is game 3 of the series. It looks like Viet is in control in this one, but the other two players close behind, Kaz just under 37-6, and Wenchen 36-4 right behind. So it looks like Matthias is the one having a rough go in this game. Viet opened up twice, just trying to shut this game down. Will be Tempai on 1-4 Mon with South only, just sending us into South 4 presumably. And it feels like any second now someone's going to deal in. However, Wenchen has something to say about that.
Sumo.
Oh, but there's the Sumo shutting down the Ricci.
3 calls, just Sumo for 1,000, easy.
Yeah, it gets scary. You've opened up 3 times, and then a Ricci happens. Like, oh, well, I don't have much to defend with. I'm going to have to fight against this. And then you just draw. You just draw your winner.
That's
and all's right in the world.
When you call 3 times open, how much can you defend?
Not well. We saw what Alfred was doing in that other game. So that's a miraculous deal in time where it went to Ryukyoku with all the tiles lighting up red. Every single one of them would have dealt in somebody, but we end up in South 4. It is a tense situation for all the players, even for Viet in the lead, because with a good hand, Kaz could take over with a good sumo. For dealer as well, a Mangan sumo will be first place temporarily. And for Matthias, you're just trying to do what you can. We've talked in the past about bringing someone below 30,000 with you, but that's going to be very tricky. You almost are forced to hit someone directly.
Speaking of that, Wenchen, that's a great draw. That's Ishanten for even Sanshoku, and if that hand gets Sanshoku, that could go for first place.
That is absolutely right. 2-3-4 Sanchoku would be amazing here. We need to draw a 2-so or a 4-pin. Well, we need to draw both of those. There's a door in this hand as well. We see Matthias opening up here. Right now the value is only double south. So even on a direct hit wouldn't be enough to throw anyone below 30,000, but at least you'd earn the points for the win. And there's a chance to incorporate Dora or even shift it. Well, I guess a 1-mon was dropped, so not forcing Honitsu out of this. Really hoping to incorporate Dora.
Yeah, it could also just be a 2,000 game just to end the game because you're tired and you just want to go to the last game.
Right, even if 2,000 points doesn't cause an Uma flip, it still is points that you're earning. It gets added directly to your score. So it is part of minimizing damage, even if you don't get the maximum. Second call here for Kaz. Is this a... That's not a Toy force. There's a chance it shifts to Toy, but really just those guys waiting for the last pay to come out. A little bit risky.
Risky, but I love it. Personally, I love it when people are very aggro and call off because it's nice to see and it's a lot of action.
Okay, well, this is going to reveal the situation to the rest of the players. They look at these calls and say, what is the Yaku? And almost certainly it has to be some type of honor tile. So then they look at the board and say, what honors are available? Yaku is a no, Hatsu is a no, Chun is a maybe, and Pei is a maybe. So that puts Viet, puts a question mark in his hand. Do I feel comfortable dropping this Chun?
The question is, do you actually possibly even want to Saki, what you call,
Sashikomi?
Sashikomi, because in your position, you don't want the deal to repeat, and you see the value there. There is a possibility that they're holding another Dora, but if they're not, then maybe just dealing into a 2,000 hand is nice to just confirm your first place.
Right, I think if Viet could see even one more... Oh, never mind, there's a 9-mon that will end the game. Double told. And Matthias will pick up a couple points, but it is the red panda, Viet, who grabs 31.7. Kaz takes a very nice positive second, plus 12.1, and a positive third for Wenchen, plus 3.1. Also, is pretty reasonable as well. Ties with a big hit. Will update the standings here, and it looks like it is going to be Wenchen ahead of the rest of the players in this pack. Viet moves into the positives after the big win. Matthias just barely below, must have gotten off to a great start in this series. Sort of evened out now with the rest of the table. Kaz as well, only negative 19.5. So no one really jumping out at this table. It's been even through 3.
Interesting standings here. You can see first place here being 89 points, second place 65 points. Still seems like anyone's gamed in here so far.
That's right. I mean, I guess these are the same. This is B1 then. Same division as we saw in the last one, because I see Stanley's name here as well. So yeah, B1 action tonight to finish it off. And out of this table, I can't imagine. I shouldn't say I can't imagine. I've seen Wenchen do some ridiculous things in terms of monster games, but it's going to be difficult to earn more than 30 points, maybe 35. We'll get up to ahead of Stanley and close to Edwin. But yeah, I think Brian and Edwin are pretty much confirmed to be the top 2 in this division, at least for the games that are playing tonight. I don't think this last game is going to change anything. I just want to see how closely this table can contest things as we're about to start game number 4 here. If you have the situation where Kaz gets a close first, Matthias gets second, Viet gets third, Wenchen gets fourth, it's tight, between 25,000 and 35,000 points. We could see them end up with basically starting points again.
That's the fun of Mahjong. A single game can change so much.
So we are just seconds away from starting again for what will be the final game of the evening. Kaz, first dealer to the right, Viet. Across the table, Wenchen. And on the left, we have Matthias. Haipai, Kaz has the callable Hatsu. Great shapes, good floaters, a door in hand. If I open up to this, I am extremely happy as dealer. I would say this is above average in terms of Haipai are concerned. What about you?
If this is my first hand, this is a perfect hand to say I want to take this dealership and continue on with this 1,000, 2,000 hand and tell everyone this is my game.
Now start to run it up. We've seen a lot of the players who have had great games so far this season. It hasn't come from winning a Yakuman, although there has been one Yakuman. A lot of times it's just been going on a long dealer streak. And so we'll see if Kaz can start that in this game. We've got a hot call already. And connector here. This is technically Tempai. We'll see if he takes it. Yep, just take it. Waiting on the 7 mod. There are 3 left in the wall for this wait.
Yep, I guess it still is alive enough to win. I know some people might not take the Tempai for the better weight, but it works.
Yeah. Of course, there are upgrades in the Manzu. You can draw the 5 mon and still improve. And just grabs the Sumo. So there it is, 1,000 all to start it off. And you'll see a dealer repeat. This time only a singleton of the Hatsu in hand. We'll have to draw a little bit more of it yourself. Also 3 Kanton shapes, not amazing, but we'll just wait and see how these efficient cuts end up shaping the hand. The right Viet with 3 pairs, Tanyao type shapes, 2 Dora, importantly. 4 pairs now. Could be a call and go sort of situation. Across the way, Wenchen with okay shapes. A little bit difficult to read those tiles there, but I think it'll be a standard efficient cuts here. On the left, Matthias has good Tanyao shapes, and actually this is great for Riichi Tanyao Pinfu.
Yep, you can go for Riichi Tanyao Pinfu. Worst case scenario, if you want to stop the dealer, you can go for a 1,000 hand. So I like it either way.
Yeah, and sometimes the difference between your decision point to open up or to stay closed and aim for the slightly more valuable hand, you're watching the discards to see if the dealer or other players are making progress. And these early cuts aren't super indicative of progress by the dealer. You've dropped a lot of honors for row 1. But now you're starting to cut 8-so, 3-mon. It feels like the dealer is actually making some decent progress here. And in fact, this is already Ishanten.
Yep, Ishanten. Likely not going to be a diamond weight, but still, as dealer, what you got, Ricci 1 is still really nice.
Yeah, Ricci +1. If you sumo ura, we always say it, that's a Mangan. Dealer Mangan is 12,000 points. Talk about starting the game well. Does need to fill those kanchan, particularly 7, so looks difficult to find. We've got, well, they're all being held.
Oh, I think that's Tenpai.
All 3-sided. We'll take this Ricci surely.
What?
Well, clearly we're surprised by that move, but maybe Matthias sees more in this hand. Taking the Ricci now would not give you Pinfu, and it's possible he really likes drawing the odds of drawing 2-pin or 5-pin.
My brain is boggled with that move there.
Yeah, usually you smash the Ricci. Now, here's another consideration. We don't know what happened in the last game. All we know is that Matthias got a negative 40-something. It's possible that in that game he had taken some of these early Riccis without any Dora in hand and got chased down by the player with the Dora and dealt in. So maybe this is taking that game into consideration, saying, okay, maybe I don't want to take Ricci when I can't see any of the Dora here.
That's fair. I will say, if you want to keep your position, that is a very strong strategy. Just stay safe and don't deal in for now, and wait for the time to strike.
Yeah, it is very difficult for me to pass up 3-sided, though. It feels like you should win that in most situations.
I might have even just called that 2-mon there just for Tenpai. It's for 1,000, but still 3-sided weight. I'm happy.
I'm very curious to see if this ends up being Chitoi for Viet here. These shapes are kind of tricky to call, and you don't want to drop a door at this point, this late in the game. Oh, in fact, Toyman has even found Tenpai Damaten on the 4-7, so the 7-mon would deal into a monster hand. It would be Tanya Pinfu Sanshoku Dora.
Wow. That's a lot of value, yeah. I based on how late it is, I do think that most people would Dama there. Would you Dama too?
Yes, I think I would here. And, well, you're not really expecting the door to come out anyway. Or just Sumo. What? That's going to be a Hanuman.
Wow, Richiless Hanuman, wow.
That's crazy. Okay. Well, just like that, forget good start for Kaz. Wenchen will take the monster Sumo. I guess you should have reached it, right?
Exactly.
Make it a Pokemon. I can hear the voice of Korak ringing in my head, and that's why I would reach it. But as it is, that's still a very strong win. Pulling in the last Dora. I didn't even think there was a Dora left. I missed one of them. And Viet will now take the dealership here. Lots of pairs again. Tanyao shape, so could call it down. I've noticed I haven't seen very many games played by Red Panda here, but it tends to stay closed and take the value from Ricci. And it looks like we're moving in the direction of sort of Ricci, Pinfu, Tanyao, perhaps. Perhaps Ipeko now could work your way there, but if you drop the 8, so now you lose your Dora acceptance, but Dora loses you Tanyao, so it's
Yep.
hedges everything with the 4-pin cut. You can still use the 7-pin as the pair later. You could still draw the Dora and make use of it in case you get the 1-so instead. Just on hold, still with great shapes. To the right. Oh, and there is the Dora. Hold on a second. Now what is your cut? Maybe cut the 6-5 away, or...
Yep.
Yeah.
Seems to go for that, yep.
Okay, so very likely to be this 7-pin pair, and maybe you can even have Itsu. I mean, this could be another monster hand, but this time for the dealer.
Yeah, and there's a lot of ways, like, you do still have the Dora, but you always still have a chance of still playing open and just going for Tanya. Oh, wow, that's the best draw he could have gone.
It's just, what tile you want to cut first? Okay, holds all the possible Tenpais here. You could still draw into Tenpai on the 7-pin draw or the 5-pin draw. That's not really the one you want.
I will say, if he wanted to, he could even call for the open 1-so just for a confirmed Itsu Dora.
I am very confident that he will not do that, though, unless somebody declares, like 2 people declare Ricci and he needs to shut the hand down. Even if 1 person declares Ricci, I think he would still stay close because the weight's just so strong here.
It is. But at the same time, okay. Decides to go for the safer cut now.
Yeah, a little Sakigiri here. I'll hold this 1 pin, looks a little bit safer to the board. And maybe looking at the rest of the board, Toybin's Ishanten for Tanyao here. No one else looking amazing though.
Shimo has some potential there. That's Ishanten with that draw. Possibly Sanchok.
Yeah, you don't necessarily even need the Hatsu for confirmed value. And now you're Tenpai. Which Ricci do you take?
I think it's just I would just go Draman. Yeah.
Okay. I don't mind Shabo necessarily, but even if it is Shonpai, but Draman is the classic weight here.
I will say the main reason why I actually like the Draman the best here is because you don't see a single Dora, so there's a chance that someone could be holding a Dora bomb. And in that case, you wanna go for win rate over a bit more value possibly.
And you might induce someone to push the 8-mon since you've gone 9-mon, 7-mon discard.
Exactly.
We do see the chase from Viet. Did not get the 1-so for the max value, but it is Reach Pinch Dora. Quite strong.
Yep, it's always a great thing, and if you can win off this, that's I think at least 6,000.
Yeah. We are looking for a 2-pin.
Kang.
There are 2 left in the wall. Oh, Khan of all the 5s. Well, Wen Chen's weight is no longer in the wall. There are 2 pins left.
8s are dead and not 5s are dead. That's a horrible way to lose your weight.
Oh no! Just like that.
Let's see how much this hits.
Oh no, the Con 2 makes things worse. It's 2.
No. Okay.
It's the same as 1, but still painful 12,000 point hit. And all of a sudden, it's Viet who takes the lead. And this might be why Matthias was unwilling to take the Ricci. I mean, you have a Jamin Ricci that's pretty strong, even if you can't see any Dora, and then you get chased down and deal 12,000 points in.
It's a scary thing. Like just with 1 dealing like that, already down to from a pretty good first place down to second place.
Yeah, and everyone's below 30,000 now except for Viet here, who has the ability to open this hand with the Chun. We'll see if he chooses to do so, though. To the right, though, that's very interesting. The Seat Wind is the south, and that's also the Dora. It's paired up in hand. Good chance for Wen Chen to find a Mangan here. A big part of that will be determined by how long Matthias holds on to the south, and it comes out right there.
That is Ishanten for a Mangan. That's really nice. For a second, I was wondering if he was going to try to force like a Sanchoku for another Yaku, but now that you have the south, you don't need that anymore.
Yeah, south. Dora 3. Ishanten looking for a 6-mon and 1/4 pin. There's a 6-mon. Yeah, it's not going to discard that just yet. I just want to sit here and watch how he plays this hand, because you don't want to drop tiles that help the hand to your right improve. You also would like to win the hand so that it just doesn't win at all. Even paying Oyakaburi Mangan sumo payment is going to be annoying for Viet to handle.
Yeah, I was about to ask, how do you play if you were Viet's position?
Now I'm Ishanten. Pinzu don't look great. What do you think about throwing the 6-mon here? Or even the 4-mon? 4-mon's okay too.
That's pretty ballsy, but I know some people, because of the 2/7 Sotogawa, I got the wrong name, but 3/6 seems a lot more dangerous than normal.
Oh yeah. The Ereyonkang. And there's Chunpon would be Tenpai if you choose to accept it. I mean, 6 just passed, so it's probably not a 3/6 Suji. Otherwise, you'd assume would have been a call. But Viet doesn't want it.
Question is, how happy are you with a bad weight against a Mangan hand?
I mean, at least it gives you a chance.
That's fair.
No, just going to back it out. And there's Tenpai found on 5/8, and just the 8 comes in. And that will be the Mangan win. Wen Chen back over 30,000 and challenging Jet for first place. It's going to be a tight race. I believe, let's see, in this division, Wenchen and Sichuan were both very at the very top of the standing, very certain in their promotion, I think. And so definitely strong contenders here in B1. Both new to the B1 division. This is their first series in the division, Viet as well. So very exciting to see them having great starts.
Speaking of Wenchen, this is a great hand to start with, and that might even be he can take the Tenpai here, but yeah, I think that's Hongich. No,
just takes the Tenpai.
Wow, would you do that? Because for me, I'm greedy.
I'm greedy. All right, commentators are both greedy, but I mean, are you expecting an 8-so Roan here? Oh, Tonki.
Oh, well, that's a change. I am sad though, because if he had the 7-pin, that would be Hongich to Tenpai.
Yeah, and the weight would be amazing too. 5, 7, 8.
Con.
Con?
It's Hellweight South Door. Now, there's no way anyone's expecting this. You got the Honitsu anyway.
Wow.
I feel bad for whoever draws the South.
This is wow. If it's not stuck in the wall, that's another. Oh, we have Damaten on the right.
But you can understand not wanting to Riichi here. Unfortunately, it does miss a roll. Not that the 4-mod would come out anyway, but if the Riichi was taken.
I will say, I think there's going to be 1 or 2 people, as soon as they see the white, you can't drop the white.
No, that's the thing. I mean, do you want to Riichi and risk drawing the white dragon and dealing it to Daisongan without any defense?
No way. Not against... Oh, interesting. Do you take the upgrade here?
It's still Mangan, but what about Hanuman?
Yeah, because the question here is, do you want the value Hellweight, or do you want to go for the more outs?
I think I would choose the more outs, so it turns out that I'm just not as greedy as Wenchen is.
We'll see. If someone gets the South, Wenchen's having the time of their life.
Yeah, it would be an incredible run. I mean, what about Sumo? It's still in the wall somewhere.
And I don't think if you draw the South, if you're any of the 3 people, like, do you keep the South? Like, can you do you think he'd be waiting on the Hellweight?
If you're paying attention, you would have seen 7-so, 9-so come out.
Oh no! What?
Oh, not gonna.
What?
It's the same value, right?
It is.
Shosangan and Dora too. It's just more weights. You would assume that there's more weights in the wall. Yeah, Wenchen can't see that there. Oh!
Punished.
That is max punishment. Oh, how sweet a Shosangan would have been here.
I know. Oh gosh.
Kazu's like, thanks, I can keep my hand alive. That's actually Ishanten.
Yep, Ishan.
If the South is dead walled.
Wrong.
Oh, no! Eyes got into a Piinfu Tenpai. We'll end this with 1,000 points. Oh, that is absolute tragedy.
Oh gosh.
I'm sure Wenchen looked at that Haku and said, every single player around this table is holding one. There's no way I'm getting this.
Yep.
And just how can you know that they're just all at the wall?
Exactly. Like how that's the first one out. Like how?
Like if someone draws the South, there's a reasonable chance that might drop it. If someone draws the Haku, they will never drop it. So you can understand the logic behind it. It's just backfired spectacularly. So, here's another con. So we're not done yet with the exciting action.
Wenchen is causing so much drama, and I love it.
New Dora 8-pin. There's one held by our Toyman, that's Viet. The other ones are still in the wall. In terms of the original Dora 6, so those are being held a little bit more. Naylor's got one, and it's Ishanten. Kutsuki Ishanten can draw around this 4-mod or 7-mod. There's a door on the left in Wenchen's hand, and also a door across the way for Viet. Quite. I mean, I imagine everyone is looking to stay closed here for the Riichi.
Yep. Yeah, it doesn't seem like anyone really had a hand that they would open. I guess Toyman here Viet can possibly open that hand, but again, the shapes there are so good. You do want to reach that if you can.
Yeah, Matthias playing for everything here. Drop the 7-mon because he thought I've got a good enough floater in the 4, and the 5-pin is a good floater in the Pinzu and gives me Ipego draw. And then drew the 4 so and said, okay, well now I can accept another door into my hand, and I still hold the 4-mon as my good floater. So really great chances for a good tempo here. Just needs to find one good tile.
Could
And
even
it's
be
missing.
3-sided weight.
Yeah, imagine a 3-so draw here. Well, there's this Dora. That's pretty good.
That
Do you
I think-
reach this?
Oh, good question. This is already Pinfu 2 Dora. The thing is, with the
Reach.
Ura Dora, I think you do have to reach this.
Yeah, it's difficult because 5-8 is close to the original Dora. You can see 4 of them already. And you imagine anyone who's got a Dora in their hand is also holding either a 5 or an 8 is less likely to discard it. Also, 5-8 is not safe against you, so I don't know. The chance that it's in the wall is maybe not amazing.
The good thing is you're last place here, so if you win this is the style hand. If you win, I think you're going up to at least 3rd place with this hand.
Yeah, for that reason, I don't hate the Ricci. You just say, I know it's bad, but if I get it, it's monstrous, and I'm going to take it. We can see that there is one tile in the wall for this weight.
Sumo.
And
And he draws it!
And that's why sometimes you take the bad weight, Ricci.
Exactly!
All misses on all the
Wow.
Una. Unbelievable. That's okay. The Ricci still made it a Mangan, so that is worth it. And look at the scores now. Matthias over 30,000 with a chance at first place now. That was a huge sumo.
Love it.
This game has been crazy. And we're still East 4. Matthias repeats his dealer. This hand has a single Dora in it, but there are okay shapes. Could shift your way to a Tanya if you're desperate. Maybe even open up for that. Has to the right, not amazing shapes either. Looks like a very slow one. Start to play efficiently and hope to draw well. Across the way, Viet with Tanya type shapes, except for the 7-8, the 8-9-9. Actually kind of awkward in that hand. There is a Dora, and now the Dora shape is completed. So aiming for maybe Ricci Dora 1, and hope for Pinshu on top of it. And on the left, Wenchen with a very classic Pinshu style hand here, hoping to draw a Dora. Could certainly accept that.
Yep. Personally, I will say if any of hand gets to Ricci, I will say I do like Wen's hand the best.
Yeah, I have 2 completed shapes, and Yamin is certainly feeling very strong. But Viet is improving across the way. Actually, now Ishanten for the Pinshu we were looking for. I'm trying to find a way to make it sound good. It's just not going to happen because you have 2 non-7-8-9 shapes completed. You have the 2-3-4 in the Pinzu and the 2-3-4 in the Sozu.
I'm more curious about that Tuso here. How long do you want to keep that Tuso?
Oh, for Wenchen on the left.
Yep.
We are approaching the 2nd row. This is about the time you expect somebody to find Tempai. And once they reach you really can't drop it. But the temptation of being able to draw and use a Dora is very strong here. Now it goes away.
Yep. I mean, if he can get the 5 so that could be Sancho.
You're right. That would be an excellent draw here. There is 1 5-so in the wall, so it is possible.
Though, yeah, this does seem a hand overall that everyone seems at least fairly slow, so I feel like someone might get Tempai in row 3, but the question is, by row 3, do you want to reach it or do you want to Dama?
I mean, now that the scores are very close here, maybe there is some incentive to reach you just to scare people away. Do kill payments even if it's a bad weight.
That's a fair argument. Curiously, no calls. Yeah, because a lot of people can play Tanya here, but it seems like it's either the discards haven't worked out or just no. Yeah, because I'm curious at this part time, do you start calling? Yeah, especially with that 8 pin.
Home.
Viet might hear because all the 9-pin have come out, so that 7-9 shape is much weaker. And so even though he doesn't really want it, we'll just take the Tempai here, not really anticipating being able to win this hand. but at least hoping to make it to Yukioku, earn some points for being Tenpai here. Oh, wow. Matthias drawing back-to-back 6-0, and now actually has a strong hand. The only issue is that Dora. What are you going to do with that?
Oh,
Yeah. Wrong tile!
wrong tile. That's a permanent booty 10.
And Matthias now has an opportunity to discard this 6-0 without dealing in. Same for Wenchen on the left. Should have come to it. In fact, can't even chi here for Tenpai. Maybe drop the 8-0 afterwards.
Yep,
And this
that is
could
Tenpai.
be... Matthias still looking for 4-7, so...
Oh!
There's Matsumo! Finds the
Why
last
not?
6-0.
Who cares about booty 10 if you can just sumo?
And that's important, 2,000 points. Now a bit of a gap, 4,200 points pot in second place here. As we move into the South rounds, it is Kaz, our dealer again. Okay, Hi-Fi, this one's pretty average. You can certainly make use of the 5-pin Dora, and when there it is. I always get a little bit nervous when a Dora is like a 5 or a 4 or a 6, something that's super easily usable by any hand, basically.
Really? I personally, whenever I see that, I'm like, oh yay, I can play efficiently, and I have a high chance for a Dora.
Yeah, when my hand doesn't have any to start, I'm like, uh-oh, someone else has it. This is not going to be good.
Oh, personally, I feel that when it's an honor, when it's an honor tile, and like for example, if it was like an honor like White Dragon Dora, I'm just thinking, I'm afraid of the White Dora. Like, if I get it, when am I supposed to drop it?
Right. Okay, so I'm also afraid of that too. Maybe I'm just afraid of Dora in general. South call for Viet here, opening up early, trying to shut this game down in first place. Yishanten actually looking for, well, now has a lot of options. Headless can accept a lot of different tiles into Tenpai, mainly because when you don't have a pair, any singleton in your hand can act as a pair. So very strong shapes here for Viet.
We'll say if he can get the 7 so, then he gets the 2-3 complex shape. I'm not sure what they call that shape.
I've heard it called the Kantan, as in Kantan/Tanki.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, I love that shape, and certainly good odds of ending up on it. Toyman with a very interesting hand.
It's also usually a good hand because of the triplet. Your winning tile is very easy to come out of someone's hand because you take all the useful tiles.
Right. You sort of form a wall and it makes the lower ones hard to use. It's a little different if you have like 4-4-4, 6 waiting on the 5 and the 6. Then 4-4-4-2 waiting on the 2 and the 3. But here's the Tenpai, not the ideal shape here, just waiting on pen 7 so. But there are 3 in the wall for this weight.
You know, I'm a bit interested. If someone drops the 1 so here, do you call that?
I think that's a legit call here. You actually get a little extra food. Not that that's a big deal here, but a flexible Tonki is pretty valuable. 1 so's already come out though, so it's not going to matter. And there's the Tsumo. Every time someone gets Tenpai, Viet just Tsumos and prevents any issues. So double south will add 2,000 more points to the total.
You know, curious. Whenever that happens, do you think like maybe I shouldn't have ponged that?
Yeah, I just pulled and allowed the win. I think I sort of instinctively feel that, but then realize that that's just silly.
That is also true.
I think there was even extra foo from that as well. So 2,700. Yet now dealer just Ishanten from the start, from the second discard. Great chance to add to this lead. And there's a Dora. That's a little awkward.
It
We already
is,
have a pair.
but if you get like the 8 so, I think that's just reachy for the diamond.
Yeah, that would make sense here. I mean, if you're reaching on the door, there's no way you're waiting on the 7, right?
Yeah.
And I guess you certainly hold the door. If you pair it up, it'd be excellent.
That would be the best case scenario.
Yeah, we can see it's not likely to happen. Oh, well, there's the 8 so. Are we going to see the Ricci?
Each.
Yep, I'd be reaching on the 8 here. Yep.
So Ricci Chun waiting on 4-7 Mon. Quite good in the wall. There are 5.
And there's always a chance for the red con.
Yeah, it's true. Ankon, as dealer with the first Ricci, certainly feels strong. Now, interesting, we see the 5 Mon come out. It's only half Suji against an early Ricci from dealer. Wenshin might be pushing this, because there's not much in hand that's really safe here.
Yeah, that's the annoying thing. Early dealer Ricci, you want to defend, but at the same time, how can you defend with that discard pile?
He shunted for Toyman, but he'll have to push the 5 so if he gets Tempai here. Well, this is Tempai, so will we push?
Each.
If it's a Jammen, I'd say why not? Oh, is this a... Oh, no, this is Shampong.
Shabo, yeah.
Interesting. I guess the 1-mon is... 1-mon and the 8, so Suji Trap. Okay. So you have a Suji Trap and 1-mon is cheap in general, so I can understand it. Oh, yeah, also, because of the 2-mon 1 chance, 1-mon is also a lot easier to come out.
Yeah, now he can see that it's 1 chance, and there it is.
There it is.
And that ends up beating the Yamen Wade. Ricci Dora 1. No Uda, but that's important for Matthias, who gets over 30,000 and also knocks Viet down to 35-3. So going to South 3, there are 3 players who could take first place in one hand.
That is always nice to see. Oh gosh, we got Toyman with 2 Yakuai pairs. That's interesting. Do you want to force the Hongisu with that hand?
You certainly try. We can see that with the early 8-pin cut. Unclear whether it's going to be most likely a Mon Honitsu here. But no, drops the 1-mon out.
Possible Toy?
That's true. I think you can like hedge everything with something like a 1-so cut. 1-mon isn't a particularly helpful tile, so you can still force Mon Honitsu without it.
That's also fair.
Kaz holding all the shapes together. I mean, some other notable changes here. Matthias on the right has drawn an Anko of the Chun. Sorry, that's the Haku, and is Ishanten right now, though the weight will be a Kanchan or a Penchan or a Tanki, depending on what gets drawn. Oh, now there's an improvement, so a much better Ishanten here.
Yep.
And on the left, that's also Ishanten for potential Ricci Tanyao.
So, this is the interesting case of who reaches and who stays in Dama.
Yeah, I suspect because the scoreline's so close, players will have no problem taking the Ricci and trying to build as much of a buffer as they can when they win.
You call that 3-so there. 3-pin, 3-pin.
I think I like passing. This is... I guess the Ishanten is not amazing because you're likely to end up on a Tanki here. If in a couple discards I might open, and even makes the choice there. This is still Ishanten though. It doesn't improve your Shanten. It just gives you better shapes.
Yep, better shapes. But I guess at this point, I think he's prioritizing winning 1,000 because you don't want to go down to 3. Because you don't want the dealer to win a hand here.
Right. And notably, Toyman is going for the Toy. Ishanten here.
3 is 1 out. 7 is no out. And
there's 1 discarded.
Oh.
And then the 2-mon. 1 left. Okay, everyone's getting Tempai 2-5 mon. 2-5 pin on the right. And on the left we have 3-6 so. But both of those weights, someone's holding an Anko.
Oh no.
Yeah, 6-0 does not fit. And the Dama on the left for Viet will take the win away.
Interestingly, exactly 30. Oh, it's still South 4. Okay.
Yeah, surely we don't end with another 30,000 finish. I think that'd be what, the 4th one of the night that we've seen on stream?
I totally wanted that to be at the end. Oh, come on.
And it can still happen if someone runs another player.
Yes, that is true.
Oh, but when Shin says, no, actually, I'd rather just win the hand. Thank you very much. Atozuka here, calling the West early, revealing to the table that something fishy is going on here. We don't know if it's Honitsu. We don't know if it's Toy. We don't know if it's just Atozuka waiting on the Haku. To the other players, since the 9-so 4-so came out, it sort of feels like Honitsu, but you're not sure yet.
Yeah, there are hunks of vibes there, but you can't figure it out that because this is South 4, anything is possible.
That's true. And even from our perspective, we don't even know what it's going to be yet. It could be any of those three to you, Con. Wenchen has conned a couple times in this game, and in no situation has it actually helped him. But it's made things very exciting.
There's a reason people call it content.
They call it content for a reason. Ooh, this 3-mon can put you in a headless Ishanten for Tanyao. Oh, chooses the 5 instead. Okay, just likes the Yamen shapes in the Pinzu.
Okay, interesting. I guess he also wants the chance for the 3-sided weight.
Yeah, if you do draw the 2-mon, though, I think you will switch to the headless for Ipeco. Confirmed Ipeco. And now Ishanten, just choosing which Kanchan he likes better. Chooses the pin, 2-4 pin. Oh, that's a pair.
Oh.
You could cut 4 or 5 or 7-8 here.
7-8, okay.
Okay.
So
Enter 1.
I think that's the normal throw for if you're playing with red 5s, but I heard that without red 5s, maybe the 4-5 drop is sometimes better.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a consideration is the fact that for the 7-8, a 6-pin and a 9-pin have come out versus the 4-5, which only the 6-pin had come out at the time of the discard. But I still feel like the 7-8 has a slightly better win rate than the 4-5.
Yep, especially because 9-pin has a higher chance of coming out than the 3-pin.
All right, we did see a chi from Wenchen. It is going to be Tosuke. Or you cut 5-pin. Oh, wow!
What?
Okay, we are going for it all.
Wow!
This is a play for first.
That most definitely is. Wow, that's a mindset there. Would you do that?
So Haku only doesn't even give me second place in most instances. Because let's see, we'd be on a Shabo. It'd have to be. Do we have enough food? Do we have bonus food here? 4, 8. No, we don't even have bonus food on our own.
The west condo.
Oh, if you call the after you call though, you have to drop the west for the tempai.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it's very interesting that the west is being held here in Ishanten. So yeah, Wenchen wants to guarantee second place. Here's the 8-mon, but it's held. And Matthias has Gianpeko chance.
Oh wow, we got some dreams all over the field right now.
There's the con finally. Reveals the 7-mon to be Dor. There it is! That's Tempai. Needs the 8, so. Do we Dama? Do we Ricci? Ricci actually isn't bad here.
What?
The Cheetoy!
What?
Afraid of dropping Bonzu. I guess the Wenchen Gambit has paid off here. And it's Ricci Cheetoy. Forget Yanpeko and Tempai taken on the 8-mon 9-pin. There is one 9-pin left in the wall. There are no 8-mon left. This witch is just dead as long as Viet holds his.
I will say, I'm sorry to say this, but I do know that the Cheetoys is safer, but I want to go for dreams. I'm taking that Jampeko every day.
I mean, it is just a wider weight, but if you are afraid of dealing in... Oh, there it is!
Oh my gosh.
And with the Ricci stick and all the extra food, that will actually put Wenchen ahead of Matthias.
Wow.
What a dreamer. And it works out. Viet will still get the first place here, plus 21.2, but Wenchen found a route to positive 7.6 there. Matthias, 30,600, 600 over the perfect mark, plus 0.6 in third place. And Kaz will take the negative 29.4 extra Uma loss because he was the only player over below 30,000. Almost unfortunately so. There weren't many worlds where that happened. Any sumo by any other player would have put Wenchen below. But when Wenchen gets the sumo for second place, that does change things. And all in all, Wenchen will be in fifth place overall here, plus 30.0. Viet close behind, plus 27.9. And still, no player out of it by any stretch of the imagination. We saw last season in B1, it was a very volatile league. And even up to the last session, places were being exchanged right and left. So we'll just have to wait to see how this division turns out by the end of the 6th session, but it's been very exciting so far, I've got to say.
Yes, very. I will say I was not expecting this much action today, and I'm very happy I was able to see all these games.
Yeah, I am so glad that you were able to hop in for the commentary. It was a ton of fun broadcasting with you, and it was awesome, an awesome marathon evening. Big shout out to Harrison for acting as the broadcast director for the entirety of this cast. How long have we been going?
Good question.
I think it's close to 6 hours. Yeah, close to 6 hours for this broadcast. I want to just stall for 6 more minutes so that we get the full 6 hours here, but I'll give Harrison a break. Thanks everyone for tuning in, and thanks to Tucker and Blake for casting the early games. If anyone saw that exciting mahjong and said, I want to be a part of this, well, it's a little too late to register for the summer session, but you can register for the fall at our website, AmericanRicci.org. And if you register soon enough, there's a chance that you can participate as a substitute player for the season. It turns out that we every now and then have a need for someone to step in and play a couple games, and you can get that chance by registering right now. Of course, if you'd like to know whenever we go live, you can follow our Twitter at American Ricci, and you can make sure to follow us on Twitch and get a notification when we do go live. And finally, if you'd like to watch any of our previous broadcasts, those are all available at tinyurl.com/ARMLYT. All right, this was a crazy session. I highly recommend everybody, when that video gets posted to the YouTube channel, to check that out, because there was some extremely strong play and some extremely exciting situations that occurred over the course of the evening. And I cannot wait for our next broadcast. I've heard rumors that there may be a Tuesday evening broadcast. I cannot confirm that just yet, but pay attention Tuesday evening. I know there were 13 games scheduled for this evening, and I think there are 13 more scheduled for Tuesday, so pay attention to that. We'll also have our weekly Wednesday broadcast Wednesday evening as well at, I believe, 5 Pacific time, so definitely stay tuned for that one as well. Again, thanks everyone for watching. For Harrison, Tucker, Blake, David, this has been Nathaniel. Have a good one, everybody.